Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, 1961. It's going to be a good book right here. And now go, write it before them on a tablet and inscribe it in a book, that it may be for the time to come as a witness forever. Isaiah 38. I want to express my sincere appreciation to the hundreds of men and women who have written me, telling me of their use of imagination to create a greater good for others as well as for themselves, that they may be mutually encouraged by each other's faith, a faith which was loyal to the unseen reality of their imaginal acts. The limitation of space does not allow the publication of all the stories in this one volume. In the difficult task of selecting and organizing this material, Ruth Messenger and Jeline Brainerd have been of invaluable assistance. Neville. Chapter 1, The Law, Imagining Creates Reality. We could stop right there. Man is all imagination. God is man and exists in us, and we in him. The eternal body of man is the imagination. That is God himself. Blake. The purpose of this first portion of this book is to show through actual true stories how imagining creates reality. Science progresses by way of hypotheses, tentatively tested and afterwards accepted or rejected according to the facts of experience. The claim that imagining creates reality needs no more consideration than is allowed by science. It proves itself in performance. The world in which we live is a world of imagination. In fact, life itself is an activity of imagining. For Blake, wrote Professor Morrison of the University of St. Andrews, the world originates in a divine activity identical with what we know ourselves as the activity of imagination. His task being to open the immortal eyes of man inward into the worlds of thought, into eternity, ever expanding in the bosom of God, the human imagination. Nothing appears or continues in being by a power of its own. Events happen because, comparatively, stable imaginal activities created them, and they continue in being only as long as they receive such support. The secret of imagining, writes Douglas Fawcett, is the greatest of all problems, to the solution of which the mystic aspires. Supreme power, supreme wisdom, supreme delight lie in the far-off solution of this mystery. When man solves the mystery of imagining, he will have discovered the secret of causation, and that is, imagining creates reality. Therefore, the man who is aware of what he is imagining, knows what he is creating, realizes more and more that the drama of life is imaginal, not physical. All activity is at bottom imaginal. An awakened imagination works with a purpose. It creates and conserves the desirable and transforms or destroys the undesirable. Divine imagining and human imagining are not two powers at all. Rather, one. The valid distinction which exists between the seeming two lies not in the substance with which they operate, but in the degree of intensity of the operant power itself. Acting in high tension, an imaginal act is an immediate objective fact. Keyed low, where we operate, an imaginal act is realized in a time process, but whether imagination is keyed high or low, it is the ultimate, essentially non-objective reality from which objects are poured forth like sudden fancies. No object is independent of imagining on some level or levels. Everything in the world owes its character to imagination on one of its various levels. Objective reality, writes Fitch, is solely produced through imagination. Objects seem so independent of our perceptions of them that we incline to forget that they owe their origin to imagination. The world in which we live is a world of imagination. And man, through his imaginal activities, creates the realities and the circumstances of life. This he does either knowingly or unknowingly. Men pay too little attention to this priceless gift, the human imagination. And the gift is practically non-existent unless there is a conscious possession of it and a readiness to use it. All men possess the power to create reality. All men. You, me, her, him, them, us, we. All men possess the power to create reality, but this power sleeps as though dead when not consciously exercised, which is the goal of what we are talking together for, is to consciously exercise creating our own reality with conscious awareness. Go after and follow our desire until the target is attained and brought into our experience. Men live in the very heart of creation, the human imagination, yet are no wiser for what takes place therein. The future will not be fundamentally different from the imaginal activities of man. Therefore, the individual who can summon at will whatever imaginal activity he pleases, and to whom the visions of his imagination are as real as the forms of nature, is the master of his fate, which is what we are doing together, becoming the masters of our fate. The future is the imaginal activity of man in its creative march. Imagining is the creative power not only of the poet, the artist, the actor, the orator, but of the scientist, the inventor, the merchant, and the artisan. Its abuse in unrestrained, unlovely image making is obvious. Yes, very obvious. But its abuse in undue repression breeds a sterility which robs man of actual wealth of experience. Imagining novel solutions to ever more complex problems is far more noble than to run from problems. Life is the continual solution of a continuously synthetic problem. Imagining creates events. The world, created out of men's imagining, comprises unnumbered warring beliefs. Therefore, there can never be a perfectly stable or static state. Today's events are bound to disturb yesterday's established order. Imaginative men and women invariably unsettle a pre-existing peace of mind. Do not bow before the dictate of facts and accept life on the basis of the world without. Do not bow before the dictate of facts and accept life on the basis of the world without. That's right there. That's the world without. Our consciousness and our thinking is in here. Do not bow before the dictate of facts out there and accept life on the basis of the world without. Do not. Assert the supremacy of your imaginal acts over facts and put all things in subjection to them. Your supremacy here, making the impression, discovering and becoming the expression. Hold fast to your ideal in your imagination. Nothing can take it from you but your failure to persist in imagining the ideal realized. Your failure to persist in imagining the ideal, your ideal, realized. Imagine only such states that are of value or promise well. You could just repeat that sentence all day right now. Pause the tape, just replay, just say that over and over. Get that sentence right there. Imagine only such states that are of value or promise well. You must persist in that one sentence. If you're busy experiencing something not conducive to that, what is it that you've been imagining? Just listen. Hear yourself. Put a tape recorder on and hear yourself talking on the phone to somebody. You'll hear right away What's coming out of your words is coming out of your thoughts. What's coming out of your thoughts is what you've been putting in there. You can change that recording. You can change what is happening by imagine only such states that are of value or promise well. That's your direction. You are in charge. If you leave it open to others, if you don't use your imagination and you don't go to make an impression for your desire, you let the out there, the world without, fill in your subconscious impression because you're not using your imagination. He who does not use his imagination, it is used by others. If you're not using your imagination, someone else is, and that normally is out here. They have plenty wares. There's plenty offerings to keep you busy. They're going to hit your subconscious. You're going to become objectified of what they want you as a consumer to purchase. You can change that cycle. You can direct your own desire to fulfillment. You can live the life of your dreams. Excuse me. To attempt to change circumstances out here before you change your imaginal activity in here is to struggle against the very nature of things. There can be no outer change until there is first an imaginal change. Everything you do, unaccompanied by an imaginal change, is but futile readjustment of surfaces. Imagining the wish fulfilled brings about a union with that state, and during that union, you behave in keeping with your imaginal change. This shows you that an imaginal change will result in a change of behavior. However, your ordinary imaginal alterations as you pass from one state to another are not transformations because each of them is so rapidly succeeded by another in the reverse direction. But whenever one state grows so stable as to become your constant mood, your habitual attitude, then that habitual state defines your character and is a true transformation. How do you do it? Self-abandonment. That is the secret. There it is. He's revealing a secret right there, first chapter, a couple pages in. You must abandon yourself mentally to your wish fulfilled in your love for that state. And in so doing, live in the new state and no more in the old state. You can't commit yourself to what you do not love. So the secret of self-commission is faith plus love. I was watching a Steve Jobs interview where I saw it yesterday, and he was describing that after his sickness, he decided and he got into abandoning everything he did not love doing, and he only was determined to focus only on that which he loved. Loved what he was creating, loved what he was doing, loving it in his family, post-sickness, by the way, and he made a big point of that, and of course you know from his intense work ethic that he was very, very focused in his work when he put himself, into it. And that focus is what we're talking about right here. Doing what you love, and what Steve describes as what he loved. You can't commit yourself to what you do not love. So the secret of self-commission is faith plus love. Faith is believing what is unbelievable. Commit yourself to the feeling of the wish fulfilled, in faith that this act of self-commission will become a reality. And it must become a reality because imagining creates reality. Nice. It must become a reality. Imagination is both conservative and transformative. It is conservative when it builds its world from images supplied by memory and the evidence of the senses. It is creatively transformative when it imagines things as they ought to be, building its world out of the generous dreams of fancy. In the procession of images, the ones that take precedence naturally are those of the senses. Nevertheless, A present sense impression is only an image. It does not differ in nature from a memory image or the image of a wish. What makes a present sense impression so objectively real is the individual's imagination functioning in it and thinking from it. Whereas in a memory image or a wish, the individual's imagination is not functioning in it and thinking from it, but is functioning out of it and thinking of it. There is a difference. You can think of anything you're experiencing right now that you are in and of, and just use what you think and feel about that. Copy and paste to your desired event. If you have a test coming up, you know you've passed tests before. Use the feeling you had when you went into that old test that you passed, the one that you passed whenever before. You knew how you had confidence. You knew you would pass. You even saw that it was over already before you started the test. Use that confidence and copy that feeling and paste it on going into this new test. I know I've passed the test. It's done. I've passed it. Feel that same supreme confident feeling. This is how we use a feeling when we don't know what to bring it from. You copy and you paste. If you would enter into the image of your imagination, then would you know what it is to be creatively transformative? Then would you realize your wish? And then you would be happy? Every image can be embodied. Every image can be embodied. But unless you yourself enter the image and think from it, it is incapable of birth. Therefore, it is the height of folly to expect the wish to be realized by the mere passage of time. That which requires imaginative occupancy to produce its effect obviously cannot be effected without such occupancy. You cannot be in one image and not suffer the consequences of not being in another. Oh boy. You cannot be in one image and not suffer the consequences of not being in another. Imagination is spiritual sensation. Let's go back. Let's put this picture on the board here. That which requires imaginative occupancy to produce its effect obviously cannot be effected without such occupancy. You cannot be in one image and not suffer the consequences of not being in another. Here's the present moment right here. This is your now. This is now. This is the supposed future, which we know doesn't exist. It's only in your imagination where that exists. Here's the past, which we know does not exist. Now, this sentence, you cannot be in one image and not suffer the consequences of not being in another. If you put your mind, which is only and has all of its power in the now, into a place where that doesn't actually exist, and you focus your mind energy there, memory this and memory that, what happened to me when I was little, what happened to me last week, what happened to me last month, last year, last decade, all of my life, if you're putting your mind into that bubble right there that actually does not exist, you cannot suffer the consequences of not being in this one, because there are consequences. When you try to come home, you're going to suffer the consequences of your lack of occupation. The lights were on, but you weren't home. Nobody was home. Your mind was over here. People are looking at you, talking to you, and you're just like, yeah. But your mind is focused on some past event or a past situation you want to revise. It doesn't matter what it is. The same can be said of the future. When I get my degree, when I get my husband, when I get my wife, when I get the job, when I get the promotion, when I get the house, when I get the car, someday I'll, and wish I coulda. Someday I'll, and wish I coulda. If your mind is absent from the present and put over here and someday I'll, or put over here and wish I coulda, You're not present. You're lacking the occupation of this. The sentence again, you cannot be in one image, let's say here, and not suffer the consequences of not being in another, the present. So be very mindful of how you're using your present moment. It's the only moment you have your power. It's right now, right here. I'm not talking about ignoring the concept of revision. Revision works wonderfully. That's a different point. Revision's a great tool, and we all are going to benefit amazingly by using it. But when you spend your focus of your energy, not revising, but in the supposed future or supposed past, which do not exist in your now, you're absent in the present. Lights are on, but nobody's home. Imagination is spiritual sensation. Enter the image of the wish fulfilled, then give it sensory vividness and tones of reality by mentally acting as you would act were it a physical fact. Tones of reality. Mentally acting as you would act were it a physical fact. Now, this is what I mean by spiritual sensation. Imagine that you are holding a rose in your hand. Smell it. Here's my rose. Smell it. Do you detect the odor of roses? Now, I can't do it with a marker because I'm actually trying to smell the marker. But I can do it with a rose in my imagination. I can create the sense of a rose. If the rose is not there, why is the fragrance in the air? Through spiritual sensation, that is through imaginal sight, sound, scent, taste, and touch, you can give to the image sensory vividness. If you do this, all things will conspire to aid your harvesting, and upon reflection, you will see how subtle were the threads that led you to your goal. Very fascinating. Let's repeat this because it's very, very important. Because it's all about getting to our goal of what we want to imagine lovingly for ourselves. What is it I want in my experience? Do I want to be married? Do I want to be happily in love with my new spouse? Yes. Do I want to be wealthy? Do I want to be healthy? Yes, yes, yes. This is what I mean by spiritual sensation. Imagine that you are holding a rose in your hand. Smell it. Do you detect the odor of roses? If the rose is not there, why is the fragrance in the air? Through spiritual sensation, that is, through imaginal sight, sound, scent, taste, and touch, you can give to the image sensory vividness. If you do this, all things will conspire to aid your harvesting, and upon reflection, you will see how subtle were the threads that led to your goal. The bridge of incidents will happen right for you. You could never have devised the means which your imaginal activity employed to fulfill itself. You could never devise the means. The how, never be concerned with the how. His ways are past finding out. Never, ever be concerned with how. You will defeat everything you're doing. If you ask any how question, you're just going to defeat the whole thing. If you're a person with a habit of reason, this is what could be the problem. If you're a person of a habit of reasoning skills, which are a natural skill set to use in a lot of functions, but not for this. To try and figure out how things are going to happen, or do I have the means to get married in Hawaii? Do I have the means to have the time off? Do I have the means to afford it? They are not the fabric of what you should focus on. Your only intent is to focus on the end, already being married, coming home from the honeymoon. That's after and presupposes all of the experience, which you're not involved with because that would be how if you were involved with that. You're coming home after. If you long to escape from your present sense fixation, to transform your present life into a dream of what might well be, you need but imagine that you are already what you want to be and to feel the way you would expect to feel under such circumstances. Like the make-believe of a child who is remaking the world after its own heart. Create your world out of pure dreams of fancy. Use your imagination. What is it you want to experience? Pure fancy. Pure dreams of fancy. Mentally enter into your dreams. Mentally do what you would actually do were it physically true. Mentally enter into your dream and mentally do what you would actually do were it physically true. What would you be doing? That's all you need. What you just did. What would you be doing? Mentally enter into your dream. Mentally do what you would actually do were it physically true. Nice. Then you'd celebrate. You'd high five. You'd hug. That wasn't so difficult. You just did it. You just did it. It's not new. You've been doing it all along. That's what got you to your current self-concept, is by imagining. You wouldn't be even listening to this if you weren't and didn't have the power to imagine yourself where you are right now. You will discover that dreams are realized not by the rich, but by the imaginative. Most powerful sentence. You will discover that dreams are realized not by the rich, but by the imaginative. Anybody who thinks that somebody else's skill to do this imagination lovingly for yourself, or to manifest for yourself, or to manifest your ex back, or your new relationship. Anybody who thinks who someone else can do it, but I can't. No, it's not true one bit. You not only can do it, you have been doing it. That's exactly why you are in your exact position. You can imagine yourself into another position, one that is befitting of your dream image. Nothing stands between you and the fulfillment of your dreams but facts. And facts are the creations of imagining. Facts are out here in the world. If you can change your imagining, you will change the facts. I tell you. Man and his past are one continuous structure. This structure contains all of the facts which have been conserved and still operate below the threshold of his surface mind. For him, it is merely history. For him, it seems unalterable, a dead and firmly fixed past. But for itself, it is living. It is part of the living age. He cannot leave behind him the mistakes of the past, for nothing disappears. Everything that has been is still in existence. The past still exists, and it gives and still gives its results. Man must go back in memory, seek for and destroy the causes of evil, however far back they lie. This is a very important part of this whole equation. Your past is created from your present. Your future is created from your present. Everything is coming out of your now. All experience is happening right here and right here only. But you have this concrete image of your past that you must deal with. You have this concrete, kind of an airy image of your potential future, but it's still the same level of this because they're not here. If they're not here, these both are equal illusion. But this one here seems like it's full of anchors holding you back. You're giving away the power of your now to this thing that actually literally doesn't exist, but for the sake of fixing this, we have to deal with the concept of the past through the art of revision. Because you're creating these events you think happened in your past, you're doing them dynamically in your now. This is more advanced, what I'm talking about right now. This is more of the advanced level. So we're going to bring it back to deal with the past on this level of introductory understanding. It's all coming out of your now, but it still doesn't mean that the past doesn't have validity as far as what its contents are and how you can deal with them effectively. And that's through the art of revision. That's why he says everything that has been is still in existence, because it's still coming from you dynamically out of your now. The past still exists, and it gives and still gives its results. Man must go back in memory, seek for and destroy the causes of evil. Remember, evil is a word that means missing the mark, causing you to miss the mark. Whatever the causes are in your past, we must go back, search in memory, seek for and destroy the causes of evil, however far back they lie. This going into the past and replaying a scene of the past in imagination as it ought to have been played the first time, I call revision. And revision results in repeal. There is nothing more effective than this. It is the best way to deal. Now, I took you down the advanced road in understanding that this is coming from your now. This is coming from your now. It behooves you to understand your now, obviously, because that's what creates these two places. And if there's experiences or events here in this bubble, you must, when you do revision, all you're doing is recreating your now perspective of this. Revision is just recreating, because all you ever are is a being of creation. You're an engine of creation. You are an infinite engine of imaginative creation, never ending. I am is always. I am is. You are I am. This is just another form of creativity. Again, I'm going from the introductory concept and I'm taking it to advanced real fast, then I'm snapping it back like a rubber band and get us back on the same page that we are using revision to change our past. It's a dynamic concept that we're using our now to flexibly move about. It's very beneficial. Results in repeal. Changing your life means changing your past. The causes of any present evil are the unrevised scenes of the past. The past and the present form the whole structure of man. They are carrying all of its contents with it. Any alteration of content will result in an alteration in the present and future. I just said, everything's now. Everything that you change changes both the past and the future because you changed now. Once you change your thinking, you change everything that comes out of you. Everything's coming from you. Everything is you pushed out. Everyone is you pushed out. When you say you, it's me, myself, and I. Everything is you pushed out means it's coming from you. You change the past, you're pointing at it, pointing at the future. You change one thing here about the past, you change this too. It's automatic because you're changing your imagination and your creativity. Repeating this small paragraph. Changing your life means changing your past. The causes of any present evil are the unrevised scenes of the past. Unrevised scenes of the past. The past and present form the whole structure of man. The past and present form the whole structure of man, right here. They are carrying all of its contents with it. Any alteration of content will result in an alteration in the present. Any alteration of content will result in a change, in an alteration in the present and the future. When you change here and here. The past and the present form the whole structure of man. They are carrying all the contents with it. Any alteration of content will result in an alteration in the present and the future. Boom, boom, instant. Live nobly so that mind can live nobly so that mind can store a past well worthy of recall. Should you fail to do so, remember, the first act of correction or cure is always revise. Can't be stressed enough. Revision is magic. As I said before, Neville, he could have stopped talking after he gave all of his lectures and on the subject of revision, and after writing this book about revision right here, he didn't need to say another word. It was all we needed. It was really literally It's like the crown jewel of Neville's materials revision, I think. There's a lot of jewels, excuse me. I know I just stepped on some toes, but man, oh man, revision will free your mind. If the past is recreated into the present, so will the revised past be recreated into the present. Or else the claim, though your sins are like scarlet, they shall be as white as snow, is a lie. And it is no lie. The purpose of the story-to-story commentary that follows is to link up as briefly as possible the distinct but never disconnected themes of the 14 chapters into which I have divided the first part of this book. It will serve, I hope, as a thread of coherent thought that binds the whole into proof of its claim. Imagining creates reality. To make such a claim is easily done. To prove it in the experience of others is far sterner. To stir you to use the law constructively in your own life, that is the aim of this book. End of chapter 1. Wow, wow, wow. There are so many gems in this first chapter. What was your favorite? Which part did you like the most? Because there are some goodies in here. Oh my gosh. I really like my favorite. Live nobly so that mind can store a past worthy of recall. Should you fail to do so, hey, no worries, I'm here for experience. Remember, the first act of correction or cure is always revise. First, live nobly so that mind can store a past well worthy of recall. Should you fail to do so, let's say you didn't do that so far. Remember, the first act of correction or cure is always revise. Remember the movie Aliens and Cowboys, when he says, God doesn't care who you were, He only cares who you are. It's a wonderful, wonderful quote. What a wonderful chapter. Oh my goodness. So many amazing things. And I'm looking forward to all these chapters. So we've got 14 more to go, I believe it is. Yes, 14 more chapters. What kind of wonders are we going to behold? We're going to see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise. Chapter 2, Dwell Therein. My God, I heard this day that none doth build a stately habitation, but he that means to dwell therein. What house more stately hath there been, or can be, than is man, to whose creation all things are in decay? George Herbert. I wish it were true of man's noble dreams, but unfortunately, perpetual construction, deferred occupancy, is a common fault of man. Why build a stately habitation unless you intend to dwell therein? Why build a dream house and not dwell therein? This is the secret of those who lie in bed awake while they dream things true. They know how to live in their dream until, in fact, they do just that. Man, through the medium of a controlled waking dream, can predetermine his future. What a wonderfully delicious, tasty sentence. Man, through the medium of a controlled waking dream, can predetermine his future. That imaginal activity of living in the feeling of the wish fulfilled leads man across a bridge of incident to the fulfillment of the dream. If we live in the dream, thinking from it and not of it, then the creative power of imagining will answer our adventurous fancy, and the wish fulfilled will break in upon us and take us unawares. Let me clean that sentence. If we live in the dream, thinking from it and not of it, then the creative power of imagining will answer our adventurous fancy, and the wish fulfilled will break in upon us and take us unawares. Oh, it's wonderful. The bridge of incidents. Where is it coming from? Man is all imagination. Therefore, man must be where he is in imagination. For his imagination is himself. To realize that imagination is not something tied to the senses or enclosed within the spatial boundary of the body is most important. Although man moves about in space by movement of his physical body, he need not be so restricted. He can move by a change in what he is aware of. However real the scene on which the sight rests, man can gaze on one never before witnessed. He can always remove the mountain if it upsets his concept of what life ought to be. This ability to mentally move from things as they are to things as they ought to be is one of the most important discoveries that man can make. It reveals man as a center of imagining with powers of intervention which enable him to alter the course of observed events, moving from success to success through a series of mental transformations of nature, of others and himself. Tasty venison. Man, oh man, a festation. All right. For many years, a doctor and his wife dreamed about their stately habitation. But not until they imaginatively lived in it did they manifest it. Here is their story. I love these examples. Every one of them is so juicy. Here we go. Some 15 years ago, Mrs. M and I purchased a lot on which we built a 2-story building housing our office and living area. We left ample space on the lot for an apartment building if and when our finances would permit. All those years we were busy paying off our mortgage, and at the end of that time had no money for the additional building we still desired so much. It was true that we had an ample savings account, which meant security for our business, but to use any part of it for any new building would be to jeopardize that security. But now your teaching to Neville awakened a new concept, boldly telling us we could have what we most desired through the controlled use of our imagination, and that realizing a desire was made more convincing without money. We decided to put it to a test, to forget about money, and concentrate our attention on the thing we desired most in this world, the new apartment building. With this principle in mind, we mentally constructed the new building as we wanted it, actually drawing physical plans so we could better formulate our mental picture of the completed structure. Never forgetting to think from the end, in our case, the completed occupied building, in parentheses, we took many imaginative trips through our apartment house, renting the units to imaginary tenants, examining in detail every room, and enjoying the feeling of pride as friends offered congratulations on the unique planning. We brought into our imaginal scene one friend in particular. I shall call her Mrs. X, in parentheses, a lady we had not seen for some time as she had given us up socially, believing us a bit peculiar in our new way of thinking. That might be the case for you once you start using your imagination lovingly. Some people don't want to be involved because they don't want to take the responsibility for their thinking. When you start telling them they can think better and have more, do they not want to take responsibility? Sometimes no. And they will give up you socially. And you know what? So what? What you gain will be much. In our imaginal scene, we took her through the building and asked how she liked it. Hearing her voice distinctly, we had her reply, "Doctor, I think it is beautiful." One day while talking together of our building, my wife mentioned a contractor who had constructed several apartment houses in our neighborhood. We knew of him only by the name that appeared on signs adjacent to buildings under construction. But realizing that if we were living in the end, we would not be looking for a contractor, we promptly forgot this angle. Remember, they reminded themselves, don't be involved with how. Forget about the how, period. Continuing these periods of daily imagining for several weeks, we both felt we were now fused with our desire and had successfully been living in the end. One day, a stranger entered our office and identified himself as the contractor whose name my wife had mentioned weeks before. In an apologetic manner, he said, "I don't know why I stopped here. I normally don't go to see people, but rather people come to see me." He explained that he passed our office often and had wondered why there wasn't an apartment building on the corner lot. We assured him we would like very much to have such a building there, but that we had no money to put into the project, not even the few $100s it would take for plans. Our negative response did not faze him, and seemingly compelled, he began to figure and devise ways and means to carry out the job, unasked and unencouraged by us. Forgetting the incident, we were quite startled when a few days later this man called, informing us that plans were completed and that the proposed building would cost us $30,000. We thanked him politely and did absolutely nothing. We knew we had been living imaginatively in the end of a completed building, and that imagination would assemble that building perfectly without any outside assistance from us. They're making their own terms. That is okay to do. You don't have to be concerned with the how at all. Period. Full stop. So, we were not surprised when the contractor called again the next day to say he had found a set of blueprints in his files that fitted our needs perfectly with a few alterations. This, we were informed, would save us the architect's fees for the new plans. We thanked him again and still did nothing. Logical thinkers would insist that such a negative response from prospective customers would completely end the matter. Instead, 2 days later, the contractor again called with the news that he had located a finance company willing to cover the necessary loan with the exception of a few $1,000s. It sounds incredible, but we still did nothing. For, remember, to us, this building was completed and rented, and in our imagination, we had not put one penny into its construction. The balance of this tale reads like a sequel to Alice in Wonderland, for the contractor came to our office the next day and said, as though presenting us with a gift, "You people are going to have that new building anyway. I've decided to finance the balance of the loan myself. If this is agreeable, I'll have my lawyer draw up the papers and you can pay me back out of net profits from rentals." This time we did do something. We signed the papers and construction began immediately. Most of the apartment units were rented before final completion, and all but one occupied the day of completion. We were so thrilled by the seemingly miraculous events of the past few months that for a while we didn't understand this seeming flaw in our imaginal picture. But knowing what we had already accomplished through the power of imagining, we immediately conceived another imaginal scene. It's okay to revise your imagining while in course. There's nothing wrong with that. By knowing what we had already accomplished through the power of imagining, we immediately conceived another imaginal scene, and in it, this time, instead of showing the party through the unit and hearing the words, "We'll take it," we ourselves, in imagination, visited tenants who had already moved into that apartment. Instead of hearing the "we'll take it," they went post, hearing somebody talking. They're already in and occupying the apartment, the one that was left unoccupied at day of opening. We allowed them to show us through the rooms and heard their pleased and satisfied comments. 3 days later, the apartment was rented. Our original imaginary drama had objectified itself in every detail save one. And that one became a reality when 1 month later, our friend, Mrs. X, surprised us with a long overdue visit, expressing her desire to see our new building. Gladly, we took her through, and at the end of the tour, heard her speak the line when we had heard her speak the line we had heard in our imagination so many weeks before. As with emphasis on each word, she said, "Doctor, I think it is beautiful." Our dream of 15 years was realized. And we know now that it could have been realized any time within those 15 years. If we had known the secret of imagining and how to live in the end of desire. But now it was realized. Our one big desire was objectified. And we did not put 1 penny of our money into it. Dr. M. What a wonderful, wonderful story. Anybody can imagine that in any time, in any part of the world, period. There is no limitation whatsoever. If you've heard this through this video and you heard that testimonial, anybody can do that. And they did. And all they learned was from Neville how to live in the end. Through the medium of a dream, a controlled waking dream, the doctor and his wife created reality. They learned how to live in their dream house as, in fact, now they do. Although help seemingly came from without, the course of events was ultimately determined by the imaginal activity of the doctor and his wife. The participants were drawn into their imaginal drama because it was dramatically necessary that they should be. Their imaginal structure demanded it. Their imaginal structure demanded it. All things by a law divine in one another's being mingle. What a wonderful, wonderful story. Oh my gosh. The following story illustrates the way in which a lady prepared her stately habitation by imaginatively sleeping in it or dwelling therein. A few months ago, my husband decided to place our home on the market. The main object for the move, which we had discussed many times, was to find a home large enough for the two of us, my mother and my aunt. The two of us, my mother and my aunt. There's 4. In addition to 10 cats, 3 dogs, and 1 parakeet. Wow. Believe it or not, the contemplated move was my husband's idea, as he loved my mother and aunt and said I was at their house most of the time anyway, so why not live together and pay 1 tax bill? I liked the idea tremendously, but I knew that this new home would have to be something very special in size, location, and arrangement, and I insisted on privacy for all concerned. So at the moment, I was undecided whether to sell our present home or not. But I didn't argue, as I knew quite well from past experience with imagining that our house would never sell until I stopped sleeping in it. 2 months and 4 or 5 real estate brokers later, my husband had given up on the sale of our house, and so had the brokers. At this point, I had convinced myself I now wanted the change, so for 4 nights in my imagination, I went to sleep in the kind of home I would like to own. On the 5th day, my husband had an appointment at a friend's home, and while there met a stranger who just happened to be looking for a house in the hills. He was, of course, brought swiftly back to see our house, which he walked through once and liked, and said, "I'll buy it." This didn't make us very popular with the brokers, but that was all right with me, as I was happy to see the broker's commission in the family. We moved within 10 days and stayed with my mother while looking for our new house. We listed our requirements with every agent on the Sunset Strip only because I wouldn't move out of the area. They're looking for their new house. We listed our requirements with every agent on the Sunset Strip only, and each of them, without exception, informed us we were both mad. It was entirely possible, they said, to find an older home of English style with 2 separate living rooms, separate apartments, a library, and built on a flat knoll with enough ground space and to fence for large dogs and located in one particular area. When we told them the price we would pay for this house, they just looked sad. Ah, realtors. I said that wasn't all we wanted. We wanted wood paneling all through the house, a huge fireplace, a magnificent view and seclusion, no close neighbors, please. At this point, the lady agent would giggle and remind me that there was no such house. But if there were, they would realize 5 times what they were willing to pay. That this couple was willing to pay. But I knew there was such a house because my imagination had been sleeping in it. And if I am my imagination, then I had been sleeping in it. By the second week, we had exhausted 5 real estate agents, or offices. And the gentleman in the 6th office was looking a little wild when one of his partners, who had not spoken until then, said, "Why don't you show him the place up Kings Road?" A third partner in the office laughed sourly and said, "That property isn't even listed. And besides, the old lady would throw you off the property. She's got 2 acres up there, and you know she wouldn't split." Well, I didn't know what she wouldn't split, but my interest had been aroused by the street name, for I liked that particular area best of all. So I asked, why not just take a look anyway for laughs? As we drove up the street and turned off on a private road, we approached a large 2-story house built of redwood and brick. English in appearance, surrounded by tall trees and sitting alone and aloof on its own knoll, viewing the city below from all of its many windows. I felt a peculiar excitement as we walked to the front door and were greeted by a lovely woman who graciously asked us in. I do not think I breathed for the next minute or two, for I had walked into the most exquisite room I had ever seen. Then solid redwood walls and the brick of a great fireplace rose to a height of 28 feet, terminating in an arched ceiling joined together by huge redwood beams. The room was straight out of Dickens, and I could almost hear Christmas carolers singing on the balcony of the upstairs dining room, which looked out over the living room. A great cathedral window gave a view of sky, mountains, and city far below, and the beautiful old redwood walls glowed in the sunlight. We were shown through a spacious apartment on the lower floor with connecting library, separate entrance, and separate patio. 2 staircases led upward to a long hall opening into 2 separated bedrooms and baths. And at the end of the hall was yes, a second living room, opening out onto a second patio screened by trees and redwood fencing. Built on 2 acres of beautifully landscaped grounds, I began to understand what the agent had meant by saying she wouldn't split, for on 1 acre stood a large swimming pool and pool house completely separated from the main house, but undoubtedly belonging to it. It did indeed seem to be an impossible situation, as we did not want 2 acres of highly taxable property, plus a swimming pool and a block away from the house. Before we left, I walked through that magnificent living room, once more going up the stairs to the dining room balcony. I turned and, looking down, saw my husband standing by the fireplace, pipe in hand, with an expression of perfect satisfaction on his face. She's imagining. I placed my hands on the balcony. Very, very important point. I placed my hands on the balcony railing and watched him for a moment. I'm pretty sure he had the pipe in hand literally in that moment. The main point here is she touched the balcony. I placed my hands on the balcony railing and watched him for a moment. When we were back in the real estate office, The 3 agents were ready to close for the day, but my husband detained them, saying, "Let's make her an offer anyway. Maybe she will split the property. What can we lose?" One agent left the office without a word. Another said, "The idea is ridiculous." The agent we had originally talked to said, "Forget it. It's a pipe dream." My husband is not easily annoyed, but when he is, there is no more a stubborn creature on earth. Let me repeat the sentence. The English makes a difference the way she wrote it versus the way I said it. My husband is not easily annoyed, but when he is, there is no more stubborn creature on earth. He was now annoyed. He sat down, slammed his hand on a desk, and roared, "It's your business to submit offers, isn't it?" They agreed that this was so, and finally promised to submit our offer on the property. We left, and that night, in my imagination, I stood on that dining room balcony and looked down at my husband standing by the fireplace. He looked up at me and said, "Well, honey, how do you like our new home?" I said, "I love it." I continued to see that beautiful room and my husband in it, and felt the balcony railing gripped in my hands until I fell asleep. Everything's right there. The next day, as we were having dinner in my mother's house, the telephone rang, and the agent, in an unbelieving voice, informed me that we had just purchased a house. The owner had split the property right down the middle, giving us the house and the acre it stood on for the price we offered. JRB. Remember, if someone is out there doing it, there is no reason why it's not you doing it, except your own wonderful human imagination. It's the only thing holding you from you experiencing it versus someone else experiencing it. All his creations are done. Every single creation's already done. Here's you without the house. Here's you in the house. That creation comes into objective fact once you have a desire for it. All you're doing is convincing your 3D self of that fact. It's factified. My made up word. The factification is literally waiting on you. What a wonderful testimonial. Very important point. While she fell asleep holding the rail. Very, very important point. When I do my imaginings, and I was mentioning when I see homeless people off the freeway or at an intersection, and I'm shaking their hand and I'm high-fiving them, that touch has a lot to do with a lot. Just remember that touching is very important in your imaginal scene. Touching has a lot and goes a long way. Dreamers often lie in bed awake while they do dream things true. One must adopt either the way of imagination or the way of sense. No compromise or neutrality is possible. He who is not for me is against me. He who is not for me is against me. When man finally identifies himself with his imagination rather than his senses, he has at long last discovered the core of reality. I have often been warned by self-styled realists that man will never realize his dream by simply imagining that it is already here. Yet man can realize his dream by simply imagining that it is already here. That is exactly what this collection of stories proves. If only men were prepared to live imaginatively in the feeling of the wish fulfilled, advancing confidently in their controlled waking dream, then the power of imagining would answer their adventurous fancy, and the wish fulfilled would break in upon them and take them unawares. Nothing is more continuously wonderful than the things that happen every day to the man with imagination, sufficiently awake to realize their wonder. Repeating the sentence, nothing is more continuously wonderful than the things that happen every day to the man with imagination, sufficiently awake to realize their wonder. Observe your imaginal activities. Imagine better than the best you know, and create a better world for yourself and others. Live as though the wish had come, even though it is yet to come. And you will shorten the period of waiting. The world is imaginal, not mechanistic. Imaginal acts, not blind fate, determine the course of history. Goodness gracious, what a chapter. Oh my gosh. Everything in there is wonderful. Everything. Those 2 testimonials are mind-blowing. Just imagining my favorite. I have a couple favorites. One of them, all things by a law divine, in one another's being, in one another's being mingle. All things by a law divine, in one another's being mingle. We don't realize where the bridge of incidents will come from, nor should we ever be concerned. When we imagine it, it will be because you made it already. You already made it once you had the desire for the marriage, for the family, for the responsibility, for the husband. You already made it once you had created the desire. You and him are one, so it's you creating the desire. It's okay to take responsibility here. It's not a big deal. Now you're making the impression, slowly but surely. It could be fast also. The concept is already a fact. It's okay to imagine lovingly for your own new experience. In another's being mingle means this bridge of incidents, once you make this impression, this bridge of incidents that makes this objectification a reality for you will be brought to bear by others, and you won't even have to ask anybody to do or lift a finger. They just do it. The contractor showed up. He wanted to build it for a small fee, then a smaller fee. Then he found financing. I mean, hello? They didn't lift a finger. They didn't put in a penny. Keep that in mind as you are imagining. It doesn't cost you anything. Number 1, to imagine. Number 2, it doesn't cost you anything to have the imagining become reality. Doesn't cost you. It doesn't even cost you sweat. Literally, it doesn't even cost you sweat. There's no pounding steaks on the railroad all day over here. No work required. That's my favorite part also. I think I had another favorite part. There's so many in here. Oh my gosh. I think my second one, if I didn't mention it, I continued to see that beautiful room and my husband in it, and felt the balcony railing gripped in my hands until I fell asleep. Once you do it once about anything at all, it's going to make you so happy. You're going to be happy when you go to bed. You're going to be happy when you take your nap. It doesn't matter for the big stuff. Try the small stuff first. Get this under your belt. Just do this or do that. Do the cup of coffee. Do the free meal. Do whatever. Do the parking space while you're driving. Just take that chapter in, man. That's really good stuff. And that's Neville trying to show us, hey, the law works. Here's some proof. All right. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, Chapter 3, Turn the Wheel Backward. Oh, let your strong imagination turn the great wheel backward until Troy unburn. All life is, throughout the ages, nothing but the continuing solution of a continuous synthetic problem. H.G. Wells. The perfectly stable or static state is always unattainable. The end attained objectively always realizes more than the end the individual originally had in view. This, in turn, creates a new situation of inner conflict, needing novel solutions to force man along the path of creative evolution. His touch is infinite and lends a yonder to all ends. Today's events are bound to disturb yesterday's established order. The creatively active imagination invariably unsettles a pre-existing peace of mind. Very true. The creatively active imagination is definitely going to disturb the apple cart because it's going to think of new ways. The question may arise as to how, by representing others to ourselves as better than they really were, or mentally rewriting a letter to make it conform to our wish, or by revising the scene of an accident, the interview with the employer, and so on, could change what seems to be the unalterable facts of the past. But remember, my claims for imagining. Imagining creates reality. Imagining creates reality. Period. If you're here on this channel, you have to understand that that is the facts, Jack. Imagining creates reality. Everything you want to do when it comes to manifesting or creating for yourself or making your life better or revising your past to make it better, everything has to do with that one red pill right there. Imagining creates reality is the baseline of everything you're going to do with this knowledge. A lot of responsibility, I know, but the sooner you can understand that one and accept it, the sooner you're going to get on with the killing here. You're going to kill it. You're just going to kill it, meaning you're going to get everything you want. Literally. Literally. What it makes, it can unmake the imagination. It is not only conservative, building a life from images supplied by memory, it is also creatively transformative, altering a theme already in being. The parable of the unjust steward gives the answer to this question. We can alter our world by means of a certain illegal, imaginal practice, by means of a mental falsification of the facts. That is, by means of a certain intentional, imaginal alteration of that which we have experienced. All this is done in one's own imagination. This is a form of falsehood which not only is not condemned, but is actually approved in the gospel teaching. By means of such a falsehood, a man destroys the causes of evil and acquires friends, and on the strength of this revision proves, judging by the high praise the unjust steward received from his master, that he is deserving of confidence. Because imagining creates reality, we can carry revision to the extreme and revise a scene that would be otherwise unforgivable. We learn to distinguish between man, who is all imagination, and those states into which he may enter. An unjust steward looking at another's distress will represent the other to himself as he ought to be seen. Let me repeat that sentence. An unjust steward looking at another's distress. Remember, you're going to go pour the oil on the wounds. An unjust steward looking at another's distress will represent the other to himself as he ought to be seen. Were he himself in need, he would enter his dream in his imagination and imagine what he would see and how things would seem and how people would act. After these things should be, then in this state he would fall asleep, feeling the way he would expect to feel under such circumstances. Would that all the Lord's people were unjust stewards, mentally falsifying the facts of life to deliver individuals forevermore. That would be amazing. We would all be lifting each other up. I want to be a pilot. Great, you're a pilot. I see you flying the most wonderful planes. I want to be a fighter pilot in the Navy. Oh, that's amazing. I see you as a fighter pilot in the Navy. You're going to do such an amazing, incredible job. You're going to love it. I'm glad to see you at what you want to be. For the imaginal change goes forward until at length the altered pattern is realized on the heights of attainment. Our future is our imaginal activity in its creative march. Our future is our imaginal activity in its creative march. Imagine better than the best you know. Very, very important sentence. To revise the past is to reconstruct it with new content. Man should daily relive the day as he wished he had lived it, revising the scenes to make them conform to his ideals. For instance, suppose today's mail brought disappointing news. Revise the letter. Mentally rewrite it and make it conform to the news you wish you had received. Then, in imagination, read the revised letter over and over again, and this will arouse the feelings of naturalness. And imaginal acts become facts as soon as we feel natural in the act. It's all right there. Mentally rewrite it. It doesn't matter if it's a letter or if it's a scene that you were experiencing with somebody, with your ex, with your current, with whatever. Mentally rewrite it and make it conform to the news you wish you had received. Then, in imagination, read the revised letter over and over again. Replay the revised scene over and over again. It's the same thing. And this will arouse the feeling of naturalness. And imaginal acts become facts as soon as we feel natural in the act. Once it feels natural and normal. This is the essence of revision, and revision results in repeal. This is exactly what FB did. Here's FB's testimonial. Late in July, I wrote to a real estate agent of my desire to sell a piece of land which had been a financial burden to me. His negative reply listed all the reasons why sales were at a standstill in that area, and he forecast a bleak period of waiting until after the first of the year. I received his letter on a Tuesday, and in my imagination, I rewrote it with words indicating that the agent was eager to take my listing. I read this revised letter over and over again, and I extended my imaginal drama using your theme of the four mighty ones of our imagination. Remember, the producer, the author, the director, the actor. From your book, Seed Time and Harvest. The producer, the author, the director, and the actor. Excuse me. I don't really ever read ahead. In my imaginal scene as a producer, I suggested the theme, the lot is sold for a profit. As the author, I wrote this simple scene which to me implied fulfillment. Standing in the real estate office, I extended my hand to the agent and said, "Thank you, sir." And he replied, "It was a pleasure doing business with you." As director, I rehearsed myself as actor until that scene was vividly real. And I felt the relief which would be mine if the burden was really lifted. 3 days later, the agent I had originally written phoned me saying he had a deposit for my lot at the price I had specified. I signed the papers in his office the next day, extended my hand and said, "Thank you, sir." Then the agent replied, "It was a pleasure doing business with you." 5 days later, I had constructed and enacted an imaginal scene. It became a physical reality and was played word for word just as I had heard it in my imagination. The feeling of relief and joy came not so much from selling the property, but from the incontrovertible proof my imagined drama worked. Incontrovertible proof that my imagined drama worked. Wonderful testimonial. If the thing accomplished were all, how futile. But FB discovered a power within himself that can consciously create circumstances. This is what we're doing here together. We are discovering the power and we're going to wield it consciously for ourselves. We're going to benefit everybody in our life tremendously when we become conscious co-creators with all that is God I am. That's what we are doing here together. By mentally falsifying the facts of life, man moves from passive reaction to active creation. This breaks the wheel of recurrence and builds a cumulatively enlarging future. If man does not always create in the full sense of the word, it is because he is not faithful to his vision, or else he thinks of what he wants rather than from his wish fulfilled. Man is such an extraordinary synthesis, partly tied by his senses and partly free to dream, that his internal conflicts are perennial. The state of conflict in the individual is expressed in society. Life is a romantic adventure. To live creatively, imagining novel solutions to ever more complex problems, is far nobler to restrain or kill out desire. Life is a romantic adventure. Let me repeat. To live creatively, imagining novel solutions to ever more complex problems, is far nobler than to restrain or kill our desire. All that is desired can be imagined into existence. All that is desired can be imagined into existence. Wouldst thou be in a dream and yet not sleep? Try to revise your day every night before falling asleep. Try to visualize clearly and enter into the revised scene, which would be the imaginal solution of your problem. The revised imaginal structure may have a great influence on others, but that is not your concern. You must put this to work, put it to practice. It's not your concern. Upon whomever else, it has an impact. We are trying to get this practice moving. The revised imaginal structure may have a great influence on others. Of course, we know it's going to, but that is not your concern, all right? Put that aside for now. We want to get this working and understand the processes here. The other, influenced in the following story, is profoundly grateful for that influence. LSE, the initials, writes the following. Last August, while on a blind date, I met the man I wanted to marry. This happens sometimes, and it happened to me. He was everything I had ever thought of as desirable in a husband. 2 days after this enchanted evening, it was necessary for me to change my place of residence because of my work. And that same week, the mutual friend who had introduced me to this man moved away from the city. I realized that the man I had met probably did not know my address, and frankly, I was not sure he knew my name. After your last lecture, I spoke to you of this situation. Although I had plenty of other dates, I could not forget this one man. Your lecture was based on revising our day. And after speaking to you, I determined to revise my day every day. Before going to sleep that night, I felt I was in a different bed in my home as a married woman and not as a single working girl, sharing an apartment with 3 other girls. I twisted an imaginary wedding band on my imaginary left hand here, saying over and over to myself, "This is wonderful. I really am Mrs. J.E." And I fell asleep in what was, a moment before, a waking dream. I repeated this imaginary scene for 1 month, night after night. Okay, 1 month. What is that? 4 1/3 weeks, technically on the calendar. 4 1/3 weeks, 1 month. She repeated this 4 weeks. How long would you repeat an imaginary scene to get your desire? Do you desire to be married? Do you desire to be out of debt? No debt? Own a house? Do you desire to be healthy? Skipping along on the sidewalk like you did when you were a kid? What is your desire? Are you willing to put in 4 weeks of falling asleep with the imagined scene on your mind as you drift into sleep? Are you willing to do that much work? That doesn't sound like a lot of work. I repeated this imaginary scene for 1 month, night after night. The first week in October, he found me. On our second date, I knew my dreams were rightly placed. Your teaching tells us to live in the end of our desire until that desire becomes fact. So although I did not know how he felt towards me, I continued night after night, living in the feeling of my dream realized. The results. In November, he proposed. In January, we announced our engagement, and the following May, we were married. The loveliest part of it all, however, is that I am happier than I've ever dreamed possible. And I know in my heart, he is too. Mrs. J.E. That is a wonderful, wonderful testimonial. Oh my gosh. Do not give up. Do not stop. Continue, persist, consistently, persistently. Keep at it. By using her imagination radically instead of conservatively, by building her world out of pure dreams of fancy, rather than using images supplied by memory, she brought about the fulfillment of her dream. Common sense would have used images supplied by her memory and thereby perpetuated the fact of lack in her life. That's common sense. We don't want to be involved in common sense. Common sense is out here in the world. Imagination created what she desired out of a dream of fancy. Everyone must live wholly on the level of imagination, and it must be consciously and deliberately undertaken. Lovers and madmen have such seething brains, such shaping fantasies that apprehend more than cool reason over comprehends. If our time in revision be well spent, we need not worry about results. Our fondest hopes will be realized. Art thou real, earth? Am I? In whose dream do we exist? That is very, very true. Just sit with that for a minute. Art that real, earth? Am I? In whose dream do we exist? I ask you to ask that. In whose dream do we exist? I'll put it forth just for the fun of it. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. We are the dreaming selves of the dreamer. The dreamer and the dream are one. The dreamer is greater than the dream. You're only in a dream. Why not imagine? If this is a dream anyway, a waking dream that you claim as your awake self, and then you talk about your dreaming self as if it's crazy, while you're there, you're pointing at this waking self as the dream. Where's the dream? Just because you think you're awake, it's not a dream? Oh, I'm here to tell you, it's definitely a dream. So go ahead and dream big, dream nobly, then imagine it as you're falling asleep back to your other dreaming self. I don't want to muddy the waters too greatly here, but the dreams are important. Dream big, imagine the dream as a real fact as you're falling asleep. Simple, simple, simple. In whose dream do we exist? There is no inevitable permanence in anything. Both past and present continue to exist only because they are sustained by imagining on some level or other. And a radical transformation of life is always possible by man revising the undesirable part of it. Beautiful. Soak that one in. In his letter, Mr. R.S. questions this subject of influence. During your current series of lectures, trouble developed with collections on one of my trust deeds. The security, a house and lot, was neglected and run down. The owners were apparently spending their money in bars while their two little girls, aged 9 and 11, were noticeably uncared for. However, forgetting appearances, I began to revise the situation. In my imagination, I drove my wife past the property and said to her, "Isn't the yard beautiful? It's so neat and well cared for. Those people really show love for their home. This is one trust deed we will never have to worry about." I would see the house and lot as I wanted to see it. A place so lovely it gave me a warm glow of pleasure. Every time the thought of this property came to me, I repeated my imaginal scene. Even every time he came to it, not just driving by it. After I had been practicing this revision for some time, the woman who lived in the house had an automobile accident. While she was in the hospital, her husband disappeared. The children were cared for by neighbors, and I was tempted to visit the mother in the hospital to reassure her of assistance, if necessary. But how could I, when my imaginary scene implied that she and her family were happy, successful, and obviously contented? Then why would he go confirm the opposite? So I did nothing but my daily revision. He continued. He didn't go try and trouble at whatever the scab was or the wound. He went ahead and did the revision and continued in the revision, pouring oil over the wounds. So I did nothing but my daily revision. A short while after leaving the hospital, the woman and her two daughters disappeared also. Payments were sent in on the property, and a few months later, she reappeared with a wedding certificate and a new husband. At this writing, all payments are right up to date. The two little girls are obviously happy and well cared for, and a room has been added to the property by the owners, giving our trust deed additional security. It was mighty nice to solve my problem without threats, unkind words, eviction, or worry about the little girls. But was there something in my imagining that sent that woman to the hospital? RS. That is a good question, and we often feel heavily responsible as we take on this mode of activity. We feel heavily responsible. Oh my, what if I imagine something and it becomes negative to somebody else? That is an immediate thought. It was to me. I don't know about you. That definitely traveled through me, and I had to wrestle that one. I had to wrestle it and wrestle and wrestle it, because that's just the way I'm made up. It may not be the same for you. That's how it worked out with me. It's a tough one to wrestle. So let's hear what Neville says. Any imaginal activity acquiring intensity through our concentrated attention to clarity of the end desired tends to overflow into regions beyond where we are. Let me repeat. Any imaginal activity acquiring intensity through our concentrated attention to clarity of the end desired tends to overflow into regions beyond where we are. But we must leave it to take care of such imaginal activity itself. Never be concerned with the how. Period. It's all a dream. It's all a dream. Don't be concerned with the how in your dream. It is marvelously resourceful in adapting and adjusting means to realize itself. There it is. Once we think in terms of influence rather than of clarity of the end desired, the effort of imagination becomes an effort of will. And the great art of imagining is perverted into tyranny. You don't want to go that direction. The buried past usually lies deeper than our surface mind can plumb. Oh boy. But fortunately for this lady, she remembered and proved that the made past can also be unmade through revision. Talking about this next testimonial here. For 39 years, I had suffered from a weak back. The pain would increase and decrease, but would never leave completely. The condition had progressed to the point where I used medical treatment almost constantly. The doctor would put the hip right for a moment, but the pain would simply not go away. Let me repeat the sentence. I want to clean it up. The condition had progressed to the point where I used medical treatment almost constantly. The doctor would put the hip right for the moment, but the pain would simply not go away. One night I heard you speak of revision and wondered to myself if a condition of almost 40 years could be revised. I had remembered that at the age of 3 or 4 years, I had fallen backward from a very high swing and had been quite ill at that time because of a serious hip injury. From that time on, I had never been completely free from pain and had paid many a dollar to alleviate the condition to no avail. This year, during the month of August, the pain had become more intense, and one night I decided to test myself and attempt to revise that ancient accident which had been the cause of so much distress in pain and costly medical fees most of my adult life. Many nights passed before I could feel myself back to the age of childhood play. Many nights. How much effort would you put in? It took many nights for her to focus and revise and just get the practice moving, prime the pump, get the imagination moving. It took many nights passed before I could feel myself back to the age of childhood play. She's just trying to get to the age, first of all, for crying out loud. It could take you a minute or two. It's okay. Persist, persist, persist. This is probably one of the most important chapters we are covering in all this work. It is called, as a reminder, Turn the Wheel Backwards. Chapter 3, Law and the Promise. But I succeeded. One night I actually felt myself on the swing, feeling the rush of wind as the swing rose higher and higher. As the swing slowed down, I jumped forward, landing solidly and easily on my feet. In the imaginal action, I ran to my mother and insisted that she come watch what I could do. I did it again, jumping down from the swing and landing safely on my 2 feet. I repeated this imaginal act over and over until I fell asleep in the doing of it. Within 2 days, the pain in my back and hip began to recede, and within 2 months, pain no longer existed for me. A condition that had plagued me for more than 39 years, that had cost a small fortune in attempted cure, was no more. Signed, L.H. Everything happening is in your imagination, period. Remember, the present is your now. This is the only moment of power, where all the power is in your present. This little bubble over here, called your future, this little bubble over here, called your past, these are both illusions. They are illusions that we tend to invest in, especially when the past bubble of illusion seems to have put us into the current state we are in. It could be a self-concept. You could claim in your self-concept where you have limitations that you believe exist, you can claim that the past did it to you, thereby claiming victimship. And when you're in victimship, you're not really able to use your power a whole lot because you're giving away your power, which is here. You're giving it away to an illusion that exists out here. Out here. This gal, this lady, took her power back and practiced revision. She practiced until she could feel herself on that swing. I've done this with my childhood. I didn't even know it was important to do it, but I just started doing it, and I started to see some amazing, amazing imaginal scenes. My story has some tragedy and some trauma, and I just took these things for facts. I took these experiences for facts. I took them as my makeup, but I didn't realize until I revised myself personally that I could change the dynamic of what I was experiencing, of what I was actually having as a flexibility in nature, I guess. I thought it was a doom. I thought it was in myself personally, I can only speak for me. I thought I was being forced down this certain drain, this hole, that I couldn't do anything about it. Revision is the key. It is the key that will set you free. Anything that you, anything you think happened here didn't. You only think it happened here. You think it happened. So if you revise, you change completely what exists here. The contents of it changes. It changes you here, which changes you here. Then you go on to revise, and you go on to make that impression. Then you get the new expression. This is how imagination works, and we will master this together. This is my promise to you. We will lick this. But it is not as difficult as it seems. It only seems difficult because of habits of where you spend your time in your mind. But now you're going to spend it here in your present moment where all your power is. You're going to use that present moment, and you're going to make the impression that you want to make. You will move the needle, and you will become the expression of what you want to be. I am not married. I am single. I am not in a relationship. I want to be in a relationship. I want to be married. I want to have a family. I want to buy a new house. I want to have a wonderful career. Everything you want is available because of your imagination. It is how you use it that matters. We are going to become conscious co-creators with all that is. I am God. We're going to consciously co-create how He meant us to do that. He sent us and meant us to do and be for Him. That's all we're doing anyway in this great dream. The dreamer and the dream are one. The dreamer's greater than the dream. We are the dreamers, so we're greater than our dream, and we will construct our dream any damn well we please. And here we go. It is to the pruning shears of revision that we owe our prime fruit. Man and his past are one continuous structure. This structure contains all of the past which has been conserved and still operates below the threshold of his senses to influence the present and the future of his life. The whole is carrying all of its contents with it. Any alteration of content will result in an alteration in the present and the future. Any change here is going to change not only the present, but also the future. The first act of correction or cure is always revise. If the past can be recreated into the present, which she did on the swing, she recreated her past, and she landed safely on both her feet, brought her mommy over to watch her. Success. Pain gone. Pain gone here. Pain gone here. Pain gone here because of what she did here. If the past can be recreated into the present, so can the revised past. And thus the revised past appears within the very heart of her present life. Not fate, but a revised past brought her good fortune. This will free you. This is, I think, one of the most important pieces in all of Neville's work. Revision. If you're going to get anything down, get this one thing down. Makes me emotional. Not only because of my own challenges, but because I know that you're ready for this. You are ready. And I just want to be part of what's delivering the message. So we can lift. Okay. This is amazing, man. Make results and accomplishment the critical test of true imagination, and your confidence in the power of imagination to create reality will grow gradually from your experiments with revision confronted by experience. Very amazing sentence. Oh my gosh. Make results and accomplishment the crucial test of true imagination, and your confidence in the power of imagination to create reality will grow gradually from your experiments with revision confronted by experience. Only by this process of experiment can you realize the potential power of your awakened and controlled imagination. How much do you owe my master? He said, 100 measures of oil. And he said to him, take your bill and sit down quickly and write 50. This parable of the unjust steward urges us to mentally falsify the facts of life, to alter a theme already in being. By means of such imaginative falsehoods, a man acquires friends. As each day falls, mentally revise the facts of life and make them conform to events well worthy of recall. That's just that simple. Make the day something you want to remember, not something you have to remember or you resent or you regret remembering. Make it worthy of recall. What would have happened if you wanted to be worthy of recall? As each day falls, mentally revise the facts of life and make them conform to events well worthy of recall. Tomorrow we'll take up the altered pattern and go forward until at length it is realized on the height of attainment. The reader will find it worthwhile to follow these clues, imaginal constructions of scenes implying the wish fulfilled, and imaginative participation in these scenes until tones of reality are reached. We are dealing with the secret of imagining, in which man is seen awakening into a world completely subject to his imaginative power. Man can understand recurrence of events well enough, the building of a world from images supplied by memory, things remaining as they are. Man can understand recurrence of events well enough, things remaining as they are. This gives him a sense of security in the stability of things. However, the presence within him of a power which awakens and becomes what it wills, radically changing its form, its environment, and the circumstances of life, inspires in him a feeling of insecurity, a dreadful fear of the future. Now, it is high time to awake out of sleep and put an end to all the unlovely creations of sleeping man. Revise each day. Let your strong imagination turn the great will backward until Troy unburn. Excuse me. I definitely, have a tendency in this material to get emotionally with it. It's as if I'm trying. It's as if I'm not trying. I'm actually becoming the information. I'm becoming the information when I'm conveying it to you. I'm trying to land it. And to land it, sometimes the emotion is necessary. I want to land it so well that you actually viscerally, emotionally accept it and just try it. Just try and put it to use. This is by far one of the most important chapters. Whatever you do, you must listen to this again and again, or get the book and read it over and over and over, and then just try it. How long did she take when she got on the swing in her mind? How long did she take just to be able to get to being a child again in her memory? How long did that take? How long will you persist? Will you try it once? Will you try it twice and give up? This doesn't work. Why is everybody else good at this but me? Is that going to be your song? I hope not. Because it is doable. You can do this. This is by far one of the most important chapters, the last time I'll say it, that you could come across in all of this material. It must be tried, used, and you must be a professional at this. You must be good at this. You must, at least, if anything, in all this work, do this part, the revision, because it will free you from those shackles of the supposed past where you feel shackled up and held captive. This guy's a doozy. But you change that from this point of perspective when you revise. That gets rid of those, changes them, therefore this changes, therefore this changes. Therefore, your practice of making an impression starts to become easier. These blocks aren't stymieing up your production of this whole process. These blocks, whatever they are as kids, some of them were, in her case, was a painful back. The way she landed off the swing. But then she saw she did it successfully. Even an event like that can have such an impact on one's entire life. But where does it exist in her present? Only in this little bubble right here. And then right here. She changed it. She changed it here while she was falling asleep. And then boom, success. It disappears here. Successful landing. Her mother even witnesses. Successful landing here. That means in all of her futures, of which there could be many, in his house are many mansions, in all of her futures, successful landing is in her past. In all of her futures, in all those stately mansions, because his works are all done, every one of the pasts that exists in every single self-concept she changes into, all successful, every single one of those are going to have a past where she landed successfully. That's how powerful revision is. So whatever you're changing into here, single to married, you're going to change here from married to with children. You're going to change here from married with children into your new home with your spouse and children. All these are going to have that successful past once you practice revision. You practice revision, it changes everything. Everything changes. It will stay changed. You would have to make a really concerted effort to turn back. Now, I know the chapters turn the wheel backward, but we don't want to turn it back. We don't want to be like Lot's wife. Okay, repeating the opening paragraph. Opening the quote. Oh, let your strong imagination turn the great wheel backward until Troy unburn. See, now you can see what that means. All life is, throughout the ages, nothing but the continuing solution of a continuous synthetic problem. H.G. Wells. All right. Man, that was a great chapter. Amazing chapter. What was your favorite part? We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, Chapter 4, There is no fiction. The distinction between what is real and what is imaginary is not one that can be finally maintained. All existing things are, in an intelligible sense, imaginary. John S. Mackenzie. There is no fiction. If an imaginal activity can produce a physical effect, our physical world must be essentially imaginal. To prove this would require merely that we observe our imaginal activities and watch to see whether or not they produce corresponding external effects. If they do, then we must conclude that there is no fiction. Today's imaginal drama, fiction, becomes tomorrow's fact. If we had this wider view of causation, that causation is mental, not physical, that our mental states are causative of physical effects, then we would realize our responsibility as a creator and imagine only the best imaginable. Yes. Fable enacted as a sort of stage play in the mind is what causes the physical facts of life. Man believes that reality resides in the solid objects he sees around him. That is in this world that the drama of life originates. That events spring suddenly into existence, created moment by moment out of antecedent physical facts. Boy, oh boy, it's difficult enough just to pronounce what man believes, much less be there with that. Oh boy. But causation does not lie in the external world here. Causation does not lie in the external world of facts. The drama of life originates in the imagination of man. The real act of becoming takes place within man's imagination and not without. Within man's imagination, not without. The following stories could define causation as the assemblage of mental states which occurring creates that which the assemblage implies. The foreword from Walter Lord's A Night to Remember illustrates my claim. Imagining creates reality. Imagining creates reality. In 1898, a struggling author named Morgan Robertson concocted a novel about a fabulous Atlantic liner, far larger than any that had ever been built. Robertson loaded his ship with rich and complacent people and then wrecked it one cold April night on an iceberg. This somehow showed the futility of everything, and in fact, the book was called Futility when it appeared that year, published by the firm of M.F. Mansfield. Excuse me. 14 years later, a British shipping company named the White Star Line built a steamer remarkably like the one in Robertson's novel. The new liner was 66,000 tons displacement. Robertson's was 70,000 tons. The real ship was 882.5 feet long. The fictional one was 800 feet. Both could carry about 3,000 people, and both had enough lifeboats for only a fraction of this number. But then this didn't seem to matter because both were labeled unsinkable. On April 19, 1912, the real ship left Southampton on her maiden voyage to New York. Her cargo included a priceless copy of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam and a list of passengers collectively worth $250 million. On her way over, too, struck an iceberg and went down on a cold April night. Robertson called his ship the Titan. The White Star Line called its ship the Titanic. Had Morgan Robertson known that imagining creates reality, that today's fiction is tomorrow's fact, would he have written the novel Futility? In the moment of the tragic catastrophe, writes Schopenhauer, the conviction becomes more distinct to us than ever that life is a bad dream from which we have to awake. And the bad dream is caused by the imaginal activity of sleeping humanity. Imaginal activities may be remote from their manifestation and unobserved. Events are only appearance. Causation, as seen in this tragedy, is elsewhere in space-time. Far off from the scene of action, invisible to all, was Robertson's imaginal activity, like a scientist in a control room directing his guided missile through space-time. Who paints a picture, writes a play or book, which others read while he's asleep in bed? Oh, the other side of the world, when they overlook his page, the sleeper might as well be dead. What knows he of his distant unfelt life? What knows he of the thoughts his thoughts are raising? The life his life is giving, or the strife concerning him, some cavilling, some praising. Yet which is most alive, he who's asleep, or his quick spirit in some other place, or a score of other places that doth keep attention fixed and sleep from others chase? Which is the he that sleeps, or he that his own he can neither feel nor see? That his own he can neither feel nor see. Samuel Butler. Imaginative writers communicate not their vision of the world, but their attitudes which result in their vision. Just a short while before Catherine Mansfield died, she said to her friend Orridge, "There are in life as many aspects as attitudes towards it, and aspects change with attitudes. Could we change our attitude, we should not only see life differently. Could we change our attitude, we should see not only life differently, but life itself would come to be different. Life would undergo a change of appearance because we ourselves had undergone a change in attitude. Perception of a new pattern is what I call a creative attitude towards life." Prophets, wrote Blake, in the modern sense of the word, have never existed. Jonah was no prophet in the modern sense, for his prophecy of Nineveh failed. Every honest man is a prophet. He utters his opinion both on private and public matters. Thus, if you go on so, the result is so. He never says such a thing shall happen, let you do what you will. A prophet is a seer, not an arbitrary dictator. The function of the prophet is not to tell us when is inevitable, but to tell us what can be built up out of persistent imaginal activities. What can be built up out of persistent imaginal activities? The future is determined by the imaginal activities of humanity. Activities in their creative march, activities which can be seen in your dreams and the visions of your head as you lay in bed. End quote. Quote, would that all the Lord's people were prophets, end quote, in the true sense of the word, like this dancer who now, from the summit of his realized ideal, sights yet higher peaks that are to be scaled. After you have read this story, you will understand why he is so confident that he can predetermine any materialistic future he desires, and why he is equally sure that others give reality to what were otherwise a mere fragment of his imagination, that there exists and can exist nothing outside imagining on some level or another. Nothing continues in being save what imagining supports. The mind can make substance and people planets of its own with beings brighter than have been, and give a breath to forms which can outlive all flesh. Okay. As my story begins, at the age of 19, I was a mildly successful dancing teacher and continued in this static state for almost 5 years. At the end of this time, I met a young lady who talked me into attending your lectures. My thought, upon hearing you say, imagining creates reality, was that the entire idea was ridiculous. However, I decided to accept your challenge and disprove your thesis. I bought your book, Out of This World, and read it many times. Still unconvinced, I set myself a rather ambitious goal. My present position was as an instructor with the Arthur Murray Dance Studio, and my goal was to own a franchise and be the boss of an Arthur Murray studio myself. This seemed like the most unlikely thing in the world, as franchises were extremely difficult to secure, but on top of this fact, I was completely without the necessary funds to begin such an operation. Nevertheless, I assumed the feeling of my wish fulfilled as night after night in my imagination, I went to sleep managing my own studio. 3 weeks later, 3 weeks, that's 21 days. 3 weeks later, a friend of mine from Reno, Nevada, 3 weeks later, a friend called from Reno, Nevada. He had the Murray studio there and said it was too much for him to cope with alone. He offered me a partnership and I was delighted. So delighted, in fact, that I hastened to Reno on borrowed money and promptly forgot all about you and your story of imagination. My partner and I worked hard and were very successful, but after a year, I was still not satisfied. I wanted more. I began thinking of ways and means to get another studio. All my efforts failed. One night as I retired, I was restless and decided to read. As I looked through my collection of books, I noticed your slender volume, Out of This World. I thought of the silly nonsense I had gone through 1 year ago before getting my own studio. Getting my own studio! The words in my mind electrified me. I reread the book that night, and later in my imagination, I heard my superior praise the good job we had done in Reno and suggest we acquire a second studio, as he had a second location ready for us if we desired to expand. I reenacted this imaginal scene nightly without fail. Nightly without fail. Continuous. Don't just do it once. Don't just do it twice. Do it persistently. Consistently. 3 weeks from the first night of my imaginal drama, it materialized. 3 weeks, 21 days. How long would you take practicing this while you fall asleep? Would you take 3 weeks? 3 weeks from the first night of my imaginal drama, it materialized almost word for word. My partner accepted the new studio in Bakersfield, and I had the Reno studio alone. Excuse me. Now, I was convinced of the truth of your teaching, and never again will I forget. Now, I wanted to share this wonderful knowledge of imaginal power with my staff. I tried to tell them of the marvels they could accomplish, but I was unable to reach many, although one fantastic incident resulted from my efforts to tell this story. A young teacher told me he believed my story, but said it would have probably happened anyway in time. He insisted the entire theory was nonsense, but stated that if I could tell him something of an incredible nature that would actually happen and which he could witness, then he would believe. I accepted his challenge and conceived a truly fantastic test. The Reno studio is the most insignificant in the entire Murray, The Reno studio is the most insignificant in the entire Murray system because of all the small population county in the city itself. I must read again. The Reno studio is the most insignificant in the entire Murray system because of the small population count in the city itself. There are over 300 Murray studios in the country with much larger populations, therefore providing a greater possibilities to draw from. So my test was this. I told the teacher that within the next 3 months, at the time of a national dance convention, the Little Reno studio would be the foremost topic of conversation at that convention. He calmly stated this was quite impossible. That night when I retired, I felt myself standing before a tremendous audience. I was speaking on creative imagining and felt the nervousness of being before such a vast audience. But I also felt the wonderful sensation of audience acceptance. I heard the roar of applause, and as I left the stage, I saw Mr. Murray himself come forward and shake my hand. I reenacted this entire drama night after night. It began to take on the tones of reality, and I knew I had done it again. Once it takes on those tones of reality, once it takes on that naturalness, that feeling of, it's just like, it's as if you were just remembering the day you just experienced. That's the natural tone. It's in your memory as silky and smooth as it is. What you just experienced is a memory, silky and smooth. My imaginal drama materialized down to the last detail. My Little Reno studio was the talk of the convention, and I did appear on that stage just as I had done in my imagination. But even after this unbelievable but actual happening, the young teacher who threw me the challenge remained unconvinced. He said it all had happened too naturally, and he was sure it would have happened anyway. I did not mind his attitude because his challenge had given me another opportunity to prove, at least to myself, that imagining does create reality. From that time on, I continued with my ambition to own the largest Arthur Murray dance studio in the world. Night after night, in my imagination, I heard myself accepting a studio franchise for a great city. For a great city. Within 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Mr. Murray called me and offered a studio in a city of 1.5 million people. It is now my goal to make my studio the greatest and biggest in the entire system. And of course, I know it will be done through my imagination. E.O.L. Jr. The first 2 videos I saw on Neville Goddard was January 1st, 2022. And they were of this man who wrote this testimonial. Elmer Owen Locker Jr., I believe is his name. The grandfather of the man who runs the channel, David. I don't know his last name. But he didn't have his name out. The channel's always been under Elmer Locker. But when I saw these 2 videos of this testimonial, and when I first came from nowhere of Neville and saw him speaking and what the subject was in those first 2 videos on that channel, which I highly recommend you watch, especially if you're new to this. When I saw those 2 videos, those woke me up. Those 2 videos, I watched them back to back. They woke me up and snapped me out of something. And it was another story how I even got to those, how I even knew what to type into YouTube to find those 2 videos. That's a whole other story. I'll break that down later. But this man now was, I guess maybe in his 70s or 80s in these 2 videos. They're about 10 years old, I guess, from 2025 now, 10 or 11 years old. like on that channel, I think they're 10 years from when they were posted. When something grabs a hold of you and says, there's something here, you need to follow. It's like follow the white rabbit, right? Follow the white rabbit in the Matrix. So it's exactly what I did. I just followed, and I knew something was right. And then I did the ladder exercise, the what he said in the video about the ladder, and I did that right away. I did it that morning. It was 5 a.m. when I saw the videos. I was on a ladder by 9 o'clock that same morning, and now I didn't need any more proof of anything by anybody. There was a man who had studied with Neville, and that's all I needed to know first, and then to try it myself within only a handful of hours. I was already on a ladder. Do I need to be more convinced? I had already at that point spent 30 years in this field of you create your own reality. Steeped heavily in this field, teaching this field, but not really mastering it to this one last degree until I saw those 2 videos, and then I knew this was the right path, the right answer. There was something I was missing, and now I could say wonderfully that I have arrived. It is wonderful to be here. It wasn't easy, but this guy right here, Elmer O. Locker Jr., the grandfather of the current YouTube channel, this guy and his testimonial is on YouTube is what really sold it for me, what really convinced me of Neville thoroughly. I don't know if I would have found anything else. I'm just glad I found those 2 videos. There was maybe about on that channel, there might have been a couple dozen more videos, maybe 20 or 30 more videos at that point. This is how far back that is. Maybe there was more. It didn't seem like a lot though. But anyway, great testimonial. Wonderful, wonderful. Imagining, writes Douglas Fawcett, may be hard to grasp. Being Quicksilver-like, it vanishes into each of its metamorphoses and thereby displays its transformative magic. We must look beyond the physical fact for the imagining which has caused it. For 1 year, E.O.L. Jr. lost himself in his metamorphosis, but fortunately he remembered the silly nonsense he had gone through before getting his own studio and reread the book. Imaginal acts on the human level need a certain interval of time to develop, but imaginal acts, whether committed to print or locked in the bosom of a hermit, will realize themselves in time. Test yourself. If only out of curiosity, you will discover the profit is your own imagining, and you will know there is no fiction. We should never be certain that it was not some woman shredding in the winepress who began that subtle change in men's mind, or that the passion because of which so many countries were given to the sword did not begin in the mind of some shepherd boy, lighting up his eyes for a moment before it ran upon its way. That's William Butler Yeats. There is no fiction. Imagining fulfills itself in what our lives become. And now I have told you before it takes place, so that when it does take place, you may believe. The Greeks were right. The gods have come down to us in the likeness of men, but they have fallen asleep and do not realize the might they wield by their imaginal activities. Real are the dreams of gods, and smoothly pass their pleasure in a long, immortal dream. Dreamer and the dream are one. The dreamer is greater than the dream. E.B., an author, is fully aware that today's fiction can become tomorrow's fact. In this letter, she writes, "One spring, I completed a novelette, sold it, and forgot it. Not until many long months later did I sit down and nervously compare some facts in my fiction with some facts in my life. Please read a brief outline of my created story, then compare it with my personal experience. The heroine of my story took a vacation trip to Vermont, to the small city of Stowe, Vermont, to be exact. When she reached her destination, she was faced with such unpleasant behavior on the part of her companion that she either had to continue her lifetime pattern of allowing another's selfish demand dominate her, or to break that pattern and leave. She broke it and returned to New York. When she returned, and the story continues, events took shape in a proposal of marriage which she happily accepted. For my part in this tale, as small events evolved, I began to remember the dictates of my own pen and in significant relationship. This is what happened to me. I received an invitation from a friend offering me a vacation at her summer place in Vermont. I accepted and was not startled at first when I learned her summer place was in the city of Stowe. When I arrived, I found my hostess in such a highly nervous state, I realized I was faced with either a wretched summer or the choice of walking out on her. Never before in my life had I been strong enough to ignore what I thought were the claims of duty and friendship. But this time I did, and without ceremony returned to New York. A few days later, after I returned home, I too received a proposal of marriage. But at this point, fact and fiction parted. I refused the offer. I know, Neville, there is no such thing as fiction. E.B. Forgetful is green earth, the gods alone remember everlastingly. By their great memories, the gods are known. Ends run true to their imaginal origins. We reap the fruit of forgotten blossom time. In life, the events do not come up always where we have strewn the seed, so that we may not recognize our own harvest. Events are the emergence of a hidden imaginal activity. Man is free to imagine whatever he desires. This is why, despite all fatalists and misguided prophets of doom, all awakened men know that they are free. They know that they are creating reality. Is there a scriptural passage to support this claim? Yes. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was. W.B. Yeats must have discovered that there is no fiction, for after describing some of his experiences in the conscious use of imagination, he writes, "If all who have described events like this have not dreamed, we should rewrite our histories for all men. Certainly all imaginative men must be forever casting forth enchantments, glamours, illusions, and all men, especially tranquil men, who have no powerful egotistic life, must be continually passing under their power. Our most elaborate thoughts, elaborate purposes, precise emotions are often, as I think, not really ours, but have on a sudden come up, as it were, out of hell or down out of heaven. There is no fiction. Imagine better than the best you know." What a wonderful chapter. Oh my gosh. That was amazing. There is no fiction. Opening quote, "The distinction between what is real and what is imaginary is not one that can be finally maintained. All existing things are, in an intelligible sense, imaginary." John S. Mackenzie. What an amazing chapter. What was your favorite part in there? I mean, there's some good stuff in here. My favorite part is, of course, what woke me up out of this dream. What shook me? What shooked? What snapped me out of that dream to go farther in the dream? This student of Neville's, who really declared that he thought Neville was full of S. He thought there's no way. This guy's full of it. This guy wants my money. I know he does. If you watch the videos, you'll hear him describe the story. But like Neville not wanting to go see Abdullah, Elmer didn't want to go see Neville. This girl he knew, I guess it was a girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, kept pushing him to go see Neville, and he didn't even want to go. But he finally conceded and said, "Okay, I will." And then he went, and the rest is history. How do these messengers show up? I mean, do they show up in our imagination? What brings you? How does a messenger deliver the message? Is it the message that finds you? Did that message through him find me? How does this all work? It is so amazing, especially when you play, when you're playful with this past present, when you got the present, you got the supposed future, You got the supposed past, but this one, this is where your now is. How do these things occur that something out of the supposed past shows up in your now to delight your future? This is the only one that exists. But something out of the supposed past, this was an old video, or at least at that time it was a couple years, it was 8 years old, I think, at that time, that video. So I saw something from the past, change my now to such a degree that it would have an impact on my entire future. But it was right here in my now where all that happened. What is the message? Is it your message? Did you send me? It's fun to think about this. It's fun to contemplate where these things and where these beginnings happen, and is it the woman in the wine press? Is it the boy whose eyes light up? Where do these motivations come from? You know, it's fascinating. It's fun. All right, end of chapter. We'll see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise. Chapter 5, Subtle Threads. All you behold, though it appears without, it is within, in your imagination, of which this world of mortality is but a shadow. Blake. Nothing appears or continues in being by a power of its own. Events happen because comparatively stable imaginal activities created them, and they continue in being by virtue of the support they receive from such imaginal activities. The part which imagining the wish fulfilled plays the part which imagining the wish fulfilled plays in consciously creating circumstances is obvious in this series of stories. You will see how the telling of one story of the successful use of imagination can serve as a spur and a challenge to others to try it and see. One night, a gentleman rose in my audience. He said that he had no question to ask but would like to tell me something. This was his story. When he came out of the armed forces after World War II, he got a job that gave him take-home pay of $25 a week. After 10 years, he was making $600 a month. At that time, he bought my book, Awakened Imagination, and read the chapter, The Pruning Shears of Revision. Yes. Through the daily practice of revision, as set forth there, he was able to tell my audience 2 years later that his income was equal to that of the President of the United States. In my audience sat a man who, by his confession, was broke. He had read the same book, but he suddenly realized he had done nothing with the use of his imagination to solve his financial problem. He decided he would try to imagine himself as the winner of the 510 pool at Caliente Racetrack. In his words, in this pool, one attempts to pick winners in the 5th through the 10th races. So this is what I did. In my imagination, I stood, sorting my tickets and feeling as I did so that I had each of the 6 winners. I enacted this scene over and over in my imagination until I usually felt goose pimples. Then I saw the cashier give me a large sum of money which I placed beneath my imaginary shirt. This was my entire imaginal drama. And for 3 weeks, night after night, I enacted this scene and fell asleep in the action. 3 weeks again. Is anybody here willing to do 3 days? 3 weeks. You're seeing and hearing testimonials that happen of a magnitude that's barely imaginable. 3 weeks. What would you do for 3 weeks that could get you anything you desired? Anything you desired. This was my entire imaginal drama, and for 3 weeks, night after night, I enacted this scene and fell asleep in the action. After 3 weeks, I traveled physically to the Caliente Racetrack, and on that day, every detail of my imaginative play was actually realized. The only change in the scene was that the cashier gave me a check for a total of $84,000 instead of currency. TK. After my lecture the night this story was told, a man in the audience asked me if I thought it possible for him to duplicate TK's experience. I told him he must decide the circumstances of his imaginal scene himself, but that whatever scene he chose, he must create a drama he could make natural to himself and imagine the end intently with all the feeling he could muster. He must not labor for the means to the end, but live imaginatively in the feeling of the wish fulfilled. 1 month later, he showed me a check for $16,000, which he had won in another 510 pool at the same Caliente racetrack the previous day. This man had a sequel to his most interesting duplication of TK's good fortune. His first win took care of his immediate financial difficulties, although he wanted more money for future family security. Also, and more important to him, he wanted to prove that this had not been an accident. He reasoned that if his good luck could happen a second time in succession, the so-called law of percentages would give way to proof for him that his imaginal structures were actually producing this miraculous reality. And so he dared to put his imagination to a second test. He continues, I wanted a sizable bank account, and this to me meant seeing a large balance on my bank statements. Who doesn't want that? Are you willing to give 3 weeks of tiny bit of effort as you fall asleep? A tiny bit of feeling it real as you fall asleep? I wanted a sizable bank account, and this to me meant seeing a large balance on my bank statements. Therefore, in my imagination, I enacted a scene which took me into 2 banks. In each bank, I would see an appreciative smile meant for me from the bank manager as I walked into his establishment, and I would hear the teller's cordial greeting. I would ask to see my statement. In one bank, I saw a balance of $10,000. In the other bank, I saw a balance of $15,000. My imaginal scene did not end there. Immediately after seeing my bank balances, I would turn my attention to my horse racing system, which through a progression of 10 steps would bring my winnings to $11,533 with a starting capital of $200. That's the imagination. I would divide the winnings into 12 piles on my desk, counting the money in my imaginary hands. I would put $1,000 in each of 11 piles and the remaining $523 in the last pile. My imaginative accounting would amount to $36,533, including my bank balances. I enacted this entire imaginative scene each morning, afternoon, and night for less than 1 month, and on March 2nd, I went to Caliente track again. I made out my tickets, but strangely enough, and not knowing why I did so, I duplicated 6 more tickets exactly like the 6 already made out, but in the 10th selection, I made a mistake and copied 2 tickets twice. As the winners came in, I held 2 of them, each paying $16,423.50. I also had 6 consolation tickets, each paying $656.80. The combined total amounted to $36,788. My imaginary accounting 1 month before had totaled $36,533. He was over by what, $255 or something like this? 2 points of interest, most profound to me, were that by seeming accident, I had marked 2 winning tickets identically, and also that at the end of the 9th race, which was one of the major winners, the trainer attempted to scratch the horse, but the stewards denied the trainer's request. Remember, I enacted this entire imaginative scene each morning, afternoon, and night for less than 1 month. That's another 3 weeks plus. So we're talking, in each of these things we're talking about, as you can tell, and we're not even through the book yet, the most potent things we've heard so far, each have been 3 weeks. Are you willing to give 3 weeks of that little slice of time as you're falling asleep to your imagined desire feeling real to you. It doesn't matter what it is. Are you willing to do it? 3 weeks in a row. Prove it doesn't work. How about that? Prove it doesn't work. AJF was his initials. Back to Neville. How subtle were the threads that led to his goal? Results may testify to our imagining. Results must testify to our imagining, or we really are not imagining the end at all. AJF faithfully imagined the end, and all things conspired to aid his harvesting. His mistake in copying a winning ticket twice and the steward's refusal to allow the trainer's request were events created by the imaginal drama to move the plan of things forward to its goal, a creative march. When this happens when this happens for you, the first time you're going to be like, how is everything moving towards that goal? You see it happen in front of you, whatever it is. Again, choose the small, seemingly attainable. The parking space, the coffee, the free dinner, the kiss on your cheek, the rose, the flower, the butterfly, whatever. Choose the small one, but watch. Watch what takes place to bring these things into place. You're going to be like, that's strange at first. Then you're going to be like, for the big ones, I told you about my wife leaving to work and having deadlines, and they were impossible deadlines, and all I did was I sat back and I imagined her walking in the door on the same day and telling me how these people were committing to overtime and all these goals were going to be met. Where in the morning when she left, they were impossible deadlines. And when she walked out, all I did was imagine that when she walked back in, I'd be high-fiving her and hugging her, sharing the news. She would tell me that the deadlines were met. And verbatim, these events would happen. At least a handful of times. At least, if not 6 times, over the course of several weeks. Many hours of overtime. 12 days a week, 7 days a week, the workers, they didn't care. They were happy to do it. Everything conspires to bring your harvest. Everything conspires. When you see it happen, it's going to be a mind-blowing experience because it all literally marches towards your imagined event. It all marches for you like automatons. Chance, wrote Belfort Bax, may be defined as that element in the reality change that is, let me repeat. Chance, wrote Belfort Bax, may be defined as that element in the reality change that is in the flowing synthesis of events, which is irreducible to law or the causal category. To live wisely, we must be aware of our imaginal activities, or at any rate, of the end which they are tending. We must see to it that it is the end we desire. That would be wise to do. Wise imagining identifies itself only with such activities that are of value or promise well. Wise imagining. Think on things that are lovely. Joy for mourning. However much man seems to be dealing with the material world, he is actually living in a world of imagination. In my opinion, you might as well see this as a waking dream. You can have whatever you want the same way as in a dream. You can think something and it becomes in your dream state. If it does so there, it does so here. Although, as Neville calls it, keyed low, you haven't given with reckless abandon to it yet. Once you do, you'll see these things pop like they just pop off. You imagine while you're driving, pops off. You imagine when the phone's ringing and they're about to tell you something, it pops off. Your imagination is constantly at work anyway. Put it towards the end you want to realize. However much man seems to be dealing with the material world, he is actually living in a world of imagination. When he discovers that it is not the physical world of facts, but imaginal activities which shape his life, then the physical world will no longer be the reality, and the world of imagination no longer the dream. As I just said, it isn't just in the dream world where the imagination creates events instantly. It's in your waking reality. Does the road wind uphill all the way? Yes, to the very end. Will the day's journey take the whole long day? From morn to night, my friend. End of chapter. Good, short and sweet. Chapter 5, the law and the promise, subtle threads. What a good one. Opening quote. All you behold, though it appears without, it is within, in your imagination, of which this world of mortality is but a shadow. Blake. Man, there's some good stuff in here. There's some juicy, juicy bits. I really can appreciate, and I'm going to say what my favorite piece is right off the bat. I really can appreciate the 3 weeks. So far in this book, we've gone 6 chapters, and the theme I'm seeing, and I hope you are too, is that it isn't just the word persistence or consistent or stay at it, keep at it, hang in there. It really is. Are you committed enough? Are you willing to make a commitment to your desired end enough so that it means something to you? If it means something to you, 3 weeks is nothing. 3 weeks doesn't mean squat. If this means enough that you're single, not married, not in love, and you want to be married in love and happy, etc., with everything that goes with it, the trumpet singing the praises in your heart, if this is what you want, what is 3 weeks? I mean, really, what is 3 weeks imagining on your imaginal finger, the imaginal ring, sleeping imaginatively together in the same bed, walking down the imaginative aisle? What is 3 weeks? If you are not willing to give 3 weeks, there is not a commitment. It's that simple. We're seeing 3 weeks consistently in this one book of all of his testimonials. Are you willing to give 3 days even? I say try it. Not the 3 days, the 3 weeks. Something as important as getting married and being in love and having a family and having the responsibility that goes with it, of course, no big deal because you're there now. And then also creating a house for yourself, creating a yard, creating experiences, creating vacations, everything that goes in this wonderful wheel of life that is yours basically by birthright. It's your privilege to be involved and to have these experiences. It isn't owed to you. It's created by you. Are you willing to give some time and effort as you're falling asleep, which is almost no work? Are you willing to give 3 weeks, making that impression over and over each night? Choose a scene, bring it back. It starts to drift, bring it back. Starts to drift, bring it back. Bring it back. Get back on the gangplank like Neville. When he was walking up that gangplank, he started to drift when he was at the top. He went right back down to the bottom of the gangplank and walked back up it. Same for you. Are you walking down the aisle? You're starting to walk down the aisle with your new spouse? You're trying to make that impression night after night? That's okay if you drift. You're starting to see the reality, and you drift and you fall asleep by accident. Okay, no big deal. Next night, do it again. Go to bed a tiny bit earlier. Make the impression become the expression. But there was another technique, it just struck me as I'm describing this, in that Elmer O'Locker Jr., in his video, Neville had described to them that came back after climbing the ladder. Watch the videos, and I'll link them in this video, those 2 videos. Neville Goddard told Elmer and the other people that had climbed the ladder, they came back to the advanced meeting, and they were going through a kind of a rebirth ceremony where they were putting blankets over their heads and rebirthing themselves, which is what we all should do. We are doing it with this material, but he was telling them, Neville told the group and the grandfather, Elmer, dang it, I think I lost my point. I might have to attach it to the beginning of the next video. I hope not. Is it here yet? I was going to have to be in the next video because I just completely lost it. It will be in the next video, and I will find the 2 videos and I'll attach them to this video. All right, see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, Chapter 6, Visionary Fancy. The nature of visionary fancy or imagination is very little known, and the external nature and permanence of its ever-existent images is considered as less permanent than the things of vegetative and generative nature. Yet the oak dies as well as the lettuce, but its eternal image and individuality never dies, but renews by its seed, just so the imaginative image returns by the seed of contemplative thought. Blake. That's very interesting because while reading that, switching over to the Seth material for the fun of it, there was a point where there was a discussion about an animal that was eaten by another animal as prey. And it was, I think the subject was, maybe it was a rabbit or it was a smaller creature taken down by a larger creature, predatory situation. And both animals knew their place, know their place in the whole scheme of things. So when one falls and the other takes it, and it's now then ingesting that animal, the animal, with that, for lack of a better phrase, and I forget how Seth put it, that animal's spirit basically keeps running, because the image of the animal doesn't go extinct when the animal's taken by another, because that animal's going to continue. Like Neville has, somewhere he talked about the flowers, and, you know, they're always going to be. I forget where Neville said it, but basically flowers are always coming every season because they die in a certain season, but they always come back. It's the same with creatures and the same with us. That animal that gets taken by another as prey, that one animal's eaten, but the spirit of that animal keeps going because it's always going to show up. It's very fascinating the way it was said in that paragraph by Blake, because it very much is. And I will repeat it. The nature of visionary fancy or imagination is very little known, and the external nature and permanence of its ever-existent images is considered as less permanent than the things of vegetative and generative nature. There it is, permanence of its ever-existent images. Yet the oak dies as well as the lettuce, but its eternal image and individuality never dies, but renews by its seed, just so the imaginative image returns by the seed of contemplative thought. Powerful, powerful paragraph by Blake. I can see why Neville put it in here. The images of our imagination are the realities of which any physical manifestation is only the shadow. Now we've gone over that. Remember 4D, 3D. If we are faithful to vision, the image will create for itself the only physical manifestation of itself it has a right to make. We speak of the reality of a thing when we mean its material substance. That is exactly what an imaginist means by its unreality or shadow. Let me go back and complete that idea. It came to me right after I turned the camera off. What Neville was talking to the students about who came back after they climbed the ladder, that whole point in the end of the last video, was I was wanting to bring up the idea that if you're trying to fall asleep, imagining what your desire is and how you're making that impression, and you're constantly going over here and you're falling asleep and you're trying to go back to the beginning, try again, back to the beginning, you fall asleep too fast, or you're never getting a real grip. And we talked about maybe going 3 weeks. How do you get that far if you keep falling asleep? And there was a point that Elmer in that video brought up that Neville told them to do was, you know, I said go to bed a little earlier, but it dawned on me what he said in his video was go to sleep in an awkward position. And I've heard it said also hold a ball in your hand, like a baseball or a softball or an orange or whatever. If you're laying on your side, for instance, and you're holding your orange like this, because it's this way, here's your side, then whatever's in your hand, or maybe even your cell phone, whatever's in your hand is going to, when you fall asleep, it's going to drop and it's going to alert you. So then you go back to the beginning of your imagined, desired end, whatever the end you're focused on. So if you're focused on getting married, being in love, having a spouse, then you're going to be imagining yourself walking down the aisle, but then you're falling asleep, and then you drop your phone, or you drop a ball, or you sleep you lay down in a position you would never lay down, so you don't go right to sleep. So you get this pump primed of these imaginations. You get this going. So you're preventing by falling asleep by holding your phone or a ball. It falls, wakes you up. You start over, do it again. Go to sleep on a side you wouldn't sleep, that you wouldn't fall asleep on normally. That way you're kept awake by that maneuver, and that keeps you in the game for a little while longer. And that gives you a little bit of a way to balance keeping yourself alert enough to keep that imagination rolling. So try that. All right, back to it. Imagining is spiritual sensation. Enter into the feeling of your wish fulfilled. Through spiritual sensation, through your use of imaginal sight, sound, scent, taste, and touch, you will give to your image the sensory vividness necessary to produce that image in your outer or shadow world. Here is the story of one who was faithful to his vision, F.B. Being a true imaginist, remembered what he had heard in his imagination. Thus he writes, "A friend who knows my passionate fondness for opera tried to get Kirsten Flagstad's complete recording of Tristan and Isolde for me at Christmas. In over a dozen record stores, he was told the same thing. RCA Victor is not reissuing this recording, and there have been no copies available since June. On December 27th, I determined to prove your principle again by getting the album I desired so intensely. Lying down in my living room, I mentally walked into a record shop I patronized, and I asked the one salesman whose face and voice I could recall, 'Do you have Flagstad's complete Isolde?' He replied, 'Yes, I have.' That ended the scene, and I repeated it until it was real to me, felt natural. Late that afternoon, I went to that record shop to physically enact the scene. Not one detail supplied by the senses had encouraged me to believe I could walk out of that shop with those records. I had been told last September by the same salesman in the same shop the same story my friend had received there before Christmas. Approaching the salesman I had seen in imagination that morning, I said, 'Do you have Flagstad's complete Isolde?' Excuse me. He replied, 'No, we haven't.' Without saying anything audible to him, I said inwardly, 'That's not what I heard you say.' He said that in here. As I turned to leave the shop, I noticed on a top shelf what I thought to be an advertisement of this set of records, and remarked to the salesman, 'If you don't have the merchandise, you shouldn't advertise it.' 'That's right,' he replied, and as he reached up to take it down, discovered it to be a complete album with all 5 records. The scene wasn't played exactly as I had constructed it, but the result confirmed what my imagined scene implied. How can I thank you? F.B. That was to Neville, of course. After reading F.B.'s letter, we must agree with Anthony Eden that an assumption, though false, if persisted in, will harden into fact. F.B.'s fancy, fusing with the sense field of the record shop, enriched aspects of it and made them his, what he perceived. Our future is our imagining in its creative march. F.B. used his imagination for a conscious purpose representing life as he desired it to be, and thereby affecting life instead of merely reflecting it. So sure was he that his imaginal drama was the reality, and the physical act but a shadow, that when the salesman said, 'No, we haven't,' F.B. mentally said, 'That's not what I heard you say.' He not only remembered what he had heard, but he was still remembering it. Imagining the wish fulfilled is the seeking that finds, the asking that receives, the knocking to which is opened." Let me repeat that sentence. Imagining the wish fulfilled is the seeking that finds, the asking that receives, the knocking to which is opened. He saw and heard what he desired to see and hear, and would not take "No, we haven't" for an answer. The imaginist dreams while awake. He is not the servant of vision, but the master of the direction of his attention. Imaginative constancy controls perception of events in space-time. Unfortunately, most men are ever-changing like a joyous eye, like a joyless eye that finds no object worthy inconstancy. I tell you, Mrs. GR2 had imaginatively heard what she wanted to physically hear and knew the outer world must confirm it. This is her story. Remember, we're working on hearing. Hearing is very, very big. It's, how do I say it? It's never without fail. That's a double negative, of course. Never without fail when I try it. When I hear what I want to hear, it's what I end up hearing. Some time ago, we advertised our home for sale, which was necessary for us to buy a larger property on which we had placed the deposit. Several people would have bought our home immediately, but we were obliged to explain that we could not close any deal until we learned whether or not our offer for the property we wanted had been accepted. At this time, a broker called and literally begged us to allow him to show our home to a client of his who was eager for this location and would be glad to pay even more than we were asking. We explained our situation to the broker and to his client. They both stated they did not mind waiting for our deal to be consummated. The broker asked us to sign a paper which he said was not binding in any way, but would give him first chance at the sale if our other deal went through. We signed the paper and later learned that in California real estate law, nothing could have been more binding. A few days later, our deal with the new property fell through, so we notified this broker, and his verbal response was, "Well, just forget it." 2 weeks later, he filed suit against us for $1,500 commission. Trial date was set, and we asked for a jury trial. Our attorney assured us he would do all he could, but that the law on this particular point was so stringent that he could not see any possibility of our winning the case. When time for the trial arrived, my husband was in the hospital and could not appear with me in our defense. I had no witnesses, but the broker brought 3 attorneys and a number of witnesses into court against us. Our attorney now told me we had not the slightest chance to win. Oh boy. Sounds like impossible odds. I turned to my imagination, and this is what I did. Completely disregarding all that had been said by attorneys, witnesses, and the judge who seemed to favor the plaintiff, I thought only of the words I wanted to hear. In my imagination, I listened intently and heard the foreman of the jury say, "We find the defendant not guilty." I listened until I knew it was true. I closed my mind's ear to everything said in that courtroom and heard only those words, "We find the defendant not guilty." The jury deliberated from noon recess until 4:30 that afternoon. And all during those hours, I sat in the courtroom and heard those words over and over in my imagination. When the jurors returned, the judge asked the foreman to stand and give their verdict. The foreman stood up and said, "We find the defendant not guilty." Mrs. G.R. If there were dreams to sell, what would you buy? Would you not buy your wish fulfilled? Your dreams are without price and without money. By locking up the jury in her imagination, hearing only what she wanted to hear, she called the jury to unanimity on her behalf. Unanimity on her behalf. Imagining being the reality of all that exists, with it, the lady achieved her wish fulfilled. Hebel's statement that the poet creates from contemplation is true of imaginists as well. They know how to utilize their video-audio hallucinations to create reality. Nothing is so fatal as conformity. We must not allow ourselves to be girt about by the ringed fixity of fact. Change the image and thereby change the fact. R.O. employed the art of seeing and feeling to create her vision and imagination. Here's her story. Her letter. A year ago, I took my children to Europe, leaving my furnished apartment in the care of my maid. When we returned a few months later to the United States, I found my maid and all my furniture gone. The apartment superintendent stated that the maid had had my furniture moved by my request. There was nothing I could do at the moment, so I took my children and moved into a hotel. I, of course, reported the incident to the police and also brought in private detectives on the case. Both organizations investigated every moving company and every storage warehouse in New York City, but to no avail. There seemed to be absolutely no trace of my furniture nor of my maid. Having exhausted all outside sources, I would try using my imagination in this matter. So while seated in my hotel room, I closed my eyes and imagined myself in my own apartment, sitting in my favorite chair and surrounded by all of my personal furnishings. I looked across the living room at the piano on which I kept pictures of my children. I would continue to stare at my piano until the entire room became vividly real to me. I could see my children's pictures and actually feel the upholstery of the chair in my imagination I sat. The next day, as I came out of my bank, I turned to walk in the direction of my vacant apartment instead of toward my hotel. When I reached the corner, I discovered my mistake and was just about to turn back when my attention was drawn to a familiar pair of ankles. Yes, the ankles belonged to my maid. I walked up to her and I took hold of her arm. She was quite frightened, but I assured her all I wanted from her was my furniture. I called a taxi and she took me to the place in which her friends had stored my furnishings. In one day, my imagination had found what an entire big city police force and private investigators could not find in weeks. Signed R.O. This lady knew of the secret of imagining before she called the police. But imagining, in spite of its importance, was forgotten owing to attention being fixed on facts. Her attention was fixed on the facts outside. However, what reason failed to find by force, imagining found without effort. Nothing merely goes on, including the sense of loss, without its imaginal support. By imagining that she was seated in her own chair, in her own living room, surrounded by all of her own furnishings, she withdrew the imaginal support she had given to her sense of loss out there, and by this imaginal change, she recovered her lost furniture and reestablished her home. Your imagination is most creative when you imagine things as you desire them to be, building a new experience out of a dream of fancy. To build such a dream of fancy in her imagination, F.G. brought to play all of her senses: sight, sound, touch, smell, even taste. This is her story. I love that phrase, dream of fancy. F.G. Since childhood, I have dreamed of visiting faraway places. The West Indies, particularly, fired my fancy, and I would revel in the feeling of actually being there. Dreams are wonderfully inexpensive, and as an adult, I continued to dream my dreams, for I had no money or time to make them come true. Last year, I was taken to the hospital in need of surgery. I had heard your teaching, talking to Neville, and while recuperating, had decided to intensify my favorite daydream while I had time on my hands. I actually wrote to the Alcoa steamship line asking for free travel folders and pored over them hour after hour. Alcoa steamship line is the same steamship line that contacted Neville on one of his trips, either going home with his wife and daughter or when he was going to New York from Barbados, going to Barbados from New York when he was with Abdullah, because he did mention in that lecture that the Alcoa steamship company had got a hold of him. I actually wrote to the Alcoa steamship line asking for free travel folders and pored over them hour after hour. choosing the ship and the stateroom and the 7 ports I desired most to see. I would close my eyes and in my imagination would walk up the gangplank of that ship and feel the movement of water as the great liner pushed its way into free ocean. I heard the thud of the waves breaking against the sides of the ship, felt the steaming warmth of a tropical sun on my face, and smelled and tasted salt in the air as we all sailed through blue waters. For 1 solid week, confined to a hospital bed, I lived the free and happy experience of actually being on that ship. For 1 week, confined to a bed, she had a lot of time on her hands. I lived the free and happy experience of actually being on that ship. Then the day before my release from the hospital, I tucked the colored folders away and forgot them. 2 months later, and she only did this for 1 week, forgot about it. 2 months later, I received a telegram from an advertising agency telling me I had won a contest. I remembered having deposited a contest coupon some months before in a neighborhood supermarket, but had completely forgotten the act. I had won first prize, and wonder of wonders, it entitled me to a Caribbean cruise sponsored by the Alcoa steamship line. But the wonder didn't stop there. The very stateroom I had imaginatively lived in and moved about in while confined to a hospital bed had been assigned to me. And to make an unbelievable story even more unbelievable, I sailed on the one ship I had chosen, which stopped in not one, but all of the 7 ports I had desired to visit. Signed FG. To travel is the privilege, not of the rich, but of the imaginative. That is my favorite right off the bat. And because mainly I just did that. In August of 24, we went on a cruise, starting in Rome, ending in Barcelona, and stopping in about 7 ports, including Monte Carlo, including Livorno, which included Florence, Tuscany. As I said, Monte Carlo, stopped in Ceneri Semir. There's another 1 or 2. I think there's at least 1 more. Oh my gosh, and I forget the name of it. Oh, Nice. All of these stops, all on a cruise I just experienced for my 25th wedding anniversary, August of 2024, from an imagining I started in March of 23, and I never told a soul what I was imagining. But in my imagining, I was going across the Atlantic. I'll make a specific video about these manifestations, but for the fun of conversation here, while on the subject of travel, my wife, who booked that trip and planned it to the nines, and it was our 25th, and it was my sister's 21st wedding anniversary, I believe it was. We were, or 22nd. We were celebrating them at the same time, so we went on the cruise together. And my wife never was the wiser until we arrived at the top of a hotel on the Fairmont hairpin turn on the track of the Monte Carlo Formula One racetrack. There's a hotel called the Fairmont. We went in that hotel without plans, just spontaneously going for lunch, went to the top, went to the roof, there's a restaurant. And while in that restaurant, I was handed a glass, and that glass was the one I was using in my imagination the entire time I was doing the imagining. Again, this ended up happening about a year, 15 months later, something like that. The glass I was handed was this glass. This exact glass was the glass in my imagination, because in my imagination, the porter on the ship kept handing me a glass of soda water with a lime. That's what I was using in my imagination. And I would receive this type of glass, this exact style of glass. And while we were in the middle of the cruise, at the top of a hotel, spontaneously visiting it, I get handed that glass, and I'm like, there it is. There it is. I'm holding the glass. I have a picture of it. I'll try and, YouTube isn't easy to do this, but somehow I'll get you a picture of that glass while at the restaurant. It's on my table. It's events like that that bring it to, when it comes to fruition, you're like, the exact glass, I mean, the exact feeling, the exact shape, all these cuts, everything was exactly the same. The fact that my wife got the cruise and was so motivated to do it, I never mentioned this to anybody. I didn't tell it to my sister, even though she was in part of the plan with my wife on what we were going to do on these different stops. I didn't mention it. I never mentioned it. But I did it for probably, I'm going to guess 3 months. And then spotty after that, just being on the cruise, mostly just for being on it. And then it came to fruition about 12 months later in celebration of our wedding anniversary. So there is one example of manifesting. And I'm trying to pepper, all these experiences I'm trying to pepper into these videos to keep them interesting because they go with the material we're reading when it happens. So that's how I'm doing it. But I will try and make specific videos and we'll see how it goes from there. But anyway, that's the story there. That's the end of chapter. And we're going to see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, Chapter 7, Moods. This is an age in which the mood decides the fortunes of people rather than the fortunes decide the mood. Sir Winston Churchill. Men regard their moods far too much as effects and not sufficiently as causes. Moods are imaginal activities without which no creation is possible. We say that we are happy because we have achieved our goal. We do not realize that the process works equally well in the reverse direction. That we shall achieve our goal because we have assumed the happy feeling of the wish fulfilled. Boom. There it is. That is one of the greatest things there is. Why can't you feel happy having just walked down the aisle? You are now married. You have that sense of feeling with you in your waking dream with your eyes open, walking by the church, driving by the church. You see the event and its ending as it's coming to its completion, and you can feel the relief inside of you in that moment. I'm now happily married. I just walked down the aisle. I'm on my way to my honeymoon. It doesn't matter which part you put the end in, but if you feel it, you're bringing that happy feeling to create everything that is before it. Moods are not only the result of the conditions of our life, they are also the causes of those conditions. In The Psychology of Emotions, Professor Ribot writes, an idea which is only an idea produces nothing and does nothing. It only acts if it is felt, if it is accompanied by an affective state, if it awakens tendencies, that is to say, motor elements. End quote. The lady in the following story so successfully felt the feeling of her wish fulfilled, she made her mood the character of the night, frozen in a delightful dream. Most of us read and love fairy stories, but we all know the stories of improbable riches and good fortune are for the delight of the very young. But are they? I want to tell you of something unbelievably wonderful that happened to me through the power of my imagination. And I am not young in years. We live in an age which believes in neither fable nor magic, and yet everything I could possibly want in my wildest daydreams was given to me by my simple use of what you teach, that imagining creates reality, and that feeling is the secret of imagining. All said right there in a very short space of words. All of it said right there. At the time this wonderful thing happened to me, I was out of a job and had no family to fall back upon for support. I needed just about everything. To find a decent job, I needed a car to look for it, and though I had a car, it was so worn out it was ready to fall apart. I was behind in my rent. I had no proper clothes to seek a job, and today it's no fun for a woman of 55 to apply for a job of any kind. My bank account was almost depleted, and there was no friend to whom I could turn. Sounds like somebody's in a pickle. Oh, let's laugh with her. But I had been attending your lectures for almost a year. Okay, a year. I get it. You just discovered Neville. You want this. How sooner before yesterday can I already manifest what I'm already after because I have a desire and I have it right now? I don't have it in a year. I have it 3 days before yesterday. How soon can I make this happen? Anybody got an answer for me? But I had been attending your lectures for almost a year. And then imagine, let me just stew on that for a second. She's studying with Neville, from Neville, by Neville, in his lectures, live, in person, for about a year now. Could you have a better instructor? Really? That's wonderful. Okay, got to give it to her. Wow. Just wow. She had enough sense to keep going to those lectures. But, okay, I'm going to go on. But I had been attending your lectures for almost a year, and my desperation forced me to put my imagination to the test. Indeed, I had nothing to lose. It was natural for me, I suppose, to begin by imagining myself having everything I needed. But I needed so many things and in such short order that I found myself exhausted when I finally got through the list. And by that time, I was so nervous, I couldn't sleep. One lecture night, I heard you tell of an artist who captured the feeling or word, as you called it, of, isn't it wonderful, in his personal experience. I began to apply this idea to my case. Instead of thinking of and imagining every article I needed, I tried to capture the feeling that something wonderful was happening to me. Not tomorrow, not next week, but right now. I would say over and over to myself as I fell asleep, isn't it wonderful? Something marvelous is happening to me now. And as I fell asleep, I would feel the way I would expect to feel under such circumstances. I repeated that imaginary action and feeling for 2 months, night after night. 2 months. First she drafted the scene, then she repeated it for 2 months. How long would you, for all of your dream or dreams to come true? Is it just to be married? Is it just to be wealthy? Is it just to be healthy? Is it a multitude of things wrapped around each item? Have you conquered these two and now you just need this one? Whatever it is, would you do this practice each night for 8 weeks, 8.5, 9 weeks, 2 months? We've already talked about, in other examples, 21 days. Here we got 2 months. This person. You see, everybody is unique. Everybody is dealing with their own, we used to call it head trash. In a training I attended, it was a sales training, we called it head trash. Everybody has their own head trash. It's unique. You just throw it out. You revise that head trash, get rid of it, wipe it out of there, get your desire and your focus. You're aimed right at it. Now put that to the test. I'm going to fall asleep with the feeling of my wish, my wish fulfilled, my wish fulfilled. What does it feel like? How am I celebrating it? What is this way I feel? Would you be willing to do that for 3 weeks? That's 21 days. Or how about in this case, 2 months? Would you do it for 3 months? If you knew at the other end, you would be happily married, in love, walking down the aisle, pregnant, for crying out loud. Not showing yet, but you know. You're single, not married, not in love. You're happily married, in love, and you're preggo. All your wishes are coming true. Would you be willing to spend each night as you fall asleep for 3 months? Are you willing to pay that very simple price? There is no coin involved. I repeated that imaginary action and feeling for 2 months, night after night, and one day in early October, I met a casual friend I hadn't seen for months, who informed me he was about to leave on a trip to New York. I had lived in New York many years ago, and we talked of the city a few moments and then parted. I completely forgot the incident. 1 month later to the day, this man called at my apartment and simply handed me a certified check in my name for $2,500. After I got over the initial shock of seeing my name on a check for so much money, the story that unfolded seemed to me like a dream. It concerned a friend I had not seen nor heard from in more than 25 years. This friend of my past, I now learned, had become extremely wealthy in those 25 years. Our mutual acquaintance who had brought the check to me had met him quite by accident during the trip to New York last month. During their conversation, they spoke of me, and for reasons I was not to know, for to this day I have not heard from him personally and have never attempted to contact him. In parentheses. During their conversation, they spoke of me, and for reasons I was not to know, this old friend decided to share a portion of his great wealth with me. For the next 2 years, from the office of his attorney, I received monthly checks so generous in amount they not only covered every necessary requirement of my daily living, but left much over for all the lovely things of life: a car, clothes, a spacious apartment, and best of all, no need to earn my daily bread. This past month, I received a letter and some legal papers to be signed, which provide the continuation of this monthly income for the rest of my natural life. Signed, TK. Does that not warm your heart? It's as if you are playing the role in your dream, and it's necessary for you to accomplish this seemingly impossible task. It is basically like most movies, the hero's journey, in 3 acts. You're trying to conquer this most seemingly impossible task. But you will conquer it, especially if you're listening to these videos. You will. I promise you. You have conquered it. Excuse me. She was up against it. But she caught wind of the law and she simply applied it and she stuck to it. She saw the other examples. She saw the other testimonials. She saw other people speaking about their successes, which you have plenty of here on YouTube. There's plenty. You know it works. That's why you're listening, and that's why you're reading, and that's why you're studying. You will get this. If the fool would persist in his folly, he would become wise. Sir Winston calls on us to act on the assumption that we already possess that which we sought, to assume a virtue, if we have it not. Is this not the secret of miracles? Thus the man with palsy was told to rise, to take up his bed and walk, to mentally act as if he were healed. And when the actions of his imagination corresponded with the actions which he would physically perform were he healed, he was healed. Next story. This is a story about which some may say it would have happened anyway, but those who read it carefully will find room to wonder. It begins 1 year ago as I left Los Angeles to visit my daughter in San Francisco. Instead of the happy-natured individual she had always been, I found her in deep distress. Not knowing the cause of her anguish and not wishing to ask, I waited until she told me that she was in great financial trouble and must have $3,000 immediately. I am not a poor woman, but I didn't have much cash I could put my hands on that quickly. Knowing my daughter, I knew she would not have accepted it anyway. I offered to borrow the money for her, but she refused and instead asked me to help her in my way. She meant using my imagination. For I had often told her of your teaching, and some of my words must have struck home. That's great news. I immediately agreed on this plan with the provision that she would help me help her. We decided on an imaginal scene we could both practice that involves seeing money coming to her from everywhere. Now you got 2 people here. Powerful. We felt money was flooding toward her from every corner until she was in the middle of a sea of money. But we did this always with a feeling of joy for anyone concerned. And we had no thought of means, only happiness for all. Wow. I can see that. See, get it? S-E-A? Can you see the money? The idea seemed to catch fire with her, and I know she was responsible for what happened a few days later. She was certainly transformed back to the happy, confident mood that was natural to her, though there was no evidence of any real money coming in at the time. I left to return home in the East. When I arrived home, I called my mother, a lovely young lady of 91, who immediately asked me to come and see her. I wanted a day's rest, but she couldn't wait. It had to be now. Of course, I went, and after greeting me, she handed me a check for $3,000 made out to my daughter. Before I could speak, she handed me 3 additional checks totaling $1,500 made in favor of my daughter's children. Her reason? She explained that she had suddenly decided the day before to give what she had in cash to those she loved while she was still here, to know of their happiness in receiving it. It would have happened anyway? No, not like this. Not within days of my daughter's frantic need and then her sudden transformation to a mood of joy. Remember, she transformed to a mood of joy before the mother visited the grandmother. Her mother, of course. The daughter transformed to a mood of joy in that sea, happiness for all. I know that her imaginal act caused this wonderful change, bringing not only great joy to the receiver, but to the giver as well. P.S. I almost forgot to add that among the checks so lavishly given was one for me too for $300. MB. Another beautiful story. Wow. The boundless opportunities opened by recognizing the shift of the focus of imagining is beyond measure. There are no boundaries. The drama of life is an imaginal activity in which we bring to pass by our moods rather than by our physical acts. If you look at it as a dream, like I've said, you just close your eyes and you're in that dream. Now, in that dream, you can imagine anything to the opened eyes. If in the dream right now with your eyes closed, it is reality because this is fourth dimensional right here with your eyes closed. You're in the fourth dimension because there's nothing to distract you. You can imagine I'm keeping them closed on purpose, and you should be too, not while you're driving. It's okay on the bus and on the subway, whatever, in the Uber. With your eyes closed, imagine what you would see if they were open and your dreams were realized. Like right now, what would you see? You're in the fourth dimension with your eyes closed. What is it you're seeing right now as your wish is fulfilled? Your wish is accomplished. You're married, you're happy, you're in love. You're walking into your house, coming up from your honeymoon. What does that feel like is not as important as what would it look like. I'm just using these as an example. Let's close the door. What does it feel like seeing the doctor walk in right now telling you your blood results are excellent? You have an amazing bill of health. I don't know what happened, but you're a miracle. I have to share this with my colleagues. Unbelievable. You can have a good rest of your day. I don't need to see you in at least a year. Just for a checkup if you want, but you're doing amazing. That's your health report. What is it? Oh, all of a sudden now somebody's willed you. It doesn't matter. I don't even want to say willed, but all of a sudden now you have the resources that just show up. What does it look like that you now have the resources to pay off all your debts? Pay off your mortgage, pay off your debts, pay off your cars, pay off the new car, pay off a year of utilities in advance because you're going to be doing some traveling. You don't want to be bothered with that hassle. Whatever. What does it look like? These are closed, so you can imagine in your dream what it looks like. Let's play with what it looks like for a minute. Because now that you can see it happening, now you can start to feel, well, I can see how that could feel a certain way. I'm going to my computer, I'm paying off my debts. I'm at the doctor's office, he's telling me, I'm coming home being carried over the threshold because we're getting home from our honeymoon. That feels pretty good. That feels like a relief. My dream has come true. I can see it. Now you come back and you open your eyes. You're surprised it's not here. Yet. It's not here yet. How many times must you do this practice? How many times does it take? Does it take 3 weeks? Does it take one night? Neville got out of the army pretty quick. Pretty quick. He also made it to Barbados pretty quick. He made it back to Barbados with his wife and daughter. And back to New York from Barbados pretty quick. It is that simple. Close the eyes. Imagine what you would see if it were true. Imagine how you would feel by looking at what you're seeing in your fourth dimensional image. What does that feel like? That feels pretty good. And as you open your eyes, it's okay, it's not here yet. The drama of life is an imaginal activity in which we bring to pass our moods rather than our physical acts. Moods so ably guide all towards that which they affirm. They may be said to create the circumstances of life and dictate the events. The mood of the wish fulfilled is the high tide, which lifts us easily off the bars of the senses where we usually lie stranded. If we are aware of the mood and know this secret of imagining, we may announce that all that our mood affirms will come to pass. The following story is by a mother who succeeded in sustaining a seemingly playful mood with startling results. Surely you've heard of the old wives' tale about warts, that if a wart is bought, it will disappear. I've known this story from childhood, but not until I heard your lectures did I realize the truth in the old tale. My boy, a lad of 10, had many large warts on his legs, causing irritation, which had plagued him for years. I decided that my sudden insight could be used to his advantage. A boy has a lot of faith in his mother as a rule, so I asked him if he would like to be rid of his warts. Remember now, she's asking him if he would want something, remembering if you're going to persuade yourself of someone else's change, they must want it. If they want it, it's going to happen because your self-persuasion is going to click in. The self-persuasion over here is going to click in. The boy is going to become this boy, and you're going to become this mother. Both changes are going to happen by the sacrifice of these old selves. He quickly said yes, but he did not want to go to a doctor. I asked him to play a little game with me that I would pay him a sum of money for each wart. This suited me fine, he said. He didn't see how he could lose. We arrived at a fair price, he thought, and then I said, now I'm paying you good money for those warts. They no longer belong to you. You never keep property belonging to someone else, so you can no longer keep those warts. They will disappear. It may take a day, 2 days, or a month, but remember that I've bought them and they belong to me. My son was delighted with our game, and the results sound like something real in old musty books on magic. But believe me, within 10 days, the warts began to fade, and at the end of 1 month, every wart on his body had completely disappeared. There is a sequel to this story, for I've bought warts from many people. They too thought it great fun and accepted my 5, 7, or 10 cents a wart. In each case, the wart disappeared. But really, only one person believes me when I tell them his imagination alone could take away the warts. That person is my young son. Signed J.R. Wonderful, wonderful. Man, imagining himself into a mood, takes on himself the results of the mood. If he does not imagine himself into the mood, he is ever free of the result. The great Irish mystic A.E. wrote in The Candle of Vision, I became aware of a swift echo or response to my own moods in circumstance which had seemed hitherto immutable in its indifference. I could prophesy from the uprising of new moods in myself that I, without search, would soon meet people of a certain character, and so I met them. Even inanimate things were under the sway of these affinities. Even inanimate things were under the sway of these affinities. That is wonderful. But man need not wait for the uprising of new moods in himself. He can create happy moods as well. Wonderful, wonderful chapter. Boy, oh boy, wow. That would be my favorite part. Chapter 7, Moods, Law and the Promise. My favorite part is the exact last sentence. But man need not wait for the uprising of new moods in himself. He can create happy moods at will. I might have said as well, but at will. Man, there's a lot. There's a lot to behold in that one chapter. That's my favorite because at will means you can create the mood anytime. You're basically backing into the transformation of your experience by creating the mood. The mood before the actual sleeping on, the feeling of it being real, you create the mood as well, which is a feeling, of course, but we're using different names to get to the same result. Try. All right, we're going to see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, Chapter 8, Through the Looking Glass. A man that looks on glass, on it may stay his eye, or if he pleaseth, through it pass, and then the heavens, and then the heaven spy. George Herbert. Objects to be perceived must first penetrate in some manner our brain, but we are not, because of this, interlocked with our environment. Although normal consciousness is focused on the senses and is usually restricted to them, it is possible for man to pass through his sense fixation into an imaginal structure which he conceives, and so fully occupy it that it is more alive and more responsive than that on which his senses stay his eye. If this were not true, man would be an automaton, reflecting life, never affecting it. Man who is all imagination is not tenant to the brain, but landlord. He need not rest content with the appearance of things. He can go beyond perceptual to conceptual awareness. This ability to pass through the mechanical, reflective structure of the senses is the most important discovery man can make. It reveals man as a center of imagining with powers of intervention which enable him to alter the course of observed events, moving from success to success through a series of mental transformations in himself. Attention, the spearhead of imagining, may be either attracted from without as his senses stay his eye, or directed from within if he pleases, and through the senses pass into the wish fulfilled. To move from perceptual awareness, or things as they seem, to conceptual awareness, or things as they ought to be, we imagine as vivid and as lifelike a representation as possible of what we would see, hear, and do were we physically present and physically experiencing things as they ought to be, and imaginatively participate in that scene. The following story tells of one who went through the glass and broke the chains that bound her. 2 years ago, I was taken to the hospital with a serious blood clot condition which apparently had affected the entire vascular system, causing hardening of arteries and arthritis. A nerve in my head was damaged and my thyroid enlarged. Doctors could not agree on the cause of this condition, and all their treatments were completely ineffective. I was forced to give up my every enjoyable activity and remain in bed most of the time. My body, from hips to toes, felt as though it was encased and bound by tight wires, and I couldn't put my feet on the floor without wearing heavy hip-length elastic stockings. I knew something of your teaching and tried very hard to apply what I had heard. But as my condition grew worse, and I could no longer attend any of your lectures, my despondency grew deeper. One day a friend sent me a postcard picturing the scene of a lovely beach by the ocean. The picture was so beautiful, I looked and looked at it and began to remember past summer days at the seashore with my parents. For a moment, the postcard picture seemed to become animated, and flooding memories of myself running free on the beach filled my mind. I felt the impact of my bare feet against the hard, wet sand. I felt the icy water running over my toes and heard the crash of waves breaking on shore. This imaginal activity was so satisfying to me as I lay in bed that I continued to imagine this wonderful scene day after day for about 1 week. What is that, 7 days? One morning I moved from my bed to a couch and had started to sit up when I was seized with such an excruciating pain my entire body became paralyzed. I could neither sit up nor lie down. This terrible pain lasted for more than a full minute. But when it stopped, I was free. It seemed as if all the wires binding my legs had been cut, One moment I was bound, the next moment I was free. Not by degrees, but instantly. Signed, VH. We walk by faith, not by sight. 2 Corinthians 5:7. When we walk by sight, we know our way by objects which our eyes see. When we walk by faith, we order our life by scenes and actions which only imagination sees. Isn't it wonderful when you get up in the middle of the night to go use the bathroom and you decide, I'm going to start walking through my house that I see as my new house. And you walk through the rest of it with your eyes closed. Of course, your hands are out a little bit cautiously. Want to watch out for the walls or furniture. Walk slowly. But most importantly, you're feeling yourself into the new environment. The same way Neville got out of the army. He imagined he was at home in his apartment with his wife in one bed, his daughter in her crib, and he's over going to go into the next bed. His eyes were closed when he did that. You can do that simply as you walk to the bathroom, that this is the new house you're in. This is in your new marriage right now. Your spouse is in bed and you're going to the restroom. This is not in the hospital that I walk. This is at home with my family that I walk because I'm healthy and I'm at home again. Whatever the circumstance, it's with your eyes closed. When we walk by sight, we know our way by objects our eyes see. When we walk by faith, we order our life by scenes and actions which only imagination sees. Man perceives by the eye of imagination or by sense. But 2 mental attitudes to perception are possible: the creative imaginative effort which meets with an imaginative response, or the unimaginative stain of the eye which merely reflects. Man has within him the principle of life and the principle of death. One is the imagination building its imaginal structures out of the generous dreams of fancy. The other is the imagination building its imaginal structures from images reflected by the chill wind of fact that's out here. One creates, the other perpetuates. Man must adopt either the way of faith or the way of sight. Let's take that in. That's it. To the extent that man builds from dreams of fancy, he is alive, and therefore the development of the faculty to pass through the reflective glass of the senses is an increase of life. It follows that restricting the imagination by staying the eye on the reflective glass of the senses is a reduction of life. Perpetuating what you see. You see the homeless guy and you don't think anything except that, oh wow, poor guy. That's the reflection, and in fact, it's even a reduction. But the other side, if you're creatively seeing them and their new opportunity, very successful and happy with a new place to stay, and they're driving their own car now and someone else cooks their food, and they're as happy as can be because it's only them that can do that. And that makes them happy, happy, happy. And you can hear them telling you that. That is passing through the reflective glass of the senses as an increase of life. There is a difference. Pour water on the wounds. The specious, that's how it's spelled, the specious surface of fact reflects rather than discloses, deflecting the eye of imagination from the truth that sets man free. The eye of imagination, if not deflected, looks on what ought to be there, not what is. However familiar the scene on which sight rests, the eye of imagination could gaze on one never before witnessed. Remember, this is the eye that reflects. This is the eye that imagines. It is this eye, it might be here, okay? Doesn't make a difference. Let's say here. It is this eye of imagination, and only this, that can free us from the sense fixation of our outer things, which completely dominates our ordinary existence and keeps us looking on the reflective glass of facts. Boom, boom, boom. Out here, out here, out here. Reflective glass of facts. My teacher once told me about the idea of we were talking about, I was reading the Sermon on the Mount by Emmett Fox. I'm going to say this is circa 1993-ish. We were discussing that book and what Emmett Fox was on about, and she told me, she just stopped me and she says, look, she said, this is so far ago, I could barely comprehend it at that time. But she said, look, he was crucified on the mount between two thieves, right? And I says, what? She goes, yeah, Christ is your mind. He was crucified up here between two thieves. These are the thieves that rob you. And I'm sitting there going, whoa, that is new. I never looked at anything that way before. This was during our initial conversations. And I'm like, that turned Emmett Fox up a big notch when I was reading that book. And it was he's a great author, and that is a great book if you haven't read it. But to take that to that level and to realize that my eyeballs were represented the thieves he was crucified between in the Sermon on the Mount, right? In that whole concept. I don't even know if the crucifixion has anything to do with the sermon. I'm just saying, I was reading that book at the time. And when she told me that, it really blew my mind, and it still does, because as we're reading this, he's discussing exactly how the eye you see through, as the Blake previous quote was talking about, the eye you see with, not the eye you see through, in that previous Blake quote, which is wonderful, and I don't have it memorized. Either way, when she told me that really, that's the eye you're seeing through. Wait, am I right? The eye you see with, the eye you see through, you understand where we're getting at here. One's reflecting, one's imagining. That's the point. Whatever you're seeing with imagination, you can be correcting and pouring the oil on the wounds. If you're reflecting, you're perpetuating. You're just robbing yourself of the true treasure, literally, the actual treasure. The treasure you've been seeking your whole life is brought to you by the eye of imagination, not the eyes that rob you of that treasure. Something to think about. I tell you, so many wonders to behold. It is this eye of imagination, and only this, that can free us from the sense fixation of outer things, which completely dominates our ordinary existence and keeps us looking on the reflective glass of facts. It is possible to pass from thinking of to thinking from, but the crucial matter is thinking from. For example, experiencing the state, for that experience means unification. Whereas in thinking of, there is always subject and object, the thinking individual and the thing thought of. Self-abandonment, that is the secret. We have to abandon ourselves to the state in our love for the state, and in so doing, live the life of the state and no more our present state. Imagination seizes upon the life of the state and gives itself to the expression of the life of that state. Be the moth into the flame. The moth was so in love with the flame and wanted to be one with it, that he, and I don't know if he knows it or not, but to be one with the flame was a heck of a price, because he flies right into it and becomes the flame. Are you willing to put that kind of dedication into the state you want to be? The state your dreams are telling you would be the most fulfilling. Your desire that screams from within you wants that impression to happen as much as you want it to happen, so that you can objectify and become the expression of that great dream that is only unique to you, your own desire. Are you willing to be the moth in the flame? If you are, you will not only objectify that, but now that you learn this new skill, you'll objectify continuously the things, and you will continuously upgrade your life around this wonderful wheel. you will continually ascend. You see it work once, is all you need. But no one's coming to the rescue. No one's coming to do it for you. You have to accept that. I got to repeat this paragraph because it is so amazing. Self-abandonment, that is the secret. We have to abandon ourselves to the state in our love for the state. And in so doing, live the life of the state and no more our present state. Imagination seizes upon the life of the state and gives itself to the expression of the life of that state. Be the moth in the flame. Faith plus love is self-commission. We can't commit ourselves to what we do not love. Never would you have made anything if you had not loved it. And to make the state alive, one must become it. I live, yet not I. God lives in me. And the life I now live in the flesh, I live by the faith of God who loved me and gave himself for me. God loved man, his created, and became man in faith that this act of self-commission would transform the created into the creative. There's the ultimate paragraph right there. I mean, listen. He loves you so much, he gives himself to become you. He wants to be this state so much that he gives himself fully. Do you think you have the commitment? Do you think you have the dedication? It was definitely born in you. If he gave everything to be you, are you willing to dedicate a little effort? You definitely have the skill. It's in you already. It's not out of you. It's not out here. It's not in an app. It's not in a training program that has promises that aren't going to give you what you. If something's going to promise to deliver something to you that's out here, and it's not telling you that it's going to deliver you more you, then it's the wrong direction. More you is what we're after here. It's always about you. It's never about out here. Know now from this that it's already in you. All we're doing in these conversations is unveiling this layer by layer by layer until you practice it, see it succeed, and then bam, you're off to the races. Everything will pop off. Let's repeat this most profound few sentences right here, starting with the quote. And to make the state alive, one must become it. Quote, I live, yet not I. God lives in me. And the life I now live in the flesh, I live by the faith of God, who loved me and gave himself for me. End quote. God loved man, his created, and became man in faith that this act of self-commission would transform the created into the creative. Good golly. Excuse me. It's times like this. It's times like this when you just go, man, wow. Look at it from that perspective. That's incredible. You have the skill set because it was born in you. To know that there is one who so loves you to commit to be you so much, like the moth in the flame, gives himself fully and wakes up in you, being you, forgetting. And all your job is to remember that you have this skill. We must be imitators of God as dear children and commit ourselves to what we love. As God who loved us committed himself to us, We must be the state to experience the state. This is pretty real. Man, this is some good stuff. Neville laying it down. All right, let's see if we can continue. I must laugh my way through this. It is so profound. The center of conscious, the center of conscious imagining can be shifted, and what are now mere wishes? Imaginal activities keyed low, brought into penetrative focus and entered. Entrance commits us to the state. The possibilities of such shifting of the center of imagining are startling. The activities concerned are cyclical throughout. The shifting of the center of imagining is not brought about by spatial travel, but by a change in what we are aware of. The boundary of the world of sense is a subjective barrier. So long as the senses take notice, the eye of imagination is deflected from the truth. We do not get far unless we let go. This lady let go with immediate and miraculous results. Thank you for the golden key. It has released my brother from the hospital from pain and probable death, for he was facing a fourth major operation with little hope of recovery. I was very concerned and attempting to use what I had learned about my imagination. I first asked myself what my brother truly desired. Very, very good first starting point. What does my brother desire? Let me go in the closet, shut my door, and let me ask, because when you do that, you're already plugged right back into all that is God, I am. She went back in, closed the door, shut off her senses, and asked, what is it my brother desires? You can know when you do this because you're going to where all of it is, all consciousness. I first asked myself what my brother truly desired. Does he want to continue in this body, or does he desire to be free of it? The question revolved itself over and over in my mind, and suddenly I felt that he would like to continue remodeling his kitchen, which he had been contemplating before his confinement in the hospital. I knew my question had been answered, so I began to imagine from that point. Attempting to see my brother in the busy activity of remodeling, I suddenly found myself gripping the back of a kitchen chair I had used many times when something happened. Then suddenly I found myself standing beside my brother's bed in the hospital. This was the last place I would have wanted to be, physically or mentally, but there I was, and my brother's hand reached up and clasped my hand tightly as I heard him say, "I knew you would come, Joe." It was a well hand I clasped, strong and sure. And the joy that filled and spilled over in my voice as I heard myself say, "It's all better now. You know it." My brother didn't answer, but I distinctly heard a voice say to me, "Remember this moment." I seemed to awake, then back in my own home. This took place the night after he had entered the hospital. The following day, his wife telephoned me saying, "It's unbelievable. The doctor can't account for it, Joe, but no operation is necessary. He's so improved that they have agreed to release him tomorrow." The following Monday, my brother went back to his work and has been perfectly well since that day. J.S. Profound. Anybody have a brother or sister? Does anybody have a brother or sister? Wouldn't you want to imagine lovingly for them? Or would you rather imagine reflectively for them? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I shouldn't even be voicing that. You want to imagine lovingly, obviously, for them. It is as simple as it just sounded in that testimonial. Not facts, but dreams of fancy shape our lives. She needed no compass to find her brother, nor tools to operate. only the eye of imagination. In the world of sense, we see what we have to see. In the world of imagination, we want what we want to see. We see what we want to see. Let me repeat the sentence. In the world of sense, we see what we have to see. In the world of imagination, we see what we want to see. And seeing it, we create it for the world of sense to see. The world of imagination, we see what we want to see. And in so doing, we create what the world of sense wants to see. We see the outer world automatically. Seeing what we want to see demands voluntary and conscious imaginative effort. Our future is our own imaginal activity in creative march. Common sense assures us that we are living in a solid and sensible world, but this so seemingly solid world is, in reality, imaginal through and through. You want to find out how fast you can know if it's imaginal through and through? Just close these. Right now, it's all imagination. Every last bit of it in detail is imagined by you, because once you open these, you fill in the space from your imagination. Hence, the constant reminder, me, myself, and I create everything I see. Anything you're pointing at is from you. The constant reminder. Wonderful reminder. The following story proves that it is possible for an individual to transfer the center of imagining to some greater or lesser degree to a distant area, and not only do so without moving physically, but to be visible to others who are present at that point in space-time. And if this be a dream, then is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream. I must have reached that point where my teacher, in all of our classes, we were studying the Seth material, or we were doing other things, other subjects. I'm going to get into that later. Meetup groups I'd have at my house, all these different events. But she always had a tissue with her, always had a tissue, always wiping her nose. And I'm like, what gives? The postnasal drip or what? And I don't know. I don't even know now. I'm just bringing this up. That, what is it? Is it in me? I mean. Is it, is the emotion so wonderfully flowing that there's the fluid that is the face of the waters? You get it? There's a lot of little elements at work, and it just comes to mind. Here's the testimonial. Seated in my living room in San Francisco, I imagined I was in my daughter's living room in London, England. I surrounded myself so completely with that room, which I knew intimately, that I suddenly found myself actually standing in it. My daughter was standing by her fireplace, her face turned away from me. A moment later, she turned and our eyes met. I saw such a startled, frightened expression on her face that I, too, became emotionally upset and immediately found myself back in my own living room in San Francisco. 5 days later, I received an airmail letter from my daughter, which had been written on the day of my experiment with imaginal travel. In her letter, she told me she had seen me in her living room that day, just as real as though I were actually standing there in the flesh. She confessed she had been very frightened and that before she could speak, I had vanished. The time of this visitation, as she gave it in her letter, was exactly the time I had begun the imaginative action, allowing, of course, for the difference in time between the 2 points. She explained that she told her husband of this amazing experience, and he insisted that she write to me immediately, as he stated, "Your mother must have died or is dying." But I wasn't dead or dying, but very much alive and very excited by this marvelous experience. Signed, MLJ. That is amazing. Yes, 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 indeed. Nothing can act but where it is, with all my heart, only where is it? Thomas Carlyle. Man is all imagination. Therefore, a man must be where he is in imagination, for his imagination is himself. That's a wonderful story. She put herself in London, England, at her daughter's place. her daughter saw her literally in the three-dimensional space and was so startled, she woke up from her own dream and the mom woke up from her own dream. They were dreaming together. Imagination is active at and through any state that it is aware of. If we take shifting of awareness seriously, there are possibilities beyond belief. I am one who definitely has studied very much in depth with the Seth material, dreams, lucid dreaming, how to lucid dream, become awake in your dream, fly in your dream, do out-of-body dreams, out-of-body experiences. I've done all of these things and I continue to do them, and I've mentioned them in a few videos. And everything he's saying right here is totally possible. You can do remote viewing if you want. You can go down the street, read a license plate, come back home, wake up the next morning, go down the street and see that license plate if you want. These are all the powers Neville's about to dip into that we have the capacity of with the eye of imagination, not the eye of the senses. The senses join man in forced and unholy wedlock to where the senses join man in forced and unholy wedlock to what, were he imaginatively awake, he would put asunder. We need not feed on sense data. Everything out here. Shift the focus of awareness and see what happens. However little we move mentally, we should perceive the world under a slightly changed aspect. Awareness is usually moved about in space by movement of the physical organism, but it need not be so restricted. It can be moved by a change in what we are aware of. Man is manifesting the power of imagination, whose limits he cannot define. To realize that the real self, imagination, is not something enclosed within the spatial boundary of the body is most important. The foregoing story proves that when we meet a person in the flesh, that his real self need not be present in space where his body is. It also shows that sense perception can be thrown into operation outside of the normal physical means, and that the sense data produced is of the same kind as those which occur in normal perception. The idea in the mother's mind which started the whole process going was the very definite idea of being in the place where her daughter lived. And if the mother really were in that place, and if the daughter were present, then she would have to be perceptible to her daughter. We can only hope to understand this experience in imaginal and not in mechanical or materialistic terms. We can only hope to understand. The mother imagined elsewhere as being here. London was just as here to her daughter living there as San Francisco was here to the mother living there. It hardly ever crosses our minds that this world might be different in essence from what common sense tells us it so obviously is. Let me repeat the sentence. It hardly ever crosses our minds that this world might be different in essence from what common sense tells us it so obviously is. Blake writes, quote, "I question not my corporeal or vegetative eye any more than I would question a window concerning a sight. I look through it and not with it." This looking through the eye not only shifts consciousness to other parts of this world, but to other worlds as well. Astronomers must wish they knew more of this looking through the eye, this mental traveling that mystics practice so easily. Everything is practice. The dreaming and the lucid dreaming and the out-of-body and all that, it's all practice. I will definitely be making videos on the subject. It's worthy of yourself to understand you have no limitations. It's worthy of yourself to start practicing the idea that I am not a limited creature. That's a nice affirmation. I am not limited by my senses. That's another great affirmation. This looking through the eye not only shifts consciousness to other parts of this world, but to other worlds as well. Astronomers must wish they knew more of this looking through the eye, this mental traveling that mystics practice so easily. I traveled through a land of men and women too, and heard and saw such dreadful things as cold earth wanderers never knew. Mental traveling has been practiced by awakened men and women since the earliest days. Paul states, I know a man in Christ who 14 years ago was caught up to the third heaven. Whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. God knows. 2 Corinthians 12. Paul is telling us that he is that man and that he traveled by the power of imagination or Christ. In his next letter to the Corinthians, he writes, test yourselves. Do you not realize that Jesus Christ is in you? We need not be dead in order to enjoy the spiritual privileges. Man is all imagination and God is man. Test yourselves as this mother did. Especially with your offspring, with your daughters and sons and your brothers and your sisters. To them, you're going to be visible. You're going to be seen. Practice it. He's got a lecture or two on this as well, and I don't know the names of them. It would take quite a bit of research to find those, but if I do find them, I will put them in the description. But test it with your close ones, because they're the ones that know and feel your consciousness most closely. Sir Arthur Eddington said that all we have a right to say of the external world is that it is a shared experience. Things are more or less real according to the extent to which they are capable of being shared with others or with ourselves at another time. But there is no hard and fast line. Accepting Eddington's definition of reality as shared experience, the above story is as real as the earth or a color, for it was shared by both mother and daughter. The range of imagining is such that I must confess that I do not know what limits, if any, there are to its ability to create reality. All these stories show us one thing, that an imaginal activity implying the wish fulfilled must start in the imagination apart from the evidence of the senses in that journey that leads to the realization of desire. Wow, oh wow, what a chapter. I mean, that chapter is truly very, very incredible. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Through the looking glass. Will that ever mean the same thing again? This is the looking glass. This is the looking glass. Wow. Repeating the opening quote, a man that looks on glass. Oh, on it must, excuse me. A man that looks on glass. On it may stay his eye, or if he pleases, through it pass, and then the heavens spy. George Herbert. That is a wonderful quote. There is such a wonderful amount of goodies in this one chapter. What is your favorite? Put it down below. Otherwise, we're going to see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, Chapter 9. Enter into. If the spectator would enter into these images in his imagination, approaching them on the fiery chariot of his contemplative thought, if he could make a friend and companion of one of these images of wonder, which always entreats him to leave mortal things as he must know, then would he arise from his grave, then would he meet the Lord in the air, and then he would be happy. Blake, what a wonderful quote. Imagination, it seems, will do nothing that we wish until we enter into the image of the wish fulfilled. Does not this entering into the image of the wish fulfilled resemble Blake's void outside of existence, which if entered into englobes itself and becomes a womb? Is this not the true interpretation of the mythical story of Adam and Eve? Man and his emanation? Are not man's dreams of fancy his emanation? His Eve, in whom he plants himself in all her nerves? just as a husbandman his mold, and she becomes his dwelling place and garden, fruitful 70-fold. The secret of creation is the secret of imagining. First desiring and then assuming the feeling of the wish fulfilled until the dream of fancy, the void outside existence, is entered and englobes itself and becomes a womb, a dwelling place and garden fruitful 70-fold. Note well that Blake urges us to enter into these images. This entering into the image makes it englobe itself and become a womb. Man, by entering a state, impregnates it and causes it to create what the union implies. Blake tells us that these images are shadowy to those who dwell not in them, mere possibilities, but to those who enter into them, they seem the only substances. Oh, man. Now those last few sentences right there really describe how something feels natural to you versus something seeming and feeling foreign to you. Something feeling natural to you is something you do all the time already. Whatever it is you're doing now that feels natural, just be observant of how it feels to be involved with fill in the blank. It feels natural. It feels as a matter of course. Remember, all we're doing is taking what we're already doing and focusing our attention at it so we can see ourselves. We're already creators. You're already creating a wonderful, wonderful reality where you are right now. Now all we're going to do together here is take a new focus at what we're doing with what feels natural and what feels foreign, and blend these together to make the foreign more natural, so then you can become what you want to be. You're here and you want to be here. You make it feel natural, you make the impression, and then it becomes the expression. Excuse me. Man, by entering a state, impregnates it. If you're here and you're entering a state in your imagination and impregnates it to create what the union implies. What the union is, when you're making that impression, that's the union. That's implying the state. Impregnates it to create what the union implies. Blake tells us that these images are shadowy to those who dwell not in them. When it feels foreign to you, it's shadowy. The new thing you want to be, happily married, in love, walking down the aisle, coming home from your honeymoon. If it feels foreign to you, that is shadowy. Shadowy to those who dwell not in them, mere possibilities, but to those who enter into them, meaning enter into them and make this impression, where you feel it natural, feels real, it just feels like it's normal. But to those who enter into them, they seem the only substances. Man, what wonder. Blake really had it going on, apparently. On my way to the West Coast, I stopped in Chicago to spend the day with friends. My host was recovering from a severe illness, and his doctor advised him to move to a one-story house. Acting upon the doctor's advice, he had purchased a one-story house suited to his needs. But he now was confronted with the fact that there seemed to be no buyer for his large three-story home. When I arrived, he was very discouraged. In trying to explain the law of constructive imagining to my host and his wife, I told them the story of a very prominent New York woman who had come to see me concerning the rental of her apartment. She maintained a lovely city apartment and a country home, but it was absolutely essential that she rent her apartment if she and her family were to spend the summer at her country home. In previous years, the apartment had been rented without any difficulty early in the spring. But at the time she came to see me, the season for summer sublets was seemingly over. Although the apartment had been in the hands of good real estate agents, no one had seemed interested in renting it. I told her what to do in her imagination. She did it, and in less than 24 hours, her apartment was rented. I explained how she, by the constructive use of her imagination, had rented her apartment. At my suggestion, before she went to sleep that night in her apartment in the city, She imagined she was lying in her bed in her country home. In her imagination, she viewed the world from the country house rather than from the city apartment. She smelled the fresh country air. She made this so real that she actually drifted off to sleep feeling that she was in the country. This was on a Thursday night. At 9 o'clock the following Saturday morning, she phoned me from her country home and told me that on Friday, a highly desirable tenant who met all of her requirements not only rented her apartment, but rented it on the one condition that he could move in that very day, which would be Friday because Thursday, now it's Saturday. I suggested to my friends that they build an imaginal structure as this woman had done. And that was to sleep imagining they were physically present in their new home, feeling they had sold their old home. I explained to them the wide difference between thinking of the image in their new house and thinking from the image of their new house. Thinking of it is a confession that they are not in it. Thinking from it is proof that they are in it. Entering into the image would give substance to the image. Their physical occupancy of the new house would follow automatically. I explained that what the world looks like depends entirely on where man is when he makes his observation. Wow. And man, being all imagination, must be where he is in imagination. This concept of causation disturbed them, for it smacked of magic or superstition, but they promised they would try it. I left that night for California, and the following evening, the conductor on the train in which I was traveling handed me a telegram. It read, "House sold, midnight last." 1 week later, they wrote and told me the very night I left Chicago, they fell asleep physically in the old house, but mentally in the new, viewing the world from the new home, imagining how things would sound if this were true. They were awakened that very night from their sleep to be told the house was sold. Not until the image is entered, until Eve is known, does the event burst upon the world. The wish fulfilled must be conceived in the imagination of man before the event can evolve out of what Blake calls the void. Love that sentence. The wish fulfilled must be conceived in the imagination of man before the event can evolve out of what Blake calls the void. Wonderful, beautiful sentence. Man. This next story proves that by shifting the focus of her imagining, Mrs. A.F. entered physically into where she had persisted in being imaginatively. Soon after our marriage, my husband and I decided that our greatest joint desire was a year in Europe. This objective may seem reasonable to a lot of people, but to us, tied to a narrow sphere of limited finances, it seemed not only unreasonable, but completely ridiculous. Europe doesn't sound bad for a year. Hey, why not? Have you thought of that one before? Europe might as well have been another planet. But I had heard your teaching, so I persisted in falling asleep in England. Why England necessarily? I cannot tell, except that I had seen a current motion picture featuring the area around Buckingham Palace and had promptly fallen in love with the scene. All I did in my imagination was to stand quietly outside the great iron gates and feel the cold metal bars gripped tightly in my hands as I viewed the palace. For many, many nights, I felt an intense joy at being there and fell asleep in this happy state. Soon after, my husband met a stranger at a party who, within 1 month, was instrumental in securing a teaching fellowship for him at a great university. Imagine my excitement when I heard the university was in England. Tied to a narrow sphere, ? Within another month, we were crossing the Atlantic and our supposedly insurmountable difficulties melted as though they never existed. We had our year in Europe, one of the happiest years of my life, signed MF. Now that is a wonderful testimonial. Who doesn't want a year in Europe? Who doesn't want to spend a summer somewhere. I got to bring this up. So in approximately the years 94, I had already been studying the Seth material, but I'm going to guess 94-ish. Yeah, 94. I'm going to go with that. I was playing a video game, and this video game was a Formula One game. And it was a season where you could have a season of races. They were all basically modules. And the first one was Interlagos, which is Sao Paulo, Brazil. Interlagos means, in Portuguese, means between two lakes, I think. And I raced that race over and over. So I was in this little racing game consistently. It was on a computer, on my PC, because I had an early computer. I bought it in '93. Really old machine, but to us now, I mean. So I had this video game. I can't remember if the video game was independent or was in the computer. Either way, I would race Interlagos over and over. And I was like, you know, and I started to get to know how this machine worked and this game, whatever. I forget what I was using. I think I might have had a steering wheel even that mounted to the desk, I think. But so I'm racing through that track over and over and over. So I got to know the track, but I never really got into the other tracks. I never went beyond the first track because I just start the game over and I would race the Interlagos, the Formula One Interlagos Brazil race, and I'd race it. Okay, no big deal. I'd race it, no big deal. It was just something I passed the time with, and I'd go to work and I'd do my thing. And I was studying metaphysics heavily at the time, as I've described before. But I would do this kind of off and on. I didn't really put a lot of effort into it, but I was enamored by the fact that it was in Brazil. And I let it go. It wasn't really anything to me much beyond playing the game. I maybe might have played that game all in all maybe 12 times. Something small like that compared to gamers today might be on there all day and night. So fast forward. This is about the time I meet my wife and we become friends. At the time, we're just friends. Literally about the same time. We didn't hit it off till 97, but we got married in 99. My best man, who was living in Santiago, Chile, when he came to Kauai and was our best man. I'm going to break this down separately, but I want to give this quick story about Brazil, about that race. He came to Kauai and was my best man on my wedding, but he also was living in Santiago at the time for work. So we got an invite from him to stay with him if we want to visit there next year, which would be the year 2000. So we said, yeah, what the heck, why not? We're going to go ahead and do that. So we leave, I think it was out of Dallas. We get down to Santiago, and while we're there, we had pre-planned this, but we had decided that during this vacation, which was 2 weeks, we're going to go over to Rio, and we're going to go over to Sao Paulo for the Formula One race. While I'm at the Formula One race, we're watching this great race, and all this wonder unfolds. And it dawned on me either while I was there or right after. I was like, how is it that I'm at my first Formula One race and it is the only one I ever raced on the computer? Because I knew the track. I really literally, so when I saw the big screen and the cars racing on it, or I saw it on TV, you know, forever, I always knew the track because I had raced the track. But here I was experiencing the track. It was the year 2000. And I was literally experiencing something as a fan now in person that I only experienced in a video game before. It was quite a coincidence. And that's why I'm bringing this up, because there's a lot of things you don't, as Neville describes, a lot of times you don't recognize your own harvest. You sow seeds, but you don't recognize your own harvest. And it's wonderful because we are constantly sowing. So it's time to recognize your harvest for what it is. It's your sowing. What you're experiencing is typically almost always, I mean, it is literally always. I would say you have to admit it is always. It's from your sowing that your harvest is happening. She wanted to be in England. She became in England. What a wonderful testimonial. What the world looks like depends entirely on where man is when he makes his observations. And man, being all imagination, must be where he is in imagination. The stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. That stone is imagining. I acquaint you with this secret and leave you to act or react. This is the famous stone that turneth all to gold. For that which God doth touch and own cannot for less be told. George Herbert. That's a wonderful poem. Oh my goodness. This is the famous stone that turneth all to gold. That is your imagination. For that which God doth touch and own, imagine and feel it real. God, touch and own. Come closer that I may feel you. When Isaac said that to, it was Jacob, but Jacob was dressed in fur. Isaac thought it was Esau. Come closer that I may feel you. For that which God doth touch and own, become it real, become, feel it, cannot for less be told. Oh boy. My home is old, but it is mine. I wanted the exterior painted and the interior redecorated, yet I had no money to accomplish either objective. You told us to live as though our desire is already a reality, and this I began to do, imagining my old house with a brand new coat of paint, new furnishings, new decoration, and all the trimmings. I walked in my imagination through the newly decorated rooms. I walked around the outside admiring the fresh paint. And at the end of my imaginal act, I handed the contractor a check for payment in full. I entered this imaginal scene faithfully as often as I could during the day, and each night before I fell asleep. Don't forget to set that Casio alarm on your watch or on your phone. You got these things. My phone's my bookmark. Within 2 weeks, I received a registered letter from Lloyd's of London telling me I had inherited $7,000 from a woman I had never met. I had known her brother slightly almost 40 years before and had performed a small service 15 years ago for the lady when this brother had died in our country, and she had written to me asking for particulars regarding his death, which I was able to provide. I had not heard from her since that time. Now, here was the check for $7,000, more than enough to cover the cost of my house restoration, plus many, many other things I desired. Signed ECA. Let's review. You told us to live as though our desire is already a reality. And this I began to do, imagining my old house with a brand new coat of paint, new furnishings, new decoration, and all the trimmings. I walked in my imagination through the newly decorated rooms. I walked around the outside admiring the fresh paint, and at the end of my imaginal act, I handed the contractor a check for the payment in full. Didn't care about how. Didn't care about overtime. Didn't care about nothing, about no how, anything, no how, period. Just imagined it as done, and then handing a check in full. Done. Check, done, done. Imagined. What does your imagination cost you? What does it cost you to imagine your desire fulfilled at the end? He who does not imagine in stronger and better lineaments and in stronger and better light than his perishing and mortal eye can see does not imagine at all. Blake. Unless the individual imagines himself someone else or somewhere else, the present conditions and circumstances of his life will continue in being, and his problems recur, for all events renew themselves from his constant images. That's the loop, over and over, over and over. World's filling in the gap for you. You're not doing it. You're not making the impression. The world's putting in all that subconscious feed. While you're watching Lost season 7, hoping to get to season 8 sooner or later. You're letting the world fill in your subconscious. Boom, boom. So you're just in this loop over and over and over. Unless the individual, I must repeat because it's a very important point here. Unless the individual, that's you, me, everyone, imagines himself someone else or somewhere else, the present conditions and circumstances of his life will continue in being his problems, and his problems recur. They will continue in being. and his problems recur, for all events renew themselves from his constant images. Boom, 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 over and over and over. By him they were made, by him they continue in being, and by him they can cease to be. The secret of causation is in the assembled imagery. But a word of warning, the assemblage must have meaning. It must imply something, or it will not form the creative activity, the word. Oh boy, that is a wonderful, wonderful chapter. Oh my gosh, what is your favorite piece? My favorite is George Herbert's very short poem. I will repeat the opening quote from Blake. If the spectator would enter into these images in his imagination, approaching them on the fiery chariot of his contemplative thought, if he could make a friend and companion of one of these images of wonder, which always entreats him to leave mortal things, then would he arise from his grave, that's your sleeping self, then would he meet the Lord in the air, and then he would be happy. That is fulfilling your dream. My favorite here is this very short poem. This is the famous stone that turneth all to gold. For that which God doth touch and own cannot for less be told. Wow. What a wonderful, wonderful poem. Okay, one more. He who does not imagine in stronger and better lineaments and in stronger and better light than his perishing and mortal eye can see, does not imagine at all. If you're only reflecting what your life is over and over, then you're not imagining at all. If you're looking out and you're seeing the world deliver to you the goods over and over, you're not using your imagination. Who's to blame here? Who's to blame? Is anybody to blame? Or do we just stay stuck here? What if we have a desire to be married? What if we're single, we're not married, and we're not in love, and we want to be married? Not single, we want to be together in a relationship. We want to be in love. We want to feel the trumpets of our heart singing. We want that feeling. Who's going to do it for you? Is someone going to imagine lovingly for you? I hope so. Because if you're not going to do it, you better be lucky enough that someone around you is imagining lovingly for you. If not, because it's kind of few and far between, you need to get busy. You need to get on with the killing here. You need to start imagining as you fall asleep and start bolstering that image of you coming home from your honeymoon, happily married in Hawaii, walking across the new threshold to your new house, together, being carried or doing the carrying. You need to start that image. No one's going to put that together for you. Only you can be in your own imagining. Who's going to come over and imagine for you at night? Hey, don't forget. No, it ain't going to happen like that. It's something that has to be constructed by you. And it takes that consistent, proactive effort. You don't break a sweat from this. It's not sweat-worthy. At first, it might feel foreign. As he said in one of these poems just now, it might seem like a foreign land, but you make it comfortably natural feeling to you the more you do this impression. You make it start to feel natural. Once it does feel natural, you're already there. It's already a done deal. There's going to be a point when that imagining tells you it's done. It's so natural, it's done. Then you can move on to something else. You can forget about it. You're in the Sabbath. And it's going to happen. The bridge of incidents will construct what is necessary to make it in your physical 3D world. What a wonderful chapter. All right, we're going to see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, Chapter 10, Things Which Do Not Appear. What is seen was made out of things which do not appear. Hebrews 11:3. Human history with its forms of governments, its revolutions, its wars, and in fact the rise and fall of nations, could be written in terms of the rise and fall of ideas implanted in the minds of men. Herbert Hoover. The secret of imagining is the greatest of all problems, to the solution of which the mystic aspires. supreme power, supreme wisdom, supreme delight lie in the far-off solution of this mystery. Douglas Fawcett. To refuse to recognize the creative power of man's invisible imaginal activity is too great to be argued with. Man, through his imaginal activity, literally calls into existence the things that do not exist. By man's imaginal activity, all things are made. And without such activity, was not anything made that was made. Such causal activity could be defined as an imaginal assemblage of images which, occurring, some physical event invariably takes place. It is for us to assemble the images of happy outcome and then keep from interfering. The event must not be forced but allowed to happen. Very huge point. It is for us to assemble the images of happy outcome and then keep from interfering. The event must not be forced but allowed to happen. If imagination is the only thing that acts or is in existing beings or men, as Blake believed in parentheses, then we should never be certain that it was not some woman treading in the winepress who began that subtle change in men's minds. This grandmother is daily treading the winepress for her little granddaughter. She writes, "This is one of those things that make my family and friends say we just don't understand it. Kim is 2.5 years old now. I took care of her for a month after she was born and did not see her again until a year ago, and then only for 2 weeks. However, during this past year, every day I have taken her on my lap in my imagination and cuddled her and talked to her. In these now this is for the past year. In these imaginal acts, I go over all the wonderful things about Kim. God is growing through me. God is loving through me, etc. At first, I would get the response of a very young child. When I started, God is growing through me, she would reply, me? Now, as I start, she completes the whole sentence. Another thing that has happened is, as the months have passed, as I take her in my imagination, on my lap, she has grown constantly larger and heavier. Kim hasn't even seen a picture of me in this past year. At the most, I could only be a name to her. Now, sometime each day, her family tells me she starts talking about me to no one in particular, just talking. Sometimes it goes on for an hour, or she goes to the phone and pretends to call. In her monologue are such bits as, me Dee Dee loves me. Me Dee Dee always comes to see me every day. Even though I know what I have been doing in my imagination, it has caused me to wonder much. Signed DB. Just sit with that one for a minute. That is wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All imaginative men and women are forever casting forth enchantments, and all passive men and women who have no powerful imaginative lives are continually passing under the spell of their power. There is no form in nature which is not produced by and sustained by some imaginal activity. Therefore, any change in the imaginal activity must result in a corresponding change in form. To imagine a substitute image for unwanted or defective content is to create it. If only we persist in our ideal imaginal activity and do not let lesser satisfactions suffice, ours shall be the victory. When I read in Seed Time and Harvest the story of the school teacher who, through her imagination, in daily revision, transformed a delinquent pupil into a lovely girl, I decided to do something about a young boy in my husband's school. To tell all the problems involved would take pages, for my husband has never had such a difficult child nor such a trying parent situation. The lad was too young to be expelled, yet the teachers refused to have him in their classes. To make matters worse, the mother and grandmother literally camped on the school grounds, making trouble for everyone. I wanted to help the boy, but I also wanted to help my husband. So nightly, I constructed two scenes in my imagination. One, I saw a perfectly normal, happy child. Two, I heard my husband say, "I can't believe it, dear, but do you know R is acting like a normal boy now? And it is heaven not having those two women around?" Two imaginal scenes. Nightly. After 2 months of persisting, okay, 2 months. Who's going to take 2 months? Who's going to take 2 months to at least persist at one kind of concept? You don't have to jump over everything. Just go to the one main desire. The one you have already felt within you is the most important one. You want to be married in love, happily coming home from your honeymoon? That's the one then. Focus on that one desire. Spend 2 months. And then come back and let us know what happened. 2 months. After 2 months of persisting, in my imaginal play, night after night, my husband came home and said, "It's like heaven around school." Not exactly the same words, but close enough for me. The grandmother had become involved in something that took her out of town, and the mother had to accompany her. At the same time, a new teacher had welcomed the challenge of R, and he was progressing wonderfully well into all I imagined for him. Signed GB. Don't forget, you're either looking through the eye imaginatively and lifting, or you're looking with the eye and reflecting what they already are. It is useless to hold standards that we do not apply. Unlike Portia, who said, "I can easier teach 20 what were good to be done than to be one of the 20 to follow mine own teaching." GB followed her own teaching. It is fatally easy to make the acceptance of the imaginal faith a substitute for living by it. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to those who are bound. Isaiah 61:1. Wow, what a wonderful, short, potent, powerful chapter. Things which do not appear. Juicy bits all over the place. My favorite piece is the 2 months. She simply read in Seed Time and Harvest about the success of the school teacher and the little girl. The delinquent pupil turned into a lovely girl. The one that said good morning. And then she decided to do something about the young boy in her husband's school. It wasn't even directly involved with her. Nightly, I constructed 2 scenes, and after 2 months of persisting. I mean, what does that say to what it is you're trying to manifest? What it is you're trying to persuade yourself that is happening in your reality? It's either something, as we know, there's 3 major departments. It's something to do with health, it's something to do with wealth, it's something to do with love. Wisdom could be thrown in for the fun of it. One of these is typically the general direction you want to go. There's nothing wrong with picking the one that means the most to you right now and persisting night after night in the imaginal scene of yourself fulfilled in the end. If it's hard to construct on the first night, you move the needle that much, great. The next night you move it again, you move it again, you move it again. Before you know it, you're going back and this is getting longer and longer. This image is getting longer and longer. Before you know it, you have the full scene. Repeat it, repeat it. Go to bed a little earlier. Don't just fall right asleep immediately. See what happens. Are you going to give it 2 months? Give it 2 months. Then come back and let us know. All right. We're going to see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise. Chapter 11, The Potter. It's going to be good. Arise and go down to the potter's house, and there I will let you hear my words. So I went down to the potter's house, and there he was working at his wheel. And the vessel he was making of clay was spoiled in the potter's hand, and he reworked it into another vessel, as it seemed good to the potter to do. Jeremiah 18, 2 through 4. The word translated potter means imagination. Out of material others would have thrown away as useless, an awakened imagination refashions it as it ought to be. O Lord, thou art our Father, we are the clay, and thou art our potter, we are all the work of thy hand. Isaiah 64, 8. This conception of creation as a work of imagination, and the Lord our Father as our imagination, will take us further into the mystery of creation than any other guide. The only reason people do not believe in this identity of God and human imagination is that they are unwilling to assume the responsibility for their frightful misuse of imagination. Frightful misuse of imagination. Divine imagination has descended to the level of human imagination, that human imagination may ascend to divine imagination. Divine imagination has descended to the level of human imagination, that human imagination may ascend to the level of divine imagination. Divine imagination, all that is God, I am. Human imagination. The 8th Psalm says that man was made a little lower than God, not a little lower than the angels, as the King James Version mistakenly translates it. Angels are the emotional dispositions of man and are therefore his servant, and not his superior, as the author of Hebrews tells us, Hebrews 1:14. Imagination is the real man and is one with God. Imagination creates, conserves, and transforms. Imagination is radically creative when all imaginative activity based on memory disappears. Imagination is conservative when its imaginal activity is fed with images supplied mainly by memory. Imagination is transformative when it varies a theme already in being, when it mentally alters a fact of life, when it leaves the fact out of the remembered experience or puts something else in its place, if it upsets the harmony it desires. Through the use of her imagination, this talented young artist has made her dream a reality. Ever since I entered into the art field, I have enjoyed doing sketches and paintings for children's rooms. However, I have been discouraged by advisors and friends who were far more experienced in the field than I. They liked my work, admired my talent, but said I would not get recognition nor pay for this type of work. Somehow I always felt I would, but how? Then last fall I heard your lectures and read your books, and I decided to let my imagination create the reality I desired. This is what I did daily. I imagined I was in a gallery. There was a great deal of excitement about me. On the walls hung my art, only mine, a one-woman show, in parentheses, and I saw red stars on many of the pictures. This would indicate that they had been sold. This is what happened. Okay. Last fall I heard your lectures, your books, I read them. I wanted to create the reality I desired. This is what I did daily. We don't know how long daily yet. This is what happened just before Christmas. Last fall I heard, and just before Christmas, we're talking a couple months. Fall, September, October, September 21, I believe, technically, calendar-wise. So we're talking about October, November, just before Christmas, which is going to be about 2.5 months, let's say 3 months. I did a mobile for a friend who showed it to turn to a friend of hers. Excuse me. Just before Christmas, I did a mobile for a friend who showed it in turn to a friend of hers who owns an art import shop in Pasadena. He expressed a desire to meet me, so I took a few samples of my work along. When he looked at the very first painting, he said he would like to give me a one-woman show in the spring. The night of the opening, April 17th, an interior decorator came and liked and commissioned me to do a collage for a little boy's room, which will appear in the September issue of Good Housekeeping for the 1961 House of the Year. Later, during the showing, another decorator came and admired my work so much, he asked if he might arrange for me to meet the right interior decorators and the right owners of the galleries who would buy and display my work properly. Incidentally, the show was a financial success for the owner of the gallery as well as for me. The interesting thing about this is that seemingly these three men came to me out of the blue. Certainly I made no effort during the time of my imagining to contact anyone, but now I am getting recognition and have a market for my work. And now I know without a shadow of a doubt that there is no when you seriously apply this principle that imagining creates reality. Beautiful. Signed G.L. Wonderful. You want to hang around negative Neds? You're going to get what they give. Negative, discouragement. That's not the people to hang around. Obviously, hanging around Neville and going to his lecture and reading his books is where you want to be. What a great result. Oh my gosh. She tested the potter and proved his creativity in performance. Only the indolent mind would fail to rise to this challenge. Paul states, the Spirit of God dwells in you. Now, examine yourselves to see whether you are holding to your faith. Test yourselves. Do you not realize that Jesus Christ is in you? Unless indeed you fail to meet the test, I hope you will find out that we have not failed. 2 Corinthians 13:5 to 6. If all things were made through him, and without him was not anything made that was made, it should not be difficult for man to test himself to find out who this creator in himself is. The test will prove to man that his imagination is the one who gives life to the dead and calls into existence the things that do not exist. There it is. Romans 4:17. Wow. Listen to that sentence. I must repeat with the quote. The test will prove to man that his imagination is the one who gives life to the dead. Remember, breathing life into the dead child. That's the consummation of the male and the female, the conscious and the subconscious, which gives birth to the son, which is the new reality. Who gives life to the dead and calls into existence the things that do not exist. Romans 4:17. The potter's presence in us is inferred from what he does there. We cannot see him there as one not ourselves. The nature of the potter, Jesus Christ, is to create, and there is no creation without him. Every recorded story in this book is just such a test as Paul asked the Corinthians to make. God really and truly exists in man, in every human being. God wholly becomes us. He is not our virtue, but our real selves, our imagination. The following illustrations from the mineral world may help us to see how supreme imagining and human imagining could be one and the same power and yet be vastly different in their creativity. Diamond is the world's hardest mineral. Graphite used in lead pencils is one of the softest. Yet both minerals are pure carbon. The vast difference in the properties of the two forms of carbon is believed to be caused by a different arrangement of the carbon atoms. But whether the difference is produced by a different arrangement of the carbon atoms or not, all agree that diamond and graphite are one substance, pure carbon. The purpose of life is the creative realization of desire. There it is, the purpose of life, right there. The creative realization of desire. Creative realization, there's your desire, getting the impression. Realizing it is becoming it. The creative realization of desire. Couldn't be a more important sentence right there. Man, lacking desire, could not exist efficiently in a world of continuous problems requiring continuing solutions. Doesn't it feel like that sometimes? Excuse me, hasn't it felt that way sometimes? In the past. In the past. You're in the past now. A desire is an awareness of something we lack or need to make life more enjoyable. Desires always have some personal gain in view. The greater the anticipated gain, the more intense the desire. The greater the anticipated gain, the more intense the desire. There is no really unselfish desire. Even when our desire is for another, we are still seeking to gratify desire. To attain our desire, we should imagine scenes implying their fulfillment and enact the scene in our imagination, if only momentarily, with a joy sufficiently felt within its limits to make it natural. It is like a child dressing up and playing queen. We must imagine we are what we would like to be. We must play it in imagination first, not as a spectator, as an actor. This lady imaginatively played queen by being where she wanted to be in her imagination. She was the true actor in this theater. My desire was to attend a matinee performance of a famous pantomimist currently playing in one of the largest theaters of our city. Because of the intimate nature of this art, I wanted to sit in the orchestra, but I didn't have even the price to pay a balcony seat. The night I determined to have this pleasure for myself in my imagination, I fell asleep watching the wondrous performer. In my imaginal act, I sat in an orchestral center seat, heard the applause as the curtain rose and the artist came on stage, and I actually felt the intense excitement of this experience. The next day, the day of the matinee performance, my financial condition had not changed. I had exactly $1.37 in my purse. I knew I must use the dollar to buy gas for my car, which would leave me with 37 cents. But I also knew I had faithfully slept in the feeling of being at that performance. So I dressed myself for the theater. Now, this is a good test right here. While changing articles from one purse to another, I found a dollar bill and 45 cents in change hidden in the pocket of my seldom used opera purse. I grinned to myself, realizing that gasoline money had been given to me, so would the balance of my theater ticket be given to me. Gaily, I finished dressing and left for the theater. Standing before the ticket window, my confidence dwindled as I gazed at the prices and saw $3.75 for orchestra seats. With a feeling of dismay, I turned away quickly and walked across the street to a cafe for a cup of tea. I'd spent 16 cents on my tea before I remembered seeing the price of balcony seats on the ticket window list. Hurriedly, I counted my change and found I had $1.66 left. Running back to the theater, I bought the cheapest seat available, which cost $1.55. With 1 dime left in my purse, I went through the entrance, and the usher tore my ticket in half, saying, "Upstairs left, please." The performance was about to begin, but ignoring the usher's instructions, I walked into the main floor's ladies' restroom. Still determined to sit in the orchestra section, I sat down, closed my eyes, and kept my inward sight riveted on the stage from the direction of the orchestra. At that moment, a group of women walked into the restroom, all talking at once. But I heard only one conversation as a woman speaking to her companion said, "But I waited and waited until the last moment. Then she called and said she couldn't make it. I would have given her ticket away, but it's too late now." Not realizing it, I handed the usher both tickets and he tore them in half before I could stop him. I almost laughed aloud. Getting up, I walked over to this lady and asked if I might use the extra ticket she had, instead of the balcony seat I had bought. She was charming and kindly invited me to join her party. The ticket she handed me was for the orchestra section, center seat, 6 rows from the stage. I sat in that seat only moments before the curtain rose on a performance I had witnessed the night before from that seat. In my imagination. Signed J.R. Oh, man, just listen to the story. Man, oh man, that's a good one. We must actually be, capital B, capital E, in imagination. It is one thing to think of the end, and another thing to think from the end. To think from the end, to enact the end, is to create reality. The inner actions must correspond to the actions we would physically perform after these things should be. To live wisely, we must be aware of our imaginal activity and see to it that it is faithfully shaping the end we desire. The world is clay. Our imagination is the potter. We should always imagine ends that are of value and promise well. He who desires but acts not breeds pestilence. What's done flows from what's imagined. Outward forms reveal the imaginings of man. Man is the shuttle to whose winding quest and passage through these looms God ordered motion but ordained no rest. Man is the shuttle to whose winding quest and passage through these looms God ordered motion but ordained no rest. I run a small business solely owned, and a few years ago it seemed that my venture would end in failure. For some months, sales had fallen steadily, and I found myself in a financial jam. Along with thousands of other small businessmen, at this period spanned one of our country's minor recessions. I was badly in debt and needed at least $3,000 almost immediately. My auditors advised me to close my doors and try to salvage what I could. Instead, I turned to my imagination. I knew your teaching, but had never actually attempted to solve any problem in this manner. I was frankly skeptical of the entire idea that imagination can create reality, but I was also desperate. And desperation forced me to test your teaching. That's all we need to do is test this teaching. I imagined my office receiving $4,000 unexpectedly in remittances due. This money would have to come from new orders, as my accounts receivable were practically non-existent. But this seemed far-fetched, as I hadn't received this much in sales during the last 4 months or more. Nevertheless, I kept my imaginal picture of receiving this amount of money steadily before me for 3 days. 3 days. Early the fourth morning, a customer I had not heard from in months called me on the telephone asking me to come and see him personally. I was to bring a quotation previously given him for machinery needed by his factory. The quotation was months old, but I dug it out of my files and lost no time in arriving at his office that day. I wrote out the order which he signed, but I saw no immediate help for me in the transaction, as the equipment he wanted would take from 4 to 6 months for factory delivery. And of course, my customer did not have to pay for it until delivered. I thanked him for the order and rose to leave. He stopped me at the door and handed me a check for a little over $4,000, saying, "I want to pay you for the merchandise now in advance for tax purposes, you know. You don't mind?" No, I didn't mind. I realized what had happened the moment I took that check in my hands. Within 3 days, my imaginal act had done for me what I hadn't been able to do in months of desperate financial shuffling. Out in the world, financial shuffling is not going to be the answer. Imagination. I know now that imagination could have brought $40,000 into my business just as easily as $4,000. Signed LNC. O Lord, thou art our Father. We are the clay, and thou art our potter. We are all the work of thy hand. We are the clay, and thou art our Father. That is a great, great example. Oh my gosh, so many things in there. I am fond of the business. I ran my own business for 13 years, and I understand it quite a bit, and it is a good one there. You know, a lot of times I did not have this mindset. I was doing the sets classes and doing the self teaching and practicing out of bodies and flying around and going through walls, but I wasn't coming at it at my business. I wasn't coming at it from the perspective like this here. I was more like chasing and prospecting and business networking and all these things. Where do you put your business card? And where do you put the flyers and advertising and all these things? All these wonderful things. Oh boy. And when little did I know, as I know now, imagining is all you need. You want to ramp the business up? Imagination will get you there. This is a great, great example of that. Immediately my favorite part of that chapter. What was your favorite part? Let me know. Chapter 11, the potter. We're going to see you in the next chapter. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, chapter 12, attitudes. Or as Earl Nightingale might say, attitude. Mental things are alone real. What is called corporeal, nobody knows of its dwelling place. It is in fallacy and its existence an imposture. Where is the existence out of mind or thought? Where is it but in the mind of a fool? Blake. Wow. Starts off wonderfully. Mental things are alone real. As I said on the previous video, when you close these, you're looking at the fourth dimension. You're literally there. So whatever you see or feel in this moment, when you're in the closet with the door closed, you're looking at the fourth dimension. It is real what you see here in this moment with those peepers closed. What is called corporeal? Nobody knows if it's of its dwelling place. When these are closed, what is its dwelling place? It is in fallacy and its existence an imposture. Fantasy, fallacy. Where is the existence out of mind or thought? Where is it but in the mind of a fool? Man, Blake, wow. What would it have been like to hang out with him for a day? Whew. Memory, though faulty, is adequate to the call for sameness. If we remember another as we have known him, we recreate him in that image, and the past will be recognized in the present. We got into this in chapter 8. If you look back just a few chapters. It's a very, very important point right off the bat. I mean, talk about home run. He's already knocking it out of the park right here. If we remember another as we've known him, we recreate him in that image. And the past will be recognized in the present. Imagining creates reality. If there is room for improvement, we should reconstruct him with new content. Visualize him as we would like him to be, rather than have him bear the burden of our memory of him. Everything possible to be believed is an image of truth. Everything possible to be believed is an image of truth. Man, that's the first paragraph, and that is really amazing right there. The following story is by one who believes that imagining creates reality, and acting on this belief, changed his attitude toward a stranger and bore witness to this change in reality. More than 20 years ago, when I was a green farm boy, newly arrived in Boston to attend school, a panhandler asked me for money for a meal. Although the money I had was pitifully insufficient for my own needs, I gave him what was in my pocket. A few hours excuse me, a few hours later, the same man, by this time staggering drunk, stopped me again and asked for money. I was so outraged to think the money I could so ill afford had been put to such use. I made myself a solemn pledge that I would never again listen to the plea of a street beggar. Through the years, I kept my pledge, but every time I refused anyone, my conscience needled me. I felt guilty even to the point of developing a sharp pain in my stomach, but I couldn't bring myself to unbend. The early part of this year, a man stopped me as I was walking my dog and asked for money so he could eat. True to the old pledge, I refused him. His manner was gracious as he accepted my refusal. He even admired my dog and spoke of a family in New York State he knew that raised Cocker Spaniels. This time my conscience was really pricking me. As he went on his way, I determined to remake that scene as I wished it had been. So I stopped right there on the street, stopped right there in the moment, closed my eyes for only a few moments, and enacted the scene differently. Excuse me. In my imagination, I had the same man approach me. Okay, now he stops in the moment, reimagining, he's revising, reimagining the same man approach him, only this time he opened the conversation by admiring my dog. After we talked for a moment, I had him say, I don't like to ask you this, but I really need something to eat. I have a job that begins tomorrow morning, but I've been out of work and tonight I'm hungry. I then reached into my imaginary pocket, pulled out an imaginary $5 bill and gladly gave it to him. This imaginal act immediately dissolved the guilty feeling and the pain. Now, there's a phrase, what is fact but official fiction, right? And we've seen that throughout the material, throughout Neville's material. The persistence in something that's not real ends up being real, etc., etc., etc. He's imagining the scene differently, giving him the $5 bill. I'm asking you, what is the difference? Like when you go to bed at night and you're reliving the day and you're revising the day, because now you're doing that, what's the difference between the way you think you remembered it versus the way you're recreating it? There actually literally is no difference. It's all a dream anyway. row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. You're recreating a dream. It's a dream in the first place. It's an awake dream in the first place. This is going to be getting into the advanced territory, but it is only a dream. So since it is a dream and you're constructing during a live presentation of your own dream, and you're like, I believe this is Freedom Berry's story of a situation he had in San Francisco. If you're in a live situation and something's calling you to revise and reimagine right now, stop. Turn off the music, turn off the lecture, turn off whatever you're listening to. Pull your focus home to where you are. Your eyes can be open. I do this all the time. Your eyes can be open. It's not a big deal. If you're driving, for me, if I'm driving, a large part of me it's unconscious to drive now. I mean, I can literally, I was using a gear shift there. I learned on a 3 in the tree. And later on, I bought my own car. I finally got me a stick shift, but nowadays it's obviously automatic. But it's automatic when you're driving. You're like, you know what a red light means. You know what so you can easily phase out and imagine lovingly during these moments. Freedom here, it sounds like, is taking this moment actively in that exact moment. The exact moment you're having the experience, when you see somebody or when somebody's asking you like this and then he wants to give them the real leg up, then you take that moment and you reimagine. You do your live revision. You do your revision in real time, live in the moment. The moment's where all your power is. So, hence why that means anything at all. The moment is where your power is. This imaginal act dissolved the guilty feeling and the pain within him. I know from your teaching that an imaginal act is fact, so I knew I could grant anyone what he asked, and by faith in the imaginal act, Consent to the reality of his having it. 4 months later, this is Freedom's story. 4 months later, as I was again walking my dog, the same man approached me and opened the conversation by admiring my dog. "Here's a beautiful dog," he said. "Young man, I don't suppose you remember me, but a while back I asked you for some money and you very kindly said no. I say kindly because if you had given it to me, I would still be asking for money. Instead, I got a job that very next morning, and now I am on my feet and have some self-respect again." I knew his job was a fact when I imagined it that night some 4 months before. But I won't deny there was immense satisfaction in having him appear in the flesh to confirm it. Signed, FB. Well, there it is. I don't read these in advance, by the way. So there it is, Freedom Berry. What a wonderful, wonderful testimonial. "Silver and gold have I not for thee, but what I have I give." Right? Peter at the gates. Oh, excuse me. Here we go. "I have no silver and gold, but I give what I have." Acts 3:6. I mean, it's so simple. What is it you have? What are you gladly in possession of but thought? And that wonderful, wonderful, ever infinite thing, imagination. The true treasure house. The true treasure house. The privilege of our being is our imagination. None is to be discarded. All must be saved. And our imagination reshaping memory is the process whereby this salvation is brought to pass. To condemn the man for having lost his way is to punish the already punished. "Oh, whom should I pity if I pity not the sinner who has gone astray? Not what the man was, but what he may become should be our imaginal activity." Cowboys and aliens. Not what the man was, but what he may become should be our imaginal activity. And if you haven't heard me say it before, I was watching this movie called Cowboys and Aliens with Daniel Craig, Harrison Ford, and another actor, and I will have to look up his name. This other actor played this preacher. And every line of his is pure gold. And I think his role in the movie lasts for maybe the first hour or so. And everything he says, pay close attention because it's written wonderfully. But, punchline, while he is in, and I'm spoiling the movie, I know, while he's in the throes of his character finishing his role in the movie, Daniel Craig's character is going to his aid, and the character I'm speaking of, the preacher, says to Daniel Craig's character, remember, God doesn't care who you were, he only cares who you are. In fact, the full line, he says, "Go get our people. Remember, God doesn't care who you were, he only cares who you are." I mean, the ultimate line. Go get our people, meaning be the good shepherd. Go get those who have strayed. And in the story, there's a drama, and interpreting movies is fascinating. Interpreting movies is like interpreting a dream. We're going to get into that on this channel as well. But I think the first movie we'll do together is The Count of Monte Cristo, and it's going to be a reaction video, and we're going to break it down. And it's such a good movie, man. I just watched it again recently. The black and white 1934 version that Abdullah and Neville sat in a theater together and watched. It's gold, that movie. God doesn't matter. God doesn't care where you were. He only cares where you are. Not what the man was, but what he may become should be our imaginal activity. Don't you remember Sweet Alice, Ben Bolt, Sweet Alice, whose hair was so brown, who wept with delight when you gave her a smile and trembled with fear at your frown? If we imagine no worse of him than he of himself, he would pass as excellent. If we imagine no worse of him than he would of himself. It's not the man at his best, but the imaginist exercising the spirit of forgiveness that performs the miracle. Remember, the word forgiveness in Neville interpretation is imagining lovingly. Imagining with new content transformed both the man who asked and the man who gave. Imagining has not yet had its due in the systems either of moralists or educators. When it does, there will be the opening of the prison to those who are bound. Big time. Nothing has existence for us save through the memory we have of it. Think about that. Memory, boy, oh boy, what is that? Let's figure that out. Nothing has existence for us save through the memory we have of it. Therefore, we should remember it is not as it was, unless, of course, it was altogether desirable, but as we desire it to be. Think about that. Take inventory of your memory. What is it you remember on a daily basis? What flies in from nowhere? If it is something you desire to be in a different form, even a memory of you riding a bike. If you desire that bike ride that you fell in front of somebody to be different, then you remember it when you popped a wheelie past people and they were clapping at you, having fun, laughing with you, being so excellent at what you were doing. This is any memory. Just see the memory in the new version. This sentence is profound. Nothing has existence for us save through the memory we have of it. Nothing means everything, animate and inanimate. Therefore, we should remember it not as it was, unless, of course, it was altogether desirable, but as we desire it to be. Inasmuch as imagining is creative, our memory of another either furthers or hinders him and makes his upward or downward way easier and swifter. You can see why you are in your garden. You have been put there. No one else is there for you. You are there for a reason. You are the gardener who keeps his garden pruned. Pruning is a way of pulling out the dead, unneeded weeds and limbs that aren't helping the further growth of that in your garden. Your garden is your family. Your garden is your siblings. Your garden is your parents. Your garden is your children. Your garden is your coworkers. Your garden is your bosses. Your garden is everything and everybody around you. How do you want them to be in your world? You want them to be as you desire them to be? It's your opportunity. It is your opportunity. No one's coming to do it for you. You are the gardener. There is no coal of character so dead that it will not glow and flame if but slightly turned. The following story shows that imagining can make rings and husbands and move people to China. My husband, child of a broken home and raised by beloved grandparents, was never close to his mother, nor she to him. A woman of 63 and a divorcee for 32 of those years, she was lonely and embittered. And my relationship with her was strained as I attempted to stay in the middle. By her own admission, her great desire was to remarry for companionship. But she believed this to be impossible at her age. My husband would often state to me that he hoped she would remarry, and as he fervently put it, perhaps live way out of town. I had the same wish, as I put it, perhaps move to China. Being wary of my personal motive for this wish, I knew I must change my feeling toward her in my imaginal drama, and at the same time, give her what she wanted. I began by seeing her in my imagination as a completely changed personality, a happy, joyous woman, secure and contented in a new relationship. Every time I thought of her, I would see her mentally as a new woman. That doesn't cost anything. What is the cost? It's not even a hassle to do. It's exciting to do. About 3 weeks later, 3 weeks, 21 days, it's a common theme going here. She came to our house for a visit, bringing a friend she had met many months previously. The man had recently become a widower. He was her age, secure financially, and had grown and had grown children and grandchildren. We liked him, and I was excited because it was obvious they liked each other. But my husband still thought it was impossible. I didn't. From that day on, every time her image rose in my mind, I saw her extending her left hand toward me, and I admired the ring on her finger. I ask you, what is the cost to imagine that of anybody of your friends who are single, who want to be married? What does it cost you to imagine that? 1 month later, she and her friend came to visit us, and as I walked forward to greet them, she proudly extended her left hand. The ring was on her finger. 2 weeks later, she was married, and we haven't seen her since. She lives in a brand new home, way out of town, and as her new husband dislikes the long drive to our house, she might as well have moved to China. Signed JB. Wow. Wow. Imagine lovingly, my friends. Imagine lovingly, or don't imagine at all. There is a wide difference between the will to resist an activity and the decision to change it. He who changes an activity acts, whereas he who resists an activity reacts. One creates and the other perpetuates. Nothing is real beyond the imaginative patterns we make of it. Memory, no less than desire, resembles a daydream. Oh, big time. Why make it a daymare? Nightmare, daymare. Man can forgive only if he treats memory as a daydream and shapes it to his heart's desire. Exactly what we just discussed. Imagine it lovingly. Whatever that memory flies in comes out of nowhere, and you're like, what? Why is that in my head right now? You can reshape the entire memory into a new creation of yours. R.K. learned that we may rob others of their abilities by our attitudes toward them. He changed his attitude and thereby changed a fact. I am not a moneylender, nor am I the investment business as such, but a friend and business acquaintance came to me for a substantial loan in order to expand his plant. Because of personal friendship, I granted the loan with reasonable interest rates and gave my friend the right of renewal at the end of 1 year. When the first year term expired, he was behind in his interest payments and requested a 30-day extension on the note. 30-day extension, excuse me. I granted this request, but at the end of 30 days, he was still unable to meet the note and asked for an additional extension. As I previously stated, I am not in the business of lending money. Within 20 days, I needed full payment of the loan to meet debts of my own. But I consented again to extend the note, although my own credit was now in serious jeopardy. The natural thing to do was to apply legal pressure to collect, and a few years ago, I would have done just that. Instead, I remembered your warning not to rob others of their ability, and I realized that I had been robbing my friend of his ability to pay what he owed. You can see how he was doing that, right? For 3 nights, I constructed a scene in my imagination, 3 nights, in my imagination, which I heard my friend tell me that unexpected orders had flooded his desk so rapidly, he was now able to pay the loan in full. The 4th day, I received a telephone call from him. He told me that by what he called a miracle, he had received so many orders, and big ones too, he was now able to pay back my loan, including all interest due, and in fact had just mailed a check to me for the entire amount. Signed, RK. Just take it in. It's so simple. It is so simple when we imagine lovingly with a loving intent. That's why I always throw in what works. I am a blender of what works. I love you. Thank you. I'm saying that to you. I love you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. I actually, really, truly love you. Thank you. Love, the most powerful thing there is. Neville even admits. Love, hope, and faith, the most powerful being love. Gratitude. Thank you, Father. Have we not heard that from Neville a million times? Thank you, Father. The most powerful prayer, he says, is thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. I love you. Thank you. How hard is that to blend into this mix? If you're going to imagine anybody, you want to imagine two things. Two of your friends, it's two things if you're imagining anybody in your life. Your spouse, your parents, your children, your brothers and sisters, your neighbors, the mailman, the postman, the milkman, everybody. How am I going to think about them without thinking, I love you and thank you? And if it's that hard to come up with something, then just say, when you think of the person, I love you, thank you. Just do that. You got to start somewhere with this process. You don't have to recreate a menagerie of activity with them in your mind. Someone pops to mind, I love you, thank you. I love you, thank you. Now you can go to the other parts of that Ho'oponopono prayer and use the I'm sorry, please forgive me, but I think Hugh Lin, Dr. Hugh Lin, kind of was all about the short version of it. I love you, thank you. There's so much to behold in that body of work. It's wonderful, but it fits right in here. Because all it is a piece of what we're studying. It fits right in here. It's Neville's told us the same information. There's nothing more fundamental to the secret of imagining than the distinction between imagining and the state imagined. There's nothing more fundamental to the secret of imagining than the distinction between imagining and the state imagined. Mental things are alone real. Everything possible to be believed is an image of truth. End of chapter. Wow. Amazing chapter. So many good things in here. Opening quote by Blake. Mental things are alone real. What is called corporeal? Nobody knows of its dwelling place. It is in fallacy, and its existence an imposture. Where is the existence out of mind or thought? Where is it but in the mind of a fool? Blake, I wonder if he means a fool just to be somebody who just imagines. And I think that's really what it is. Because when you take this on faith that your imagination creates reality, all you're simply doing is play acting anyway. What you did as a child, literally, without even getting permission. You never asked permission to imagine. When you came into this life, you never asked anybody, is it okay if I imagine? And some people have had some very tough beginnings. Some people have had other beginnings. Some people have had different beginnings. It doesn't matter. But when did you ever remember anybody asking for permission to imagine something? It's actually literally born into you. Remembering, he became you so that he would forget himself in you, so you would wake up with the memory that you are him. He imagined you into being so that you would imagine where you came from and remember that your imagination is the ultimate gift that he gave you. I am all that is God. That's the he. Imagination is born in you because he imagined you in the first place. You're of imagination already. You already are the dream from the dreamer. And in your dream activity, you also dream. Can't deny that. All right, end of chapter. We're going to see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, Chapter 13, all trivia. General knowledge is remote knowledge. It is in particulars that wisdom consists and happiness too. Blake. Wow. There's a reason that Neville uses Blake a lot. And I like that he's using him more in his latter works here. We must use our imagination to achieve particular ends, even if the ends are all trivia. Because men do not clearly define and imagine particular ends, the results are uncertain, while they may be perfectly certain. To imagine particular ends is to discriminate clearly. Remember, particular ends. How do we distinguish the oak from the beech, the horse from the ox, but by the bounding outline? Definition asserts the reality of the particular thing against the formless generalizations which flood the mind. Life on earth is a kindergarten for image making. That was very much a thing that Seth conveyed in his body of work too, that this was basically that our system of reality, this system, is like a training ground. It's basically like a grade school, that when we graduate, we are going to, which in Neville's terms, which is great, is the resurrection. And in Neville's terms of his own life, he was meeting with the resurrection, which means he wasn't going to be coming back as a 20-year-old like his parents, but was going to be going home and possibly onto the next system or the next situation, which makes this like the training ground, makes this the kindergarten. And Seth has communicated that quite clearly in his body of work. And here it is, Neville right here saying the same thing. Life on earth is a kindergarten for image making. Image making. The bigness or littleness of the object is to be created. The bigness or littleness of the object to be created is not in itself important. The great and golden rule of art as well as life, said Blake, is this: that the more distinct, sharp, and wiry the bounding line, the more perfect the work of art, and the less keen and sharp, the greater is the evidence of weak imitation. What is it that builds a house and plants a garden but the definite and determinate? Leave out this line and you leave out life itself. Wow, I can't wait to read Blake. The following stories are concerned with the acquiring of seemingly little things, or toys as I call them, but they are important because of the clear imaginal images that created the toys. The author of the first story is one of whom it is said, she has everything. This is true. She has financial, social, and intellectual security. She writes, as you know, through your teaching and through my practice of that teaching, I have completely changed myself and my life. 2 weeks ago, when you spoke of toys, I realized I had never used my imagination for the getting of things, and I decided it would be fun to try it. You told of a young woman who was given a hat by merely wearing that hat in her imagination. The last thing on earth I needed was a hat. But I wanted to test my imagination for this getting of things. Oh, let's be patient. The last thing on earth I needed was a hat, but I wanted to test my imagination for this getting of things. So I selected a hat pictured in a fashion magazine. I cut the picture out and stuck it on the mirror of my dressing table. I studied the picture carefully. Then I shut my eyes, and in my imagination, I put that hat on my head and wore it as I walked out of the house. I did this just once. The following week, I met some friends for luncheon, and one of them was wearing the hat. We all admired it. The very next day, I received a parcel by special delivery messenger. The hat was in the parcel. The friend who had worn it the day before had sent the hat to me with a note saying she did not particularly care for the hat and didn't know why she had bought it in the first place. Where do these motivations come from? You don't know where and why spontaneity knows its own order. And this was the main communication of Seth, by the way. Spontaneity knows its own order. The quickest way to know who you are and know about your desire, what's in you, is just to be spontaneous. Just to be spontaneously yourself. That's the fastest way to get in line with your own desire. Spontaneity knows its own order. And as this lady said, she didn't know why she bought the hat in the first place. There was some kind of spontaneity involved and some kind of motivation. Where did that come from? Well, our friend here saw herself, imagined herself wearing it. One good turn deserves another. The friend who had worn it the day before had sent the hat to me with a note saying she did not particularly care for the hat and didn't know why she had bought it in the first place. But for some reason, she thought it would look well on me and would I please accept it? Signed GL. I tell you. Movement from dreams to things is the power driving humanity. We must live wholly on the level of imagination, and it must be consciously and deliberately undertaken. Hear ye, hear ye. Absolutely. Okay. All my life I have loved birds. I enjoy watching them, hearing their chatter, feeding them, and I am particularly fond of the small sparrow. For many months I have fed them crumbs of morning bread, wild birdseed, and anything I believed they would eat. And for all those months I have been frustrated as I watched the larger birds, particularly the pigeons, command the area, gobbling up most of the good seed and leaving the husks for my sparrows. To use my imagination on this problem seemed facetious to me at first, but the more I thought of it, the more interesting the idea became. So one night I set about seeing the little birds come in for their full share of daily offerings, and I would tell my wife that the pigeons no longer interfered with my sparrows, but took their share like gentlemen and left the area. I continued this imaginary action for almost 1 month. 1 month. 4 1/3 weeks on the calendar. 1 month. Are you willing to spend this much time on something seemingly facetious here? Are you willing to try it? Try it on something innocuous. Try it on something that doesn't even seem to have the impact on yours or someone else's life. Try it on the birds. Try it on your cat scratching what it shouldn't be scratching. I continued this imaginary action for almost 1 month. Then one morning I noticed that the pigeons had disappeared. The sparrows had breakfast all to themselves for a few days. For those few days no larger bird entered the area. They did return eventually, but to this day, they have never again infringed on the area occupied by my sparrows. They stay together, eating what I put out for them, leaving a full share of the area to my tiny friends. And do you know, I actually believe the sparrows understand. They no longer seem to be afraid when I walk among them. Signed RK. That is amazing. This lady proves that unless our heart is in the task, unless we imagine ourselves right into the feeling of our wish fulfilled, we are not there. We are not there yet. For we are all imagination and must be where and what we are in imagination. If we could, and I know it's not practical in the least bit. I mean, in college, we used to do tests. We used to do experiments like this in speech class. That was a heck of a fun class, man. Any of those speech classes are fun. If you want a recommendation from me and you're going to city college or state college and you want to decide what to major in, I highly recommend communications. If you had the teachers I had, they were fun. But we would do things like that. Cover your eyes and go out and, like you're blind, and try and go around campus and try and see what you could figure out. I mean, but back to the idea, if you could walk around literally with your eyes closed and covered up and be blind for a day and all you had was imagination, boy, oh boy, would you use these differently? Would you use these differently? You would use this differently. I mean, massive, massive difference in your touch, in your smell, and in your hearing would probably ramp up by 100%. Because it would be quite scary if you consider if you didn't have somebody guiding you, for instance, what you would be faced with. I mean, really, if you were on a city street or on a city block, I mean, walking among some shops, you don't even know what would happen next, what you would trip over. I mean, this could be really profound, but it would sure sharpen for that small amount of time before you did go down. Just playing. These would go crazy trying to figure things out. This would go crazy. Any slight change would drive this, would really tell you something. You'd be imagining, what's that? And you'd be like, okay, now I can sense what's going on here. And then hopefully for the safety of your life, you'd be holding on to something and trying to feel your way through. Where's the tree going to be? Where's the bench? Where's the store, the shop, the door, a person? I mean, it's quite an idea what is going on in your imagination when these are actually closed. A lot more is going on. Consider when you wake up until you go to sleep. If you don't take naps like I do, every day you should take a nap. If you don't take naps and you wake up and you go to sleep, how much of your time, effort, and energy is focused on looking with these? I mean, think about that question. How much of your day and the effort of that day is focused on these things and what these are delivering you instead of this, instead of the imagination? With the eyes is your whole day, not through the eyes. Through the eyes is more of a contemplative, pensive, I see that person better, etc., etc. So you see how much these guys are robbing you in your day, just one day. And you don't stop from when you wake up and come alive until all the way when you go back to sleep. I mean, it's a consistent, the beat goes on, right? I mean, all the livelong day. In early February, my husband and I had been in our new house 1 month. A home lovely beyond telling, perched on a rugged cliff with the ocean for our front yard. Wind and sky for neighbors and seagulls for guests. We were ecstatic. If you have experienced the joy and woe of building your own home, you know how completely filled with happiness you are and how completely empty your purse is. 100 lovely things clamored to be bought for that house. But the one thing we wanted most of all was the most useless, a picture. Not just any picture, but a wild, wonderful scene of the sea dominated by a great white clipper ship. This picture had been in our thoughts all the months of building, and we left one living room wall free of paneling to hold it. My husband mounted decorative red and green ship lanterns on the wall to frame our picture. But the picture itself would have to wait. Draperies, carpeting, all the practical items must come first. Perhaps so, but that didn't stop either one of us from seeing that picture in our imagination on that wall. One day while shopping, I strolled into a small art gallery, and as I walked through the door, I stopped so suddenly, a gentleman walking behind me crashed into an easel. I apologized and pointed to a painting hanging at head height across the room. That's what did it. I've never seen anything so wonderful. He introduced himself as the owner of the gallery and said, yes, an original by the greatest English painter of clipper ships the world has known. He went on to tell me about the artist, but I wasn't listening. I could not take my eyes from that wonderful ship, and suddenly I experienced a very strange thing. It was only a moment in time, but the art gallery faded, and I saw that picture on my wall. Think about that. Have you ever wanted something so much, you transferred the situation to be the next situation? I've done that. I for sure have done that. I'm afraid the owner thought me a little giddy, and I was. But I finally managed to return my attention to his voice when he mentioned an astronomical price. I smiled and said, "Perhaps someday." He continued to tell me about the painter and also about an American artist who was the only living lithographer capable of copying the great English master. He said, "If you're very lucky, you may pick up one of his prints. I've seen his work. It's perfect down to the last detail. Many people prefer prints to paintings." Prints or paintings. I knew nothing about the values of either, and anyway, all I wanted was that scene. When my husband returned home that evening, I talked of nothing but that painting and pleaded with him to visit the gallery and see it. Maybe we could find a print of it somewhere. The man said, "Yes." He interrupted, "But you know, we can't afford any picture now." Our conversation ended there, but that night after dinner, I stood in our living room and saw that picture on our wall. The next day, my husband had an appointment with a client which he did not want to keep, but the appointment was kept, and my husband did not return home until after dark. When he walked through the front door, I was busy in another part of the house and called a greeting to him. A few minutes later, I heard hammering and walked into the living room to see what he was doing. On our wall hung my picture. In my first moment of intense joy, I remembered the man in the art gallery saying, "If you're very lucky, you may pick up one of his prints." Lucky? Well, here's my husband's part of this story. Making the call already mentioned, he entered one of the poorest, meanest little houses he had ever been in. The client introduced himself and led my husband into a tiny, dark dining area where the two of them sat down at a bare table. As my husband put his briefcase on the tabletop, he looked up and saw the picture on a wall. He confessed to me he had conducted a very sloppy interview because he couldn't take his eyes from that picture. The client signed the contract and gave a check as down payment, which, as my husband believed at the time, was $10 short. Mentioning this fact to the client, he said the check given was every cent he could afford, but added, "I've noticed your interest in that picture. It was here when I took this place. I don't know to whom it belonged, but I don't want it. If you put the $10 in for me, I'll give you the picture." When my husband returned to his company's main office, he learned he had been in error about the amount. He was not charged $10. Our picture is on our wall, and it cost us nothing. Signed AA. Wow. Just magic. After this happens to you, you're going to claim all kinds of miracles. It's just, I can't believe how this stuff comes together. Who, how, why, what pushes what buttons? What motivates somebody? You just don't have to care. You really don't have to care. Once this pump is primed and you're going down this road and you're consciously manifesting exactly what you want, just like these people in this book, by spending a month, 2 months, 3 months, what does it take? How long did it take you to get where you are now? How many years did you put yourself in that pickle? If it's a pickle, if it's full of limitation, if you have a desire to do something or be something or have something else. If that's the pickle, it took you a while to get there. So we don't have to undo it. We just have to change what you're doing. You don't have to undo what got you here. You have to just redo what you want. You have to just make the impression of what you want. What do you want to objectify? It's just change the direction. What a wonderful story. I mean, so simple. Of R.L., who writes the following letter, it must be said, "In faith, lady, you have a merry heart." One day during a bus strike, I needed to go into the downtown area and had to walk 10 blocks from my home to the nearest bus in operation. Before starting home, I recalled there was no food market on this new route, and I wouldn't be able to shop for dinner. I had enough to manage a potluck meal, but I would need bread. After shopping all day, the 10 blocks back from the bus line was all I could manage, and to go still farther to shop for bread was out of question. I stood very still for a moment and allowed a vision of bread to dance in my head. Then I started for home. When I boarded the bus, I was so tired, I grabbed the first available seat and almost sat on a paper bag. Now, on a crowded bus, tired passengers rarely look directly at one another. So being naturally curious, I peeked into the bag. Of course, it was a loaf of bread. Not just any bread, but the very same bread I always buy. Signed R.L. I tell you, gifts, they just fall into your lap or under your bum. If you're not careful, just get up. I mean, not careful where you sit, you could sit on what you're looking for. And on the other side of that coin, you could also just look right under yourself, and there it is, what you were looking for. Trifles, all trifles, but they produced their trivia without price. Imagining accomplished these things without the means generally reputed necessary to do so. Man rates wealth in a way that bears no relation to real values. Come, buy wine and milk without money and without price. Isaiah 55:1. Oh, the wonders of it all. I was watching a trailer for some movie, and I'm just trying to find the name of it. And these guys, the common stars of the time, I'm going to guess 90-something, 1990. What year would that movie be? 90-something, I think, maybe. 96 or something like this, I think. These three guys find an airplane crash, and it's a Bill Paxton movie. That's what I remember. And Billy Bob Thornton, I believe, and another guy. And they find a plane wreck with a big bag of money. I don't know, it's a lot of money. I don't know what it is, millions or a million, whatever it is. And they're so excited, and then they get involved with hiding the money. Then, just watching the trailer, you can see what's going to unfold as your typical movie where you find the treasure. You find a big bag of money, or the money falls off the truck, like the John Cusack movie. So they go through a lot of drama, and you can tell what's going to happen. And I wasn't even listening to the trailer. I just saw it. And it dawned on me that what we're doing here together is we have found the treasure. In those gentlemen's, in the story, in those gentlemen's discovery of the money, they think all their answers have been, all their problems have been answered. All their problems are going to go away because there's this thing out here that they've discovered that could be the answer, could be the actual solution to their immediate problems. That's in their mind what is answering that call, that strife, that hunger. Remember, we're always hungry. So they go through a lot of drama. There's an FBI guy involved. The FBI guy I noticed was the guy from Office Space. Yeah, we're going to need you to come in on Saturday. That guy. He's the FBI guy. I noticed that in the trailer. But a lot of drama unfolds, and you can tell it's going to all come back to home. It's like a typical story. There's going to be a return without the money, obviously. I didn't even have to watch anymore, but to realize that in that illusion that they were in that illusion that something out there was where the treasure was. This all dawned on me when I was watching that trailer today. And, again, where's the treasure? So they were so busy pointing out there, it dawned on me what we're doing here together, and what we're discussing, and what we're breaking down, and what we're unpacking, and what we're unfolding, and what we're realizing, and what we're doing when we start practicing how to use the law, is we're really peeling layer by layer and exposing that treasure that is within. That treasure is one that will answer all of your prayers. Every single one you could possibly dream up. Every one you've had, every one you will ever have, including every single one you have now. It was a very powerful moment, and it's very, very true. Once you start using the law, and you start to see it work, and you start to put it into use, you start to understand that the treasure's always been here. It's never been out there. So we've been given the treasure in the first place. I and my Father are one. My Father is greater than I. The dreamer and the dream are one. The dreamer is greater than the dream. The conceiver and the conception are one. The conceiver is greater than the conception. We're the conception, we're the dreamer, or the creator. We go from the created to the creator. And if you can imagine, for fun of it, these things sprouting up everywhere on this board, these images here. You then, when you have an idea, you become a creator of that idea. You have an idea you want to be married. You become a creator of that idea, and then all these possibilities are open to you because you have infinite choice. You can go any direction you want in any moment. You can trust the spontaneity of your being and become anything you want to become. So you go from the created to the creator. And so then you spawn another one of these just by having ideas. So you can see my point, back to the original idea here. These guys thought they had the answer out there that was going to solve the problem in here. The in here problem was one where they thought they were full of limitation, when in actuality they were not full of limitation. That was an illusion. They got involved in a lot of drama over that concept of that illusion. So get with it. Get with each night, going to bed, using your imagination, and making the impression. If it takes a month, okay. What's it worth to you? If it takes 3 months, okay. What's that worth? I told you about my cruise idea. I started somewhere in March. I think I did it for no more than a couple months. I mean, honestly, maybe even 6 weeks. But then over the next month or two, I did it spotty. And then that was March of 23 for the cruise. I just went on in August of 24. It's in a few videos ago. The idea was, what I'm trying to convey here is that was extremely highly motivating to my wife, who then was motivated to buy the cruise. Then the cruise was purchased and planned. Then it took another year for the plan and vacation and all these other logistics to come together. And then we finally went on the trip. But that whole beginning part was just, and I just was going to sleep thinking about that cruise, thinking about being on it, being handed that glass, being handed this exact glass. Now, I did not own this glass at the time of the imagining. I bought this glass when I got home because and I'll show you a picture somehow. Somehow I'm going to show you a picture of the glass on the table at the restaurant above the Fairmont Hotel at the Hairpin in Monaco. It was this glass in my imagining every time I imagined it. And there was a lime and it was soda water with ice and I would drink it and it was wonderful. Each time I imagined that scene. I'm going to do a breakdown on this imagining later, but it didn't take but a month and a half, 6 weeks. If I say 6 to 12 weeks, I'm going to be generous. But I wasn't obsessed. I just did it over and over. So much time went by. Time's going to go by anyway. What do you have to lose? Time's going by. The illusion of time is going by. Anyway, so what's a month? What's 6 weeks? What's 12 weeks? 3 months. If it took you 6 months to get your world's greatest desire and dream manifested for yourself, would you do it for 6 months? If you knew for sure that going to sleep every night with the dream image in mind and becoming alive in that dream image, feeling it real over 6 months would get you exactly what you're after, would you do it for 6 months? And then once you see the success, you know you can do it in 3 months. Then you know you can do it in 6 weeks. Then you know 4 weeks. Then you know 2 weeks. Then you know 1 week. Then you know, wait, I can think of this when I'm driving. It's going to get quicker and quicker and quicker once you see it come to fruition. And it becomes a skill set. And that's why we're talking right now to each other. This is going to become a skill set you put into use. This is called the law. It is a wonderful, wonderful thing, and you will become good at it. I promise you. Just keep on keeping on. All right, that was the end of that chapter. What a great chapter. Was there an opening quote? Because there's so much. The closing quote, come by wine and milk without money and without price. Boy, in my early beginnings with Neville, I've been at it 3 years, like I said, but in my early beginnings, that quote, I was like, how, what? Even still, opening quote. General knowledge is remote knowledge. It is in particulars that wisdom consists and happiness too. Wow. Blake, oh my gosh. We must live wholly on the level of imagination, and it must be consciously and deliberately undertaken. Come by wine and milk without money and without price. End of chapter. Okay, We're going to see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, Chapter 14, The Creative Moment. The natural man does not receive the gifts of the Spirit of God, for they are folly to him. And he is not able to understand them because they are spiritually discerned. 1 Corinthians 2:14. Excuse me. There is a moment in each day. Excuse me. There is a moment in each day that Satan cannot find, nor can his watch fiends find it. But the industrious find this moment and it multiply, and when it once is found, it renovates every moment of the day if rightly placed. Blake. Wow. Very, very interesting. Blake, wow. Whenever we imagine things as they ought to be, rather than as they seem to be, is the moment. For in that moment, the spiritual man's work is done, and all the great events of time start forth to mold a world in harmony with that world's altered pattern. Boom! Huge. Remembering, present moment, the now. That's the only moment that exists. There is no other moment. There is only now, period. You want to be convinced of that? Go read all the Seth material and then come back, because if he doesn't convince you that there's only one moment, I don't know what would. Because it really is true when you break it down into the nitty-gritty. But I'm going to give you the summary of all of it. That illusion called the future and that illusion called the past, they're only ever coming from your mind right here. They only exist because you put them there. You put ideas of the past in your mind and you hold them like a pickle in a jar. You just hold it there and you look at it. And that's what you do. And you create the past in a now. You create the potential future in a now, when the reality is that's also a potential. That's also as concretely done. Each moment is shaping your permanent future and your potential past right here. Each moment. Every moment you have an idea or a thought, you're reshaping these fully. Because in each moment, the new creative you who's assumed this new position of being the creator of your life, no matter which way you want to go, you can go this way. You could think another idea. Now you're over here. You have the opposite idea. Now you're over here. Another adjoining idea. Now you're here. Well, those ideas, they shape the way you look out from your now. Remember, you're looking out from your now. We got these guys reminding you. You're looking out from your now. When you're here, the past looks different and the future feels like it's going to be different when you're here. You change your self-concept, you become the new you. Now, to even get there and make that impression, you sacrificed this self, became this self. Now you have a different perspective. That perspective now has a different perspective of this supposed concrete and done past and this supposed potential future. When actually this is still potential. Both of these don't exist. They are illusions of the mind. You're only ever in a now. I don't care what age you think you are. Which age would you want to be and stay? How many vampire movies have been made on that one? We all get to die. That's the wonderful part of all this. We all get to go through that experience. We all get to go through our cycle, whether that's going to be restored again or resurrection like Neville and maybe even graduate to a whole nother one. Who knows? But if you get on with the understanding that there is only now, it helps this whole thing massage together. Repeating the sentence, whenever we imagine things as they ought to be, the way you would imagine them here, not with these, not reflecting, but imagining for the better. Whenever we imagine things as they ought to be, rather than as they seem to be, is the moment. For in that moment, Seth calls this moment point awareness. I actually adopted that term from the Seth material. But either way, moment point, it's the moment point. It's the only point that matters. For in that moment, the spiritual man's work is done. Excuse me. Whenever we imagine things as they ought to be rather than as they seem to be, is the moment. Moment's your only point of power right now. One moment is all you have. For in that moment, the spiritual moment, for in that moment, the spiritual man's work is done and all the great events of time start forth. They start forth to mold a world in harmony with that moment's altered pattern. Now, you're a self-concept here. You're not married. You're single. You want to be married. You have a desire for it. You're not that, though. You go to bed. You make an impression over however much time you want to spend on the subject. Then you bring into your reality a new fiance and you're getting married. That was your desire. You made the impression, and the bridge of incidents unfolded for you and gave you exactly what you became consciously. Then it's starting to unfold for you. That creates a new world that your consciousness is now in possession and occupation of. So everything from your now flows out. Once you change that self-concept, everything from your now flows out and becomes this new past and this new future. They are now looking mighty different. There's a whole different spectrum available from your present moment here than there was here. So this whole new world is because you changed your consciousness and you put it in a new world. You now are in different occupation. Satan, Blake writes, is a reactor. He never acts, he only reacts. And if our attitude to the happenings of the day is reactionary, are we not playing Satan's part? Totally on the money. If you're reacting to anything, if you're reacting to things, not acting with what you think ought to be, if you're reacting to politics, oh, is there enough of that going on? Turn on any social device, social networks of any kind. Good golly, man. Reaction. And if our attitude to the happenings of the day is reactionary, are we not playing Satan's part? Blake writes, Satan's a reactor. Man is only reacting in his natural or Satan state. He never acts or creates. He only reacts or recreates. Reacting is creative. You're recreating what the action was in the first place. So you're just going to reflect the same. One real creative moment, one real feeling of the wish fulfilled is worth more than the whole natural life of reaction. True. In such a moment, God's work is done. Once more, we may say with Blake, God only acts and is in existing beings or men. God only acts and is in existing beings or men. There is an imaginal past and an imaginal future. Imaginal. If by reacting, the past is recreated in the present, so by acting out our dreams of fancy, can the future be brought into the present? Oh, how wonderful is that? If by reacting, the past is recreated in the present, so by acting out our dreams of fancy, can the future be brought into the present? That's the future, brought into the present. You're making an impression to become your new you, married, in love, about to raise a family. That becomes your present here. I feel now the future in the instant. The spiritual man acts. For him, anything that he wants to do, he can and do at once in his imagination. And his motto is always, the moment is now. That's it. That really is it. The moment there is, it's only now. That's why when Freedom Barry in the previous chapter, the guy came up and asked if he could have some money, and Barry says, no, I don't have none for thee. Barry immediately says, okay, how did I want the situation to be? He immediately went, and I think he did this later in the actual testimonial, but it evolved. Nonetheless, it's in the moment when you feel the motivation, you have to just go with what you feel, but you have to stop what you're focused on, the distractions, and just zero in on it. Zero in on that imagining lovingly for what it is your focus is on. You have to stop the distraction and do it. No one's going to do it. You have to do it. The spiritual man acts. For him, anything he wants to do, he can do and do at once in his imagination. For his motto is always, the moment is now. Behold, now is the acceptable time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. 2 Corinthians 6:2. Nothing stands between man and the fulfillment of his dreams but facts. And facts are the creations of imagining. If man changes his imagining, he will change the facts. Sounds nice and simple. This story tells of a young woman who found the moment and, by acting out her dream of fancy, brought the future into the instant, not realizing what she had done until the final scene. The incident related below must appear to be coincidence to those ever exposed to your teaching, but I know I observed an imaginative act take solid form in perhaps 4 minutes. I believe you will be interested in reading this account, written down exactly as it happened a few minutes after the actual occurrence yesterday morning. I was driving my car east on Sunset Boulevard, in the center lane of traffic, braking slowly to stop for a red signal at a three-way intersection, when my attention was caught by the sight of an elderly lady dressed all in gray, running across the street in front of my car. Her arm was raised, signaling to the driver of a bus, which was beginning to pull away from the curb. She was obviously attempting to cross in front of the bus to delay it. The driver slowed his vehicle and I thought would allow her to enter. Instead, as she jumped onto the curb, the bus pulled away, leaving her standing just in the act of lowering her arm. I can't tell you how many times I've actually seen that. You're like, what? Why is the bus? Yeah, he was right there. Who knows? They must be trained a certain way. She turned and walked swiftly toward a nearby phone booth. As my signal changed to green and I put my car in motion, I wished I had been behind the bus and had been able to offer her a ride. Hey, going that way anyway. Her extreme agitation was obvious even from the distance I was away from her. My wish instantly fulfilled itself in a mental drama. And as I drove away, the fancy played itself out in the following scene. I opened the car door and a lady dressed in gray stepped in, smilingly relieved and thanking me profusely. Remember now, the following dream, she's imagining right now. I opened the car door and a lady dressed in gray stepped in, smilingly relieved and thanking me profusely. She was out of breath from running and said, I only have a few blocks to go. I'm meeting friends and I was so afraid they would leave without me when I missed my bus. I left my imaginary lady out a few blocks farther on, and she was delighted to observe her friends still waiting for her. She thanked me again and walked away. The entire mental scene was spanned in the time it takes to drive 1 block at the normal rate of speed. As I mentioned before, you do this while driving. You're having fantasies in your mind anyway while driving, all the time. Why not put it on one of action, not reaction? The entire mental scene was spanned in the time it takes to drive 1 block at the normal rate of speed. The fancy satisfied my feelings regarding the real incident, and I immediately forgot it. 4 blocks farther, I was still in the center lane and again had to stop for a red signal. My attention at this time was turned inward on something I have now forgotten. When I suddenly tapped on the closed window, my attention at this time was turned inward on something I have now forgotten. when suddenly someone tapped on the closed window of my car, and I looked up to see a lovely appearing elderly lady with gray hair dressed all in gray. Smiling, she asked if she might ride a few blocks with me as she had missed her bus. She was out of breath as though from running, and I was so stunned by her sudden appearance in the middle of a busy street at my window that for a moment I could only react physically, and without answering, leaned over and opened my car door. She got in and said, "It's so annoying to rush so and then miss a bus. I wouldn't have imposed on you like this, but I'm supposed to meet some friends a few blocks down the street, and if I had to walk now, I would miss them." 6 blocks farther on, she exclaimed, "Oh good, they're still waiting for me." I let her out and she thanked me again and walked away. I'm afraid I drove to my own destination by automatic reflex, for I had fully recognized that I had just observed a waking dream take form in physical action. I recognized what was happening while it was happening. As soon as I could, I wrote down each part of the incident and found a startling consistency between the waking dream and the subsequent reality. Both women were elderly, gracious in manner, dressed all in gray, and out of breath from hurrying to catch a bus and missing it. Both wished to meet friends who for some reason could not wait for them much longer, and both left my car within the space of a few blocks after successfully completing their contact with their friends. I am amazed, confounded, and elated. If there is no such thing as coincidence or accident, then I witnessed imagination become reality almost instantaneously. Signed, J.R.B. Yes, it will happen that fast. Where's it at? I burned myself on my finger yesterday right here. I was doing too many things at once in the kitchen. And I had an oven at like 425, and I was cooking, I think, some burgers, and I pulled out the thing with the hot pad, and I got some, when I'm busy in the kitchen, I'm like a fast order fry cook, man. So I went to go push in the whatever it is called, the grate, back into the oven. I'm like, okay, I'm going to turn it off now and let those sit in there for another second. That's going to be just right, the temperature, because I was checking with my thermometer. I go to push on it with my finger, and I was like, oh my God. Okay, now I already know, go straight, two things, go straight to cold water as fast as possible, because that can reverse. But what I did was, the second thing I'm aware of, which I did immediately. First off, if you haven't been burned in a while, it's a fun experience, and the pain seems to linger for a while. I put the finger in the cold water immediately, and while I was in the water, I simply started revising. I was staring at my finger in the water, and I felt the cool, calm, soothing cold water change the physical reaction I was experiencing the moment before. In the new moment, I started revising. I did it at least 3, 4, 5 times maybe in a row. I revised the scene by seeing myself using the hot mitt again, the hot pad, and pushing the grate back into the oven. And then I felt the cold water. Then I saw myself with the hot mitt, the hot pad, push the grate back into the oven. Then felt the cold water, no pain, cold water. Felt the grate, used the pad again, pushed it back in. I think I revised 3 times while in the water. Then I had to do something else in the kitchen. So I took my hand out. I felt the pain. Then I says, okay. I went and we have a small ice cube dispenser in the refrigerator door. So it's for drinks. So I got some ice, got one of those cubes, a little small cube. Got one of those cubes, got a towel, went and sat on the dining table while I revised, I think maybe once or twice more. But I let the ice, that one ice cube, I let sit right on that burn. And if you can't see it, I don't know if you can see it or not, but I let it sit right on that burn until that ice, and then I kind of manipulated it so it stayed on the burn. I just let it sit there, and I don't know what I was doing, but I revised, I think, once or twice. The hot mitt right onto the tray, pushed into the oven. So in my revision, in my new memory, I must have just lied to you, because in my story, I pushed it with my hand. But in my revision, which is my actual memory, which is my new past, I used the hot mitt. So in my new memory, I used the hot mitt. Well, that one ice cube dissolved, and then I used the towel, to dry it off, and then I went about my tasks in the kitchen. I completely forgot about it. I didn't pay any more attention to it at all. I just forgot. This is called going into the Sabbath. It is done. Then I felt my finger later, and it felt like there was something like dead there. Like right now, it's a blister, an actual blister, but there was never any more pain whatsoever. What I did as I fell asleep last night is I revised. I only did it once, maybe twice. Pushed the oven in with the mitt. I expected to find waking up that there would be no blister, but the blister's there, but there's never been one iota of pain whatsoever on my finger since the revision and since that one ice cube, which didn't last but a few minutes. And I remember burning my hand as a kid, keeping my hand in cold water, like in an ice cup, trying to fall asleep before when I was a kid, burned my hand. I don't know, who knows how, but I know burns tend to last long. But with revision, with taking action, not reaction, I immediately went over to the water that was taking action, number one, but then revising is also taking action, not reacting. I was taking action to deal in the moment with exactly what I needed to act in force of. Take a mental, proactive stance on every matter and see the end. That's the point. Get in there. There is a moment in each day that Satan cannot find, nor can his watch fiends find it. But the industrious find this moment, and it multiply. And when it once is found, it renovates every moment of the day if rightly placed. The revision I did definitely renovated every moment of the day because I didn't have any other pain. Nothing at all. It was gone. Every other moment of the day was fixed because in my moment, my now moment, I went to revision of the past situation, and it made clear over here because the pain doesn't exist here anymore because I revised it from here. If it doesn't exist here, it won't exist here. Every moment of the day, in what Blake is saying, it renovates every moment of the day if rightly placed. There it is. Just one example. From the first time I read your Search, Neville's book, I have longed to experience a vision. Since you've told us of the promise, this desire has been intensified. I want to tell you of my vision, which was a glorious answer to my prayer. But I am sure I would not have had this experience were it not for something that occurred 2 weeks ago. It was necessary for me to park my car some distance from the university building where I was scheduled to conduct my class. As I left my car, I was conscious of the stillness about me. The street was completely deserted. No one was in sight. Suddenly, I heard a most frightful cursing voice. I looked toward the sound and saw a man brandishing a cane, yelling between vile words, "I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" I continued on as he approached me, for at that moment I thought, now I can test what I have professed to believe if I do believe we are one, all of us. The Father, this derelict, and I, no harm can come to me. At that moment, I had no fear. Instead of seeing a man coming toward me, I felt a light. He stopped yelling, dropped his cane, and walked quietly as we passed with less than a foot between us. Having tested my faith at that moment, everything about me had seemed more alive than before, flowers brighter and trees greener. I've had a sense of peace and the oneness of life I had not known before. Last Friday, I drove to our country home. Nothing was unusual about the day or evening. I worked on a manuscript and, not being tired, did not try to fall off to sleep until around 2 the following morning. Then I turned off the light and drifted into that floating sensation, not asleep but drowsy, as I call it, half awake and half asleep. Often while in this state, lovely unknown faces float before me. But this morning the experience was different. A perfect face of a child came before me in profile. Then it turned and smiled at me. It was glowing with light and seemed to fill my own head with light. I was aglow and excited and thought, this must be the Christos, but something within me without sound said, no, this is you. I feel I will never be the same again, and someday I may experience the promise. Signed, GB. Boy, some people are just in a hurry. Our dreams will be realized from the time that we know. This is very true. Our dreams will all be realized from the time that we know that imagining creates reality and act. Once you know that, I said before, you swallow that pill, swallow that red pill. It's the red pill. We're coming at this from all different degrees of life. Some of us can swallow that immediately and say, oh yeah, I've done that all the time. I've done that when I was a kid. I always do it, blah, blah, blah. And some people are just like, what? Are you insane? You don't even want to know the crap that's happened in my life. I mean, the whole spectrum of us are all here together. But what he says right there is really the red pill of it all, the matrix red pill. Our dreams will all be realized from the time that we know that imagining creates reality and act. But imagination seeks from us something much deeper and more fundamental than creating things. Nothing less indeed than the recognition of its own oneness with God. That what it does is, in reality, God himself doing it in and through man who is all imagination. God himself doing it in and through man who is all imagination. He's the imaginer and we're the imagined. What a wonderful chapter. Oh my gosh, there's too many good things in here. The creative moment, chapter 14. I might as well get off with these first two quotes. They're really good. The natural man does not receive the gifts of the Spirit of God, for they are folly to him. And he is not able to understand them because they are spiritually discerned. 1 Corinthians 2:14. There is a moment in each day that Satan cannot find, nor can his watch fiends find it, but the industrious find this moment and it multiply. And when it once is found, it renovates every moment of the day if rightly placed. Blake. Wow, wow, wow. The moment, the ruler of all time is your moment. And where's your power? Right now, only now. It cannot be ever. It cannot ever exist in these other illusions. These are completely they're not anything. They're made up. They're complete fantasy. And boy, oh boy, is it not easy to invest in those things. Someday Isle, you can call this Someday Isle. It's a beautiful island in the Caribbean or the Pacific, pick your choice. And this is Wish I Coulda. Don't worry, yours truly has spent many a time in both those bubbles. But we have the power, now that we're learning this together, we have the power to do this. I take my power back. Right here. Done. Now all my power is expressed right now. This is where I can do my act. I can act from it, what I want to be. I can act from what it is my desire is about, so I can be, I can become. It's not about I will become, it's I am, of course, understanding the distinction, but the idea is I am that I am. I do that in my now. All right. Wonderful chapter. We'll see you in the next one. Neville Goddard, The Law and the Promise, chapter 15, The Promise, 4 mystical experiences. In all I have related thus far, with the exception of GB's vision of the child, imagination was consciously exercised. Men and women created stage plays in their imagination, plays implying the fulfillment of their desires. Then, by imagining themselves participating in these dramas, they created that which their imaginal acts implied. This is the wise use of God's law. But no man is justified before God by the law. Galatians 3:11. Many people are interested in imagination as a way of life, but are not at all interested in its framework of faith leading to the fulfillment of God's promise. I will raise up your son after you, who shall come forth from your body. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. 2 Samuel 7:12-14. The promise that God will bring forth from our body a son who will be born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God, does not concern them. They want to know God's law, not his promise. However, this miraculous birth has been stated clearly as a must for all mankind from the earliest days of the Christian fellowship. You must be born from above. John 3:7. My purpose here is to state it again, and to state it in such a language and with such reference to my own personal mystical experiences that the reader will see that this birth from above is far more than a part of a dispensable superstructure, that it is the sole purpose for God's creation. There's some big talk there, Mr. Neville. Specifically, my purpose in recording these 4 mystical experiences is to show that Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn from the dead, Revelations 1:5, was trying to say about this birth from above. Let me clean up that sentence. Specifically, my purpose in recording these 4 mystical experiences is to show what Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn from the dead, Revelation 1:5, was trying to say about this birth from above. How can men preach unless they are sent? Romans 10:15. How can men preach unless they are sent? Many years ago, I was taken in spirit into a divine society, a society of men in whom God is awake. Though it may seem strange, the gods do truly meet. As I entered this society, the first to greet me was the embodiment of infinite might. His was a power unknown to mortals. I was then taken to meet infinite love. He asked me, "What is the greatest thing in the world?" I answered him in the words of Paul, "Faith, hope, and love, these 3. But the greatest of these is love." At that moment, he embraced me, and our bodies fused and became one body. I was knit to him and loved him as my own soul. The words "love of God," so often a mere phrase, were now a reality with a tremendous meaning. Nothing ever imagined by man could be compared with this love, which man feels through his union with love. The most intimate relationship on earth is like living in separate cells compared with this union. While I was in this state of supreme delight, a voice from outer space shouted, "Down with the blue bloods." At this blast, I found myself standing before the one who had first greeted me, he who embodied infinite might. He looked into my eyes, and without the use of words or mouth, I heard what he told me: time to act. I was suddenly whisked out of that divine society and returned to earth. I was tormented by my limitations of understanding, but I knew that on that day, the divine society had chosen me as a companion and sent me to preach Christ, God's promise to man. My mystical experiences have brought me to accept literally the saying that all the world's a stage, and to believe that God plays all the parts. The purpose of the play, ? To transform man, the created, into God, the creator. God loved man, his created, and became man in faith that this act of self-commission would transform man, the created, into God, the creator. The play begins with the crucifixion of God on man as man and ends with the resurrection of man as God. God becomes as we are, that we may be as he is. God becomes man, that man may become, first, a living being, and secondly, a life-giving spirit. I have been crucified with Christ. It is no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. And the life I now live in the flesh, I live by faith in the Son of God who loved me and gave himself for me. Galatians 1:2-20. God took upon himself the form of man and became obedient unto death, even death on the cross of man, and is crucified on Golgotha, the skull of man. God himself enters death's door, the human skull, and lies down in the grave of man to make man a living being. God's mercy turned death into sleep. Then began the prodigious and unthinkable metamorphosis of man, the transformation of man into God. No man unaided by the crucifixion of God could cross the threshold that admits to conscious life, but now we have union with God in this crucified self. He lives in us as our own wonderful human imagination. Man is all imagination, and God is man, and exists in us, and we in him. The eternal body of man is the imagination, that is, God himself. When he rises in us, we will be like him, and he will be like us. Then all impossibilities will dissolve in us at that touch of exaltation, which his rising in us will impart to our nature. Here is the secret of the world. God died to give man life and to set man free. For however clearly God is aware of his creation, it does not follow that man, imaginatively created, is aware of God. To work this miracle, God had to die, then rise again as man, and none has ever expressed it so clearly as Blake. That's Neville, who is well-studied, well-versed, especially when his teacher was Abdullah, making that statement. To work this miracle, God had to die, then rise again as man, and none has ever expressed it so clearly as Blake. Blake says, or rather has Jesus say, "Unless I die, thou canst not live. But if I die, I shall arise again, and thou with me. Wouldest thou love one who never died for thee, or ever die for one who had not died for thee? And if God dieth not for man, and giveth not himself eternally for man, man could not exist." Who do you trust? Who do you trust? Ask yourself, who do you trust? Is it typically someone who what? Gives you something? Is it somebody who held a parking space and gave you their parking space when the place was jammed and they were kind enough to save it for you and gave it to you? Gave you a seat in a waiting room for a restaurant? Who do you trust? Typically, it's somebody who gives you something without asking for anything in return. Unless I die, thou canst not live. But if I die, I shall rise again, and thou with me. Wouldst thou love one who never died for thee, or ever die for one who had not died for thee? And if God dieth not for man, and giveth not himself eternally for man, man could not exist. Do not forget that when you make an impression that your friend who wants to be married and is not married, you make an impression upon yourself that you see them showing you their hand with the ring on it after their wedding. That you sacrifice this self to become the self who believes that the self they are not anymore. They are now the married person. You make that impression here and you become the embodiment of that so that this person may live again as the married person. You sacrifice yourself and you give. They sacrifice themselves and they become. Who do you trust? It's not necessarily conscious, but when you make that impression and you're very giving, this could be your son, your daughter, your niece, your nephew, it could be anybody. It doesn't matter. But do you think they don't trust you? Do you think they don't or are not aware subconsciously of what went down? Of where that came from? It doesn't matter that they know here, but they know. One last time. Blake says, unless I die, thou canst not live. Sacrifice of self. You become the new self. But if I die, I shall rise again, and thou with me. I rise again, and you rise again with me. Wouldst thou love one who never died for thee, or ever die for one who had not died for thee? If you're not willing to look at me with favor to become, then what are you looking at me as? And if God dieth not for man, and giveth not himself eternally for man, man could not exist. That is what we do for each other. We do this for each other. We look with imagination. It's high time to look with imagination now, not reflection. So God dies. That is to say, God has freely given himself for man deliberately. He does not become, he has become man and has forgotten that he is God, in the hope that man, thus created, will eventually rise as God. God has so completely offered his own self for man that he cries out on the cross of man, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? He has completely forgotten that he is God. But after God rises in one man, that man will say to his brothers, why stand we here trembling around, calling on God for help, and not ourselves, in whom God dwells? This first man that has been raised from the dead is known as Jesus Christ. The first fruits of those who have fallen asleep, the firstborn of the dead. For man, God died. Now by a man has come also the resurrection of the dead. Jesus Christ resurrects his dead father by becoming his father. In Adam, the universal man, God sleeps. In Jesus Christ, the individualized God, God wakes. In waking, man, the created, has become God, the creator, and can truly say, before the world was, I am. Just as God, in his love for man, so completely identified himself with man that he forgot that he was God. So man, in his love for God, must so completely identify himself with God that he lives the life of God, that is, imaginatively. Manifestation. God's play, which transforms man into God, is revealed to us in the Bible. It is completely consistent in imagery and symbolism. The New Testament is hid in the Old Testament, and the Old is manifested in the New. The Bible is a vision of God's law and His promise. It was never intended to teach history, the Bible, but rather to lead man in faith through the furnaces of affliction to the fulfillment of God's promise, to rouse man from this profound sleep and awaken him as God. Did he say furnaces? Don't worry. You're not the only one with scars. This is so profound, this chapter, that in each moment I could bluster out in full-blown tears. It's so profoundly moving me just reading it to you. I wish I was, what was his name? Henry, no, not, the guy who played Columbo, reading The Princess Bride to the young actor. He had his own show later. I forget his name right now, but it is very, very potent information right here, especially at the end of this particular book. I got to repeat a sentence. It was never intended to teach history, but rather to lead man in faith through the furnaces of affliction to the fulfillment of God's promise, to rouse man from this profound sleep and awaken him as God. Its characters live not in the past, but in an imaginative eternity. They are personifications of the eternal spiritual states of the soul. They mark man's journey through eternal death and his awakening to eternal life. The Old Testament tells us of God's promise. The New Testament tells us not how this promise was fulfilled, but how it is fulfilled. The central theme of the Bible is the direct, individual, mystical experience of the birth of the child, that child of whom the prophet spoke. To us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulder, and his name will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and of peace there will be no end. Isaiah 9, 6, and 7. When the child is revealed to us, we see it, we experience it. And the response to this revelation can be stated in the words of Job. I have heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now my eyes see thee. The story of the incarnation is not fable, allegory, or some carefully contrived fiction to enslave the minds of men, but mystical fact. It is a personal, mystical experience of the birth of oneself out of one's own skull, symbolized in the birth of a child, wrapped in swaddling clothes and lying on the floor. There is a distinction between hearing of this birth of a child from one's own skull, a birth which no scientist or historian could ever possibly explain, and actually experiencing the birth, holding in your own hands and seeing with your own eyes this miraculous child, a child born from above out of your own skull, a birth contrary to all the laws of nature. The question as it is posed in the Old Testament, ask now and see, can a male bear a child? Why then do I see every man with his hands delivering himself like a woman in labor? Why has every face turned pale? Jeremiah 36. The Hebrew word shallots, mistranslated loins, means to draw out, to deliver, to withdraw self. The drawing of oneself out of one's own skull was exactly what the prophet foresaw as the necessary birth from above. A birth giving man entrance into the kingdom of God and reflective perception on the highest levels of being. Throughout the ages, deep calls to deep, rouse thyself, Why sleepest thou, O Lord? Awake. Excuse me. The event, as it is recorded in the Gospels, actually takes place in man. But of that day or that hour when the time will come for the individual to be delivered, no one knows but the Father. Do not marvel that I said to you, you must be born from above. The wind blows where it wills, and you hear the sound of it, but you do not know whence it comes or whither it goes. So it is with everyone who is born of the Spirit. John 3:7 and 8. This revelation in the Gospel of John is true. Here is my experience of this birth from above. Like Paul, I did not receive it from man, nor was I taught it. It came through the actual mystical experience of being born from above. None can speak truly of this mystical birth from above but one who has experienced it. I had no idea that this birth from above was literally true. Who, before the experience, could believe that the child, the wonderful counselor, the mighty God, the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace, was inwoven in his own skull? Who, before the experience, would understand that his Maker is his husband and the Lord of hosts is his name? Who would believe that the Creator went in unto his own creation, man, and knew it to be himself, and that this entrance into the skull of man, this union of God and man, resulted in the birth of a son out of the skull of man, which birth gave to that man eternal life and union with his Creator forever? If I now tell what I experienced that night, I do so not to impose my ideas on others, but that I may give hope to those who, like Nicodemus, wonder, how can a man be born when he is old? How can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born? How can this be? This is how it happened to me. Therefore, I will now write the vision and make it plain upon tablets so that he may run who reads it. For still the vision awaits in time. It hastens to the end. It will not lie. If it seems slow, wait for it. It will surely come. It will not delay. Behold, he whose soul is not upright in him shall fail, but the righteous shall live by his faith. Hab 2:2-4. In the early hours of the morning on July 20th, 1959, in the city of San Francisco, a heavenly dream in which the arts flourished was suddenly interrupted by the most intense vibration centered at the base of my skull. Then a drama, as real as those I experience when I am fully awake, began to unfold. I awoke from a dream to find myself completely entombed within my skull. I tried to force my way out through its base. Something gave way and I felt myself move head downward through the base of my skull. I squeezed myself out inch by inch. When I was almost out, I held what I took to be the foot of the bed and pulled the remaining portion of me out of my skull. Wow. Wasn't there a Jim Carrey movie where he did this? But he says he pulled himself out. There on the floor, I lay for a few seconds. Then I rose and looked at my body on the bed. It was pale of face and lying on its back and tossing from side to side like one in recovery from a great ordeal. As I contemplated it, hoping that it would not fall off the bed, I became aware that the vibration, which started the whole drama, was not only in my head, but now was also coming from a corner of the room. As I looked over to that corner, I wondered if that vibration could be caused by a very high wind. A wind strong enough to vibrate the window. I did not realize that the vibration which I still felt within my head was related to that which seemed to be coming from the corner of the room. Looking back to the bed, I discovered that my body was gone, but in its place sat my 3 older brothers. My oldest brother sat where the head was. My second and third brothers sat where the feet were. None seemed to be aware of me, although I was aware of them, and I could discern their thoughts. I suddenly became aware of the reality of my own invisibility. I noticed that they too were disturbed by the vibrations coming from the corner of the room. My third brother was the most disturbed and went over to investigate the cause of the disturbance. His attention was attracted by something on the floor, and looking down, he announced, "It's Neville's baby." My other two brothers, in most incredulous voices, asked, "How could Neville have a baby?" My brother lifted the infant wrapped in swaddling clothes and laid him on the bed. I then, with my invisible hands, lifted the babe and asked him, "How is my sweetheart?" Wow. He looked into my eyes and smiled, and I awoke in this world to ponder this greatest of my many mystical experiences. Tennyson has a description of death as a warrior, a skeleton, high on a night black horse, issuing forth at midnight. But when Gareth's sword cut through the skull, there was in it the bright face of a blooming boy, fresh as a flower newborn. Idols of the king. Two other visions I will tell because they bear out the truth of my assertion that the Bible is a mystical fact. That everything written about the promised child in the law of Moses and the prophets and the Psalms must be mystically experienced in the imagination of the individual. That will be you. The child's birth is a sign and a portent, signaling the resurrection of David, the Lord's anointed, of whom he said, "You are my son. Today I have begotten you." Psalms 2:7. 5 months after the birth of the child, on the morning of December 6, 1959, which is what he just described, in the city of Los Angeles, a vibration similar to the one which preceded his birth started in my head. This time, its intensity was centered at the top of my head. Then came a sudden explosion, and I found myself in a modestly furnished room. There, leaning against the side of an open door, was my son David of biblical fame. He was a lad in his early teens. What struck me forcibly about him was the unusual beauty of his face and figure. He was, as he is described in the first book of Samuel, ruddy, with beautiful eyes, and very handsome. Not for one moment did I feel myself to be anyone other than who I am now. Yet I know that this lad, David, was my son, and he knew that I was his father. For the wisdom from above is without uncertainty. As I sat there contemplating the beauty of my son, the vision faded and I awoke. I and the children whom the Lord has given me are signs and portents in Israel from the Lord of hosts who dwells on Mount Zion. Israel 8:18. Or it could be Isaiah. It's abbreviated. God gave me David as my very own son. I will raise up your son after you, who shall come forth from your body. I will be his father, and he shall be my son. 2 Samuel 7:12 and 14. God is known in no other way than through the Son. No one knows who the Son is except the Father, or who the Father is except the Son, and anyone to whom the Son chooses to reveal him. Luke 10:22. The experience of being David's father is the end of man's pilgrimage on earth. The purpose of life is to find the father of David, the Lord's anointed, the Christ. Abner, whose son is this youth? And Abner said, As your soul lives, O king, I cannot tell. And the king said, Inquire whose son the stripling is. And as David returned from the slaughter of the Philistine, Abner took him and brought him before Saul with the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, Whose son are you, young man? And David answered, I am the son of your servant Jesse the Bethlehemite. 1 Samuel 17:55 to 58. Jesse is any form of the verb to be. In other words, I am the son of who I am self-begotten. I am the Son of God, the Father. I and my Father are one. I am the image of the invisible God. He who has seen me has seen the Father. Whose son? Is not about David, but about David's father, whom the king had promised, 1 Samuel 17:25, to make free in Israel. Note, in all these passages, 1 Samuel 17:55, 56, 58, the king's inquiry is not about David, but about David's father. I have found David, my servant. He shall cry to me, Thou art my Father, my God, and the rock of my salvation. And I will make him the firstborn, the highest of the kings of the earth. Psalms 89. The individual who was born from above will find David and know him to be his very own son. Then he will ask the Pharisees, who are always with us, What do you think of the Christ? Whose son is he? And when they say to him, the son of David, he will say to them, How is it then that David in the Spirit calls him Lord? If David thus calls him Lord, how is he his son? Matthew 22:41 to 45. Man's misconception of the role of the son, which is only a sign and a portent, has made the son an idol. Little children, keep yourselves from idols. 1 John 5:21. God awakes, and that man in whom he awakes becomes his own father's father. He who has David's son, Jesus Christ, the son of David, Matthew 1:1, has become David's father. No longer will I cry to our father David, thy child, Acts 4:25. I have found David. He has cried to me. Thou art my father, Psalms 89. Now I know myself to be one of the Elohim, the God who became man, that man may become God. Great indeed, we confess, is the mystery of our religion, 1 Timothy 3:16. If the Bible were history, it would not be a mystery. Wait for the promise of the Father. Acts 1:4. That is for David, God's son, who will reveal you as the Father. This promise, says Jesus, you heard from me, Luke 24:49. And to its fulfillment at that moment in time, when it pleases God to give you his son as your offspring, which is Christ, Galatians 3:16. A figure of speech is used for the purpose of calling attention to, emphasizing, and intensifying the reality of the Israel sense, of the literal sense. Let me repeat that. A figure of speech is used for the purpose of calling attention to, emphasizing, and intensifying the reality of the literal sense. The truth is literal. The words used are figurative. The curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, and the earth shook and the rocks were split. Matthew 27:51. On the morning of April 8th, 1960, 4 months after it was revealed to me that I am David's father, a bolt of lightning out of my skull split me in two from the top of my skull to the base of my spine. I was cleft as though I were a tree and had been struck by lightning. Then I felt and saw myself as a golden liquid light moving up my spine in a serpentine motion. As I entered my skull, it vibrated like an earthquake. Every word of God proves true. He is a shield to those who take refuge in him. Do not add to his words, lest he rebuke you, and you be found a liar. And as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be lifted up. John 3:14. These mystical experiences will help to rescue the Bible from the externals of history, persons and events, and restore it to its real significance in the life of man. Scripture must be filled in us. Scripture must be fulfilled in us. God's promise will be fulfilled. You will have these experiences. You will have these experiences. And you shall be my witnesses in Jerusalem and in all Judea and Samaria, and to the end of the earth. Acts 1:8. The widening circle, Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria, and the end of the earth is God's plan. The promise is still maturing to its time, its appointed time. But how long? Vast and severe the trials, you find David, your son, who will reveal you as God. The Father, we're long to tell, but it hastens to the end. It will not fail. So wait, for there will be no postponement. Is anything too wonderful for the Lord? At the appointed time, I will return to you. In the spring, and Sarah shall have a son. Genesis 18:14. The tasty, tasty venison. Goodness gracious me. Oh my. Who doesn't love the promise? Last chapter, chapter 15, the law and the promise. Chapter 15, the promise. 4 mystical experiences. Let me add this about the author section just for the fun of it. Born to an English family in Barbados, Neville Goddard, 1905 to 1972, moved to New York City at the age of 17 to study theater. In 1932, he abandoned his work as a dancer and actor to fully devote himself to his career as a metaphysical writer and lecturer. Using the solitary pen name Neville, he became one of the 20th century's most original and charismatic purveyors of the philosophy called New Thought. Neville wrote more than 10 books and was a popular speaker on metaphysical themes from the late 1930s until his death. Possessed of a self-educated and eclectic intellect, Neville exerted an influence on a wide range of spiritual thinkers and writers. From Joseph Murphy to Carlos Castaneda, the impact of his ideas continues to be felt in some of today's best-selling works of practical spirituality. Thank you, Neville. Thank you, thank you, thank you with all my heart. My goodness gracious. The promise will be fulfilled. You can bet your sweet petunia that you are aimed straight for it, no matter what self-concept you are in, which one you become, which other one you become. Ultimately, they all end up at the promise. Every last one of them. So whether or not you feel like you are experiencing the promise, you've experienced it, you're about to experience it, it's coming, it's destined, it will be fulfilled. See you in the next one.